fucking playing Gangnam Style over here. Gangnam Style. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, Gangnam Style. Bam, 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 time away. More shot. Bum 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 bum, send a wanna hey. Yeah. What's Gangnam Style? Gangnam Style. Oh God, I'm old. Oh, Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady. Same as always. Multiple drops and swaps. I like to do over here in this area, and I go here, then I go here. But lately, people have been grabbing option D, and we've been relying on Mike going with option A. Call breaker.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Good. You should really have more potassium in your diet, buddy. Take it from old man Butler.
Enemy UAV overhead.
You know, if you watch this in reverse, it's a guy losing all of his friends in a dance battle. If you watch it in reverse. Okay, that was a real dude. I don't know who this Cooper dude is with 55 level. Show them why. Hey. Hey. Show them why. Open Gangnam Style. Damn, that didn't even help you. Oink. Oink. Sexy lady. Open Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady. Oh, Copperhead got me again.
Destroyed. Hell of a job. We're returning you to the front. Earn this.
Cool. Alright, I'm thinking specialist dudes dropped in. I'm gonna check to see how hard they are. Yeah, they're pretty hard. Damn. Someone came and ran that motherfucker over. Is he by himself? That was not my teammate.
You're redeploying. Squadmates are in the safe zone.
I can grab anyone.
Moving ground. Moving.
I've died twice already.
Marking enemy. You have reinforcements inbound.
Three times actually.
Inserting additional armor.
Hey Breaker, are you the one playing music? Can you play the Harlem Shake?
Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted.
Additional armor.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Switching mags.
Ah! man, back in the good old days, we thought the world was about to end in 2012 because of the Mayan calendar ended there for some reason. No bueno.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Hey, man, I'll just share the news story like I always do.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Holy shit, people are weird these days. Oh, is that us? Yeah, that's you. Boom, boom, boom. What? Do the whole shit. Yeah, you avoid that. I would do it myself. I would do it myself, but we were like, oh, that's a lot. You would have killed me already.
UAV in the area.
Thank you for my fucking gun. No, that's not my gun at all. Fuck, that was the wrong loading. Don't kill me. Someone did a name off, so I don't know where. But I'm gonna go on a boat. I like boats. I like big boats.
Target down.
Hostiles
Marking the
down.
rest of them.
I don't need to lie. I will not deny about my love of big boats. And then I push the horn and it goes boom. Yeah.
Impact grenade.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a boat. If you blow the boat enough times, it'll drop like a box, and in the box will be like advanced
10
UAV
remaining.
sometimes,
Keep pushing.
all the times, and a airstrike. Some red guns, red, orange. I'm gonna go try to.
Squad's in the
Not
safe
have
zone.
temper. Is that gonna be like the new fucking metric now? Like, okay, bots don't have temper.
Got 10 squads
If they
active.
get good enough, you know.
Changing
For
mag.
this card. Skullbreaker, grab that fucking box when it drops and pop that UAV. I'm gonna go for another one.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Do the whole shit. Alright, now here's a weird one. Play Club to Death. Skullbreaker, next song. Clubbed to Death. That's the name of the song. Clubbed to Death. Popping
Get a
UAV.
hop in the sky.
Check your mini maps.
Enemy
Get these
UAV
up.
is online. Hostile UAV.
Did
in
you
the
not
area.
drop on the boat, Mr.
Enemies
Skullbreaker?
dropping into the AO. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy UAV
Reloading.
overhead.
I feel like I'm walking into a fucking club. On the boat with the
Lifestyle active. Buy
box
station
there.
prices have been reduced.
Not you. Breaker was
You
supposed
have
to be. Yeah, you
reinforcements
can.
inbound.
I would be perfectly okay with you having either the advanced UAV. Does anyone want the advanced UAV? Mike,
weapon
come pick
here.
this up.
Enemy UAV is online.
Ready to commence
TACOM
oversight.
You'll be
terminal
alright.
data feed.
There's an airstrike available. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Get ready.
Wait, did I pick up your gun?
Mark remaining operators from
Yo, the exit force got like no fucking recoil. No one called you a camper. No one called you a camper. No one called you a camper, sir. Goodbye.
Get hunting. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Yeah, I killed the dude.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Nice. That is a gamer word, sir. Please use different languages if you're gonna call them the slur for the F slur, as the lefty called them these days. Look, I'm just trying not to get fucking chat banned. F slurs. That's so strong.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
It's not for me. No, Lord Frieza, we do not use that word. For the Saiyan warriors, for the Saiyan race, we do not use that.
Your squad mate is redeploying.
Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Is that how that song goes? Oh, Doubleman's back. I think he wants his get back. Wait, I'm the fucking bounty? I hope he's Doubleman Crybaby. Because Doubleman Crybaby died at the end of that fucking series. Where the fuck is Violence Jax? Someone's on top of this. Someone's up here. You better fucking move, loser. Or you gonna go for that easy kill. Yeah, you better fucking run. Get off that fucking roof, bitch. Damn, they right there.
Any eyes in the sky?
It's an airstrike standing by.
Get your ass back in here. No more tears. Call me Ozzy Osbourne. No more tears.
Hey, authorizing UAV mission.
Enemy UAVs online.
Standing by.
Someone's dropping in on us on the far side into the gas. Don't matter. He's in the gas. He's pulling up.
Finish the job.
Is he a bot? Oh, he went in the tunnel. Okay. He's in the tunnel. He's in the tunnel.
Supply crates have been restocked.
It's a crack in the darkness. It's a crack in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. No, 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 no. Ooh, Zach fucking Wild, baby. Let it go.
Hostile airstrike incoming.
Okay, fine.
Get to the safe zone. The enemy looks back. Good work down there.
You know. Someone's got money. Someone's got fucking money. Whoever's got money better be the one buying people back.
Lit up now.
Not done yet. TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
One at the, Yep, he got us. Fuck. He knows where I'm at. Got me. Alright, this one. Okay, this is gonna be rough! Okay, he's got me with the marriage. That's fine. Who got trapped in? Tell me that you're not supposed to talk to strangers. Look in the mirror, tell me you don't think your life's in danger. I do, but I rarely fucking
Hey!
use it.
Why do you have to talk so loud? Yes. You're very loud.
Okay, I'm very loud. Okay, so. Okay. Do Do any of you guys know what a Nimrod is? Yes, a Nimrod. Nimrod was a hunter. Hunter like kill like. How'd you get annihilated like that? Anyway, so yeah, Nimrod's a good word. Basketball American. That's a good one.
Takes more than that to finish me.
Joggers. I like jogger. That's for fat people though. That's fat people in general. There's quite a few things to select from. It's a nice list. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. What's you all name? We all the people that you
Resurgence.
well, you may need.
Stay alive.
If you got the money, let me bring it to ya. We gotta do our card shit fast. Drop with me then.
Enemy soldier incoming.
You are a very sexy girl. Very hard to see. You got the money. Welcome to the I'm too early.
You have reinforcements in
My
there.
favorite Guns N' Roses. You could be mine. Welcome to the jungle. Oh wow. Cannot get it. Yeah, you guys get on that chopper, you guys do that chopper shit. Okay, that was a bomb.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Switching mag.
When you're on, never want to go down. I don't know what happened, but it don't look good. He had that card. Don't worry, I got plan B.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
TACOM downlink half HP.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh wow.
Look, cash spotted.
What it up? So
Under fire.
thanks for
How do you take this ant, asshole?
okay.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest.
This one coming up. In the jungle, baby.
Visual alert.
We're gonna die. I hope you guys can make it. I am running. You cannot stop me from running. Ooh, I got smacked kind of hard on that one.
Not done yet.
It's going to bring me down. Ooh.
Arcs remain.
alert. Oh, you have gassy roofs.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
You got that Spotify loadout.
Reloading.
Oh shit. He is sniper elite. I'm so bad.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy dropping into the AO.
I'm so sorry I didn't win this, guys. Can't really control the ball. If it gets too much for you, guys, let me know. I will turn it down.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch your side. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Move to the safe zone. You've got
Let's
gas
just do that.
moving in.
Yeah. I'll stop right now.
Enemy UAV is online.
Mission timeline expired. UAV exiting the AO.
Nine left. Keep the pressure on.
Alright, I'm not fighting them dudes. We're going for it though. Yeah, I know. I need to push forward. Are you real? Oh, he ain't. No, don't waste it. Oh, you got it already.
I'm reloading. Enemy soldiers
What's my money
incoming.
looking like?
You have reinforcements inbound. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Fire fan is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Standing by.
Authorizing UAV.
Available for that. Standing by.
Authorizing guard deployment.
Divvy up.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Yeah, awaiting targeting data.
Enemy destroyed. Surgeon's window is ending. Watch your six. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Right. Specialist parts. I love no one because we want new one. Well, no, it's like I had one.
Taking the rest of them. Some of your squad
Yeah,
is
it's over
outside
here
the
too.
safe zone. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Requesting recon overhead.
Enemy soldiers incoming.
They're dropping it behind us. Tower? Water tower?
Target
like,
Changing mags.
Marks remain in operation.
Get the eye on this guy.
Fire sales over. Adjusting price.
who died? Okay.
Hit back. No hit.
TACOM, we're flying on fuel.
Oh no, I'm gonna run my ass off. Don't thank me yet, because I'm gonna be running like Forrest fucking Gump, okay? Oh wow. Wow, no bullets.
Get me a medic.
Yep, that's what I get. That's the fuck I get. That's the fuck I get.
Takes
That's the fuck that I get!
Restock. Advise you to load up now.
That's... Click,
Squad mate
click,
is
boom.
redeployed. Well done.
Or are you coming back? You're already back, okay. One of the stereo blaze!
Top five.
God, how old am I?
5 squads still operational in the AO.
All this up for good time.
Reloading.
That was for my favorite test drive game.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe
One of
zone.
my favorite video songs too. Like Alex DJ, never left the water. Gotta get away, Alex DJ.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
Click, click, boom. You wanna try to like,
Standing by.
Hey, authorizing UAV mission.
this is like my last thing I can do.
Standing by.
Get a hop in the sky.
Pay attention to where they at. Mark them if you can.
Head for indicated location.
Okay.
The last 2. Now finish.
Yeah.
3 squads left in the war zone.
Who
Stay
gets
alert.
there? We call this the oops house surprise. So I feel like what happened was we killed all the regular people first, and all that we were left with were bots, because that sometimes happens. Shit, you guys got way more shit. Uniform Globe annihilated it. What a monster that game. 7K damage, 20 kills. Just like, oh, as soon as they got in my sights, that it just didn't even matter anymore. Tamuino, as they say. Federico. Oh, come on, Globe. You know you did great. You know you did very good last game. You did the carrying, sir. Yeah, okay. I hope it's fast.
Enemies are dropping into the
Oh,
area.
oh my lord.
Side. Ruck up. You're headed for the war zone. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
If it's too loud, guys, just let me know. Do you know this artist?
Resurgence.
Yep, that's me. That's me. That's me. That's why I always ask.
Indicated location.
It's very hard for me to get it right. It goes through like another thing and it goes through another thing. So it's like I gotta like get it right real good. Otherwise you're right. He's vibing. Oh no, it replayed. Just trying to load.
Check your map. A monster point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it for information on the next gas spread.
I hope that goes through less crazy. No. Yeah.
Squad mates MIA. We're reducing redeployment time. Loadout drop headed your way.
SDR ready for launch.
Enemy soldier incoming. Squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Your squad mate went AWOL. Resurgence timer reduced.
Kicked a lot of folks. It did. What? Oh yeah, it's just your skin cells not doing what they're supposed to do. If you do get moles and things of that sort, you do have a higher chance of melatonin, which is like a skin cancer. Most likely, they're just gonna freeze them off and tell you you're good to go for at least another 10 or 15 years, and then they're gonna tell you like, hey, just pay attention to cancer stuff. Same here. Always go to your doctor. Yep, that's. How many times you been sunburned? Really? That's like rare for people I know, anyways. Mhm. Is this still coming your raping loud? Okay, cool. Yeah, really bad. I just gotta find the right level. But yeah, so you gotta take me downstairs, chat with the moves. You mean to tell me you haven't put him out? You mean okay? So you pull out the aloe, that aloe gel, pull that on your skin, and you're like crying on the couch. Ah, it itches, it burns. Hey, it happens to a lot of dudes. Did you know black people can get sunburned too? We can get sunburned. Yeah, it's fucking rare as shit, but it does fucking happen. Like, oh, put on sunscreen. Like, oh, we're black. We don't need something. No, put on fucking sunscreen. I'm like, shit, I need to put on sunscreen sometimes. Mm-mm-mm. That's okay, okay, okay. No, no, no. This is why. This is how we evolved. Okay. So here's where people with lighter skin come from. Since most of us all come from like Neanderthal or like Denisovan or like Afrikaners, most of us got like Afrikaners, but we got like small percentage of like everything else within us. Uh, when you go further north in places where the sun is dark, you get lighter. You just so happen to get lighter. The thing that's a real mutation, a crazy mutation, blue eyes. Blue and green eyes are the mutation. Yo, those are the real mutations. Like, yo, what the fuck we need blue eyes for? There's no reason for anyone to have blue eyes ever. It's a mutation. But like going white in the snow places, normal. It's just better.
Unmutate it.
Hmm?
Unmutate it.
Mm-mm. If you have hazel eyes, it's smart mutation. Is food in the oven?
Yes.
When did you put it in?
I finished mine was in 45 minutes.
Okay, let me know what goes on. Yes. Go on, dude. Say what color eyes? Nah. That sounds racist. That sounds racist. Uh huh. Uh huh. Yes, yes. Okay, well, all right. I'm not gonna say anything against that because, like, my brain just went straight to, yeah, I see that happening. Yeah, that seems like a fucking thing. Yeah, I can imagine her being like 14 at the time to 12. Yeah, and I think about like dudes going to malls and just grabbing and running away and trying to get away with them and type stuff. Like, yeah, yeah, that's a thing. to say you hate it. It's like I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. There's no shame in the game. No shame. No shame. You get it where you get it. All men understand. All married men understand. All men in long-term relationships understand. Never be ashamed of it. The I understand that you hate to say it, but she's not here. Hold on. Let me double check and make sure I'm not streaming. Let me double check. Can you? Can you check your phone? I think you have it. Yeah, you do that.
Alexa, how long do I have to wait?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Alexa, how many
Man, I
minutes are
trust.
left on my timer?
There are no timers set. You have 5 alarms, with the first going off in 15
Yeah, okay.
minutes.
I'm pretty sure I'm playing music. I think it was my stream. Was it like, can you actually hear anything we're doing? I can't hear it, but yeah, I think it might be coming through. I don't want this. I want this dumbass song. Sorry, it's gonna be loud. It's about to. That fucking bass kicks in. Boom, 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 boom. Slow down. This is slipping through my mind. This conversation has run out of time. You know, I didn't use the notice. Did you start a game? Oh, that's me. Ironic. Oh shit, I'm party leader. When the fuck that happened? I don't want to see the game. Oops.
Hello?
It's too late.
Hey,
No
Mark, don't forget to
regrets.
stop by my house if you're going
Uh.
out in the morning. And then you can get the stuff out of your car.
No regrets.
You know the new
Me being drunk.
salad.
Slow down. I'm so bad. 6. What's that other band? All That Remains, maybe? Yes, it is All That Remains. Nope, that's not it. Have you heard this song before?
Yeah, it has gluten probably.
Okay. But have you heard this song before? Mm-hmm.
I haven't. Never thought. No, I haven't.
I see her in my dreams. I wish I wasn't
Scrubbing
dead.
on my hand.
But she still hugs me and I feel her breath on me. Still want her taste of skin. But know that it will kill me. Banana, banana, no, banana. Okay, that means it's time to start it up. We can do this too, as a duo. I'm playing DR casual, just 2 of us though. Let me know if this is too loud, dude. Yeah, they're going through the same thing, by the way. Like, oh, I'm not talking about stream. I'm just talking about like just being able to hear me. Yeah, but that's on YouTube. Good. That's oh. Damn. Oh, it's not the mic. Yeah, it's probably the mic. I just turned the other stuff
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by.
Oh, sorry, faster. Okay. So much familiar.
Enemies are moving into the area. Watch the
Play
skies.
factor. There was a band recently that like left their lead singer. It's only 5. I don't really pay attention because oh yeah, oh my loadouts. I don't really do loadouts.
Enemy dropping
Yeah, I
into
don't
the
really
AR.
do anything on this account, so. Oh no, the one I run with is
All
this one right
stations,
here.
this is Shadow 01.
I love that
Deployment
Blackness
to the war
Shroud.
zone has been authorized.
But yeah, not really any loadouts or anything. I just have a lot of fun on this account. I have a lot of fun on this account. I don't run the meta. I don't run anything. I'm just bullshit. What are we dropping? Oh shit!
Your
Really?
team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier.
Alrighty.
Be advised, gas is
Oh,
closing in.
what's else
Reach
going
the
on?
safe zone.
Contract located.
Going to the stadium.
Enemy soldier incoming. Hunt down the enemy. Mark the point on your map containing enemy intel. Capture and secure it to get ahead of the next gas spree. Good work. Hold down the point until it's secure. Capture complete. Uploading information on the next gas spree.
I presume your whole she's clothing fucking up all I do now. Hell, well, here's where we start. Whoever again, will you have this in your life? Hang on to the close. TV that often, so I don't know much about TVs. Well, shows are mostly questionable to me because I don't watch them.
Inserting additional armor.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh goodness, something like Mafia type shows. Wait, you're in a... Someone's going up?
Squad's in the safe zone.
Listen.
Gas is moving.
I see him. Got him right
Point
behind
mark.
the
Move.
screen.
Changing
Good
mag.
shit, man. With love and devotion. Oh yeah, someone's behind you.
Entry indicated location.
Yeah. That's good. You should play up. Right. Telling her now. Hey. Okay, fine. I'll take care of this. Yeah, that sounds.
Switching mag.
Inserting armor.
Oh, you got the APR out. No. I'm mid close range, dude. Not yet. You get over there. Die. I know.
Inserting it.
Just out here. I can shoot for something. Oh, dog!
Switching need a medic. No rest for the wicked.
No. Oh, okay, whatever. Is it gonna explode?
Thanks. Inserting additional armor. Reloading.
Alright. That was weird.
Inserting armor.
Whoa. What's there? What do we need?
Seeker on buy station.
What do we need?
Marking cash. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
No.
Enemy UAV is online. Loadout drop headed your way. Reloading.
Gets rid of the pain. Alexa, stop.
Gas is
Changing mags.
Here in a fiery blaze.
Inserting additional armor.
Priority target.
Alexa, stop. Trade. That means pull back to where I'm at. Alright, I'm gonna eat something. Watch my back, please.
Switching mags.
Oh, for shit, it's good. I'm having What are your thoughts on bun? Chicken? If you say so.
Well, made it to the safe zone. Gas is closing
No
in.
complaints about the green beans. It's just that I don't feel like what I did with the chicken was enough. Yeah, it's a little bit on the spicy side, but it was like not good. Or you like having hope for the turkey?
Yeah.
Mike, have you ever played True Crime Streets of LA? Can you hear me? Okay, have you ever played True Crime Streets of LA? How do you open this song for it? True Crime Streets of LA. Goes a little something like this. True crimes. You're very visible, sir. Mm-hmm. Like 30 seconds. I turned around. I'm looking at you. Run with the bush. Don't bring it in here. Meet outside. I'll be out there in a minute. Are you playing a song I actually played?
Hostile UAV in the area.
We'll run up on it. Was this from McCann Honey? Okay. Just asking.
zone. Relocating. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. Enemy dropping into the AO.
We'll drop that on you.
Under fire! Switching mags!
Dead. That's weird.
Switching mags. Inserting additional armor.
Get to the safe zone.
Okay.
Gas is inbound.
Enemy grenade! Dropped another. That's 20. Inserting armor.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
I got
So they are?
additional armor.
Okay. Real dudes, real dudes. Maybe.
Marking the enemy. Someone else is heading. Reloading. Five kills.
Oh, joy.
I'll come along.
Fucking good. Oh wow. Yeah, someone had their fucking
Switching mags.
Okay,
I'll join.
Look
I'll
at
come
fucking
along.
thermal on. Okay. Somewhere safe. Safe here?
Switching mags.
It's not exploding, is it? Oh, I already ate.
Gas is closing in. Relocating safe zone. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. got gas moving in.
Under fire!
Authorizing napalm strike.
Enemy soldier incoming.
You are indeed on fire.
Sales done. Prices are back to normal. The squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
That's fine.
Your squad mate won the fight. They're redeploying now.
Can't find this song.
Enemy advanced
Those
UAV
good
is
Lord,
active.
they shoot them, they smile, or faithful to tree. I can't find it though.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Gulag's closed until further notice.
Inserting
You've got a
additional
loadout
armor.
drop inbound. Vulnerable buy station detected. Proceed to the buy station before time runs out to receive a discounted item.
What's in the ground?
You've made it to the top 10. Head to the safe zone.
I am nowhere
Gas is
near
closing
yet.
in.
Oh, the door closed? The fuck is like, yeah, damn it.
Ready to redeploy.
I'm gonna go, oh.
Your squad is belly up. Get this done on your
Let's
own.
finish this.
You're in the top 5. Bring home the win. Enemies are dropping into the area.
I
Watch
can help
the
you.
skies.
That's why I
Gas is closing
Bloody
in.
nasty.
Get to the new safe zone. Good work, team. Keep the enemy alive.
I'm very quick. I will buy a back. Someone's coming, someone's coming. Make sure you're like loaded up. They're like, oh, I got an idea, because it's someone, they're doing their best. Someone just got blown back. I would have waited. Okay.
You're losing
Yeah.
ground. Moving.
Good. You took the high ground. That's pretty cool.
Your squad is getting you out of this. Stand by. Step up.
Down to me.
You cannot say sorry to the AI bot.
Still standing.
No way I got
Next time
20.
we'll take
Oh,
that
wow.
ring.
You were like murdering the whole game. What the
Head
hell?
up and return to base to debrief.
The
You're in the
savagery.
top 3. Don't let up.
That's the song I was looking for. This is the song I was looking for. Oh shit, he won. You're part of it. I gotta take a piss. I gotta take a piss.
My head hurts. Should I take out some butter?
What?
Should I take out some butter?
I don't know if you did anything like that.
No, I said should I?
You want me to take some out?
Yeah.
How many sticks?
A whole box?
Okay.
At least for the turkey, you know what I mean?
I'll take ammo rocks, buddy.
Use this time for some target practice. The real thing's coming soon.
Incoming shot!
Closing in fast. Double time into the safe zone.
always did. Kick for inactivity.
We don't have to worry about the other things getting. We have to worry about our big ass dog getting.
Well, who would you want it to go to be safe?
I don't know, in the fridge? I don't know.
Oh wow, you just changed it around that time. You didn't even get that.
Well, that's what she was trying to do downstairs. So I went to go give my pen.
What'd you do?
Walked out of the kitchen.
I was trying to go in the kitchen. So we close tomorrow. Not a little bit cold. Cold.
or by a militant youth group obsessed with enforcing Maoism, the Red Guards.
It's one thing to rage bait for views, but Jack Dougherty has done much worse and has gone unpunished. From allegedly getting teenage girls into doing OF to allegedly abusing his girlfriend, Jack only cares about one thing: his content, regardless of how many people he has to throw under the bus, or the golf cart, or the $300,000 McLaren. No! If you're lucky enough to be completely outside of the online clout sphere and not really know who he is, Jack Dougherty has been a prominent figure since he was just 12 years old, starting out his career innocently enough by doing bottle flips in 2016, which got him 30 million views. Now, if that sounds like an unreasonable amount of online fame for a kid as young as Jack, then you are absolutely right, because time proved that he wasn't really able to handle it in a healthy way.
Listen, now he's famous, now I deal with freaking bullies.
Eventually, his content progressed to light pranks involving other prominent creators, like, for example, showing up uninvited to the FaZe house.
I want them to come out so freaking badly.
Obviously, it's not okay to show up unannounced to someone else's private property. As history has shown, there can be a lot of negative consequences of that. But what's really bad about this is it's not like Jack lived next door and just walked right over. Instead, his mom actually drove him to the FaZe house, fully knowing that what they were doing was really strange. This gives you an inkling as to why Jack grew to be so shameless and degenerate. He was heavily enabled by his parents, but when the guys in the FaZe house refused to engage with his little prank, Jack moved on to going after the Paul brothers.
Logan!
It was at that time period when the Ball brothers, but mostly and primarily Jake, were becoming self-aware of how hated they were and were starting to play into it on purpose, with a lot of success.
I wouldn't crawl up there.
While both of the basketball brothers eventually just stepped aside from that kind of stuff for a variety of reasons, Jack decided to go in that same direction, starting small, with things like being obnoxious at random stores until he got kicked out, and then slowly graduating to harassing innocent employees and then falsely accusing them of beating him.
I was just assaulted by a Walmart worker.
Unfortunately, despite how egregious his behavior was, his parents allowed him to keep doing it. And not only was he getting millions of views, but if his word is to be trusted, he was making $40,000 a month as a kid. At just 15 years old, he bought a house, and as he was being rewarded for pulling these stunts, he doubled down, going as far as to get arrested for content. It is worth noting that all he was arrested for was pretending to be drunk and annoying police officers, but still, to do it on purpose for the sake of content signals a very unhealthy mentality, especially with how young he was. His parents acted concerned, but really, they just didn't want their son to stop raking in the ad revenue, even if it meant he was almost failing high school due to how much time he devoted to his online career, which eventually got him expelled.
Please make sure you are subscribed with post notifications on and set to all, because you're about to see a lot more of me after what happened.
At this point, Jack had completely embraced his format of just being an unlikable, professional public nuisance, rage baiting people by the millions. During his appearance on Dr. Phil, he expressed that he had the intention of stopping all of this stuff once he turned 18, because, as he puts it, his more legally questionable antics could land him in jail if he wasn't so clearly some stupid kid. This plan was going pretty well, and due to all the money coming in, he would have been able to completely retire carefree by the time he became an adult.
So fun fact, this was actually a strategy that was so good in Generation 3 OU in Smogon singles that they banned it, but in our Nuzlocke, we're going to use it. So, its moveset is Extreme Speed, Fire Blast, Roar, and Rest. Very notably, Extreme Speed and Fire Blast are both moves that are extremely easy to resist and have very low PP. So we can look for a PP stall angle here. So it's going to use Extreme Speed on Kingdra and Fire Blast on Banette. So that's one E-Speed, one Fire Blast, and that's the final E-Speed, and that's the final Fire Blast. And now because Arcanine is PP stalled, we're free to set up on it. But you might have noticed a problem at the start, which is that Arcanine has Roar, which would ruin our setup strats, right? Well, Mr. Mime has the ability Soundproof, which actually blocks Roar. Just like that. Now we can set up as many calm mines as we want. Just set up all the 6 calm mines that we need. We baton pass and sweep. So fun fact, this was actually a strategy that was so good in Generation 3 OU in Smogon singles that they banned it. But in our Nuzlocke, we're going to use it. So
of Somalians come from attack just steps away from the White House. They'd been deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and
You're watching Throttle House. I'm Thomas, and James isn't here. He's hanging out with family in England, so I thought I would spend a little bit of time with an old friend, the Lexus.
There seems to be an unspoken rule in nature, where life in the ocean and seas must always be far scarier than life on land. This is largely seen today, and is also seen throughout history. This was the Lopingian. This name most likely means nothing to you, but it represents the last epoch of the Permian period, and played out between 259 and 251.9 million years ago, which means that it bordered the Triassic period, and led to people nicknaming it the Late Permian. This was one of those periods in history where Earth was unrecognizable in nearly every sense, including when it came to time itself, as during those days, the moon had a closer orbit with Earth, causing the days to be shorter than they are currently, at around 22 hours. To add on to the confusion, geography was nothing like it is today either, since most of Earth's landmass was tied up into the supercontinent Pangaea, leading to Africa, the Americas, Antarctica, India, Australia, and parts of Europe all being connected. Only to the east could you find decently sized landmasses that were free of Pangaea's clutches, with the largest quote-unquote island consisting of present-day Siberia, Kazakhstan, and North China, while to the south you would have swam into another island composed of South China and various regions of Southeast Asia. Additionally, Turkey, Iran, and Tibet were also islands at this point, being surrounded by the Tethys Ocean on one side and the Paleotethys on the other. Combined, these two bodies of water were undeniably large, but they were still nothing compared to the superocean that lay just west of Pangaea, Panthalassa. This prehistoric ocean was unlike anything before it or after it, and it occupied well over 60% of the Earth's surface, outsizing the current Pacific Ocean by 2 times. Just imagining an ocean that is double the size of the Pacific is nerve-wracking, and probably meant that you should have avoided it like the plague. But, despite its grand size, Panthalassa, and the other oceans for that matter, were all actually fairly tame when it came to what was in them. There were of course sharks, who had evolved 200 million years earlier, and if you're something of a Permian enthusiast, then you might be picturing the Helicoprion, an 8-meter or 26-foot long shark that has become something of the poster child for the Permian marine megafauna. and possessed one of the strangest and most unsettling mouths of all time, that consisted of a cluster of large teeth on the bottom jaw, which were arranged into whorls. Yet, while this giant shark was indeed from the Permian, it had already died out by the Lopingian, leaving the oceans rather empty of giant life. That being said, there were still relatives of this shark swimming about, though none that got that big, as the biggest, Helicampidas, was only 2 meters or 6.5 feet long, similar to the length of a leopard shark, so definitely not an immense threat, especially since its teeth were designed for soft animals like squids, not bony food. Meanwhile, other sharks, like the sphenacanthids and hybodonts, while diverse, were even smaller, typically growing no more than 1 meter or 3.3 feet. The eurypterids, or sea scorpions, a group of now extinct arthropods, were also present, but were not doing so well, because while they used to be highly diverse and giant during the Devonian period, they were now on the brink of extinction, having never fully recovered from the Devonian extinction event, with only 2 genera being known from this point, and neither were large nor apex predators. And for the most part, pretty much every marine group wasn't doing well, partly due to the Capetanian mass extinction event that had taken place 2 million years prior. It's a relatively obscure event, but it was actually more deadly than both the KT extinction and the Triassic-Jurassic extinction. Its effects had been bad everywhere, yet marine life got the brunt of it. And thus, during the Lopingian, you could see some trilobites, ammonoids, and cephalopods lurking about, but not in any great numbers or size. And things would only get worse for marine life, but we'll get to that later. At this moment, the waters of the late Permian should sound quite boring, but this is a key fact to take solace in, as on land you would have gotten no breaks. Like in the water, the Capetanian extinction had brought devastation to terrestrial life. However, life on land recovered more swiftly, and was actually made arguably more dangerous than before, since the extinction took out the old rulers of the earth, the Dinocephalians, and therefore leaving the door open for new rulers to arise. The Dinocephalians was a group that consisted of large-bodied therapsids, who were extremely diverse and plentiful throughout most of the early and mid-Permian. Yet despite their success, they failed to make it to the late Permian. This absence allowed multiple groups to get ahead, but there was one group in particular who benefited the most, unfortunately for others, and that was the Gorgonopsids. These prehistoric animals were first discovered by paleontologists all the way back in 1876, and their remains were so horrifying that the researchers decided that the Gorgons from Greek mythology were the perfect monsters to name them after. While diverse, Gorgonopsids still generally shared the same characteristics, which included deep-set teeth, parasagittal gaits, long narrow skulls, and razor-sharp elongated incisors and canines, making them among the first saber-toothed predators to evolve. This presence of saber teeth made them look a bit like saber-toothed cats, such as the Smilodon, and their bodies were superficially similar too. But these killers were neither cat nor feline. They weren't even mammals, as a matter of fact. Instead, they appear to have been therapsids, like the Dinocephalians before them, who were more closely related to mammals than reptiles, but still were not mammals. And like the Dinocephalians, Gorgonopsids had been around during a good chunk of the Permian, first appearing 265 million years ago, during the Middle Stage. In those times, these saber-toothed predators were very small, being no larger than a person's foot, making them one of the smaller creatures of that time, and forcing them to hunt small therapsids and reptiles. However, as time passed and each new genus evolved, they got bigger and bigger, a trend that exploded during the late Permian after the eradication of the Dinocephalians, which ultimately led to the emergence of the largest Gorgonopsid of all time, Inostransevia. This predator wasn't just the biggest of its kind, but also the largest terrestrial predator from the late Permian, with exceptional remains suggesting that adults could have been over 11 feet or 3.5 meters long, while weighing over 1,000 pounds or 453 kilos, equivalent to the size of a large bear, though on average, individuals are more comparable to tigers. In addition to being much larger than most Gorgonopsids, the Inostransevia was also built different, as it possessed extremely sturdy long limbs, which made it both durable and surprisingly fast, allowing it to outpace a myriad of medium to large-bodied herbivores, which once caught were in for an absolutely terrible time, as the Inostransevia possessed elongated post-canines and supersized upper canines that were 15 centimeters or 6 inches long, making them among the largest teeth seen in non-mammalian therapsids. In addition to being lengthy, the weapons were curved and finely serrated, allowing them to easily slice through flesh, incurring massive blood loss and causing catastrophic damage to vital organs. But despite clearly being lethal, it's not 100% sure how the Inostransevia hunted, with the two schools of thought being that it either used tactics similar to what is seen in Smilodons, i.e. taking out the necks, or it would do something similar to a bite and run, letting accumulated blood loss and shock take a toll over time. Regardless, neither are fun ways to go, so you definitely do not want to run into this apex predator, which was also a very hard challenge for animals back then, as Inostransevia achieved a widespread range that included now parts of Africa, Asia, and European Russia. This saber-tooth also appears to have been very adaptive, as it routinely popped up in a multitude of very different biomes, such as warm floodplains in South Africa, or cold arid deserts in Russia, where relief was only found in the occasional shallow lake and thin forests, which consisted of Peltis burmasian, the dominant flora of the late Permian. It's because it lived in these cold deserts that some paleontologists think that it may have had fur as well, yet this idea is still unconfirmed. Now, having one giant gorgonopsid prowling both hemispheres of the Earth would have been bad enough, but the late Permian was home to many more than just the Inostransevia, with dozens of other species of gorgonopsids being known of, many of which lived in the European part of Russia as well, including the smaller Pravoslavlevia and the medium-sized Suchogorgon, resulting in gorgonopsids having a complete dominance over many ecosystems where herbivores, no matter their size, had a gorgonopsid as their main predator, and also making Permian Russia one of the last places you'd want to visit. Although, it was actually much worse down in South Africa, where a whole subfamily of giant gorgonopsids had independently evolved alongside the Inostransevia, and they were the Rubiginae. While the Inostransevia was the largest single gorgonopsid of all time, the Rubiginae were on average the largest family, and were distinguished by robust skulls, the lack of a parasphenoid bone, frequent tooth replacement, and the possession of deeply serrated teeth that were likely even better for cutting than those of the Inostransevia. They were fairly stocky too, with some coming very close in size to the Inostransevia, as demonstrated by Rubigia atrox, a species of gorgonopsid who resided within what is today South Africa and Tanzania, where it sometimes grew to be 10 feet or 3 meters long. This body size alone made it an apex predator, but what was really impressive and menacing was its skull, as it took up over 15% of an individual's total body length. And not to mention that recovered skulls were also extremely thick and had signs of skull bossing, which are bony protuberances that indicate that this predator was made to bite and grapple with powerful large prey. Yet coincidentally, like the Smilodon 250 million years after it, the Rubigia did not have a very strong bite, with reconstructions indicating a bite force of around 715 newtons, only 20% more powerful than the bite of a wolf, which really just shows how well designed its teeth were for piercing effortlessly through flesh and tough hide. Like the Inostransevia, the Rubigia would have been able to alter entire ecosystems by its lonesome. Yet sadly for all, it was almost never alone, as indirect evidence suggests that it routinely coexisted with other members of its subfamily, that consisted of 9 genera, all ranging in size from medium to large. And if this wasn't bad enough, it's now thought that it coexisted with Inostransevia too, since both had a presence in late Permian South Africa. Given their similar size and fairly similar builds, the two most likely shared the same predatorial niche, likely leading to frequent conflict. And that all goes to say that this truly was the planet of the gorgonopsids, and their dominating presence on land made water a definite safer choice. But just to really prove the point, I should also mention that the late Permian was home to many other predators too, that were nightmarish within their own right, with the most notable examples being the Therocephalians. In an emerging trend, this clade was once again Theropsids and originated during the Middle Permian, although unlike the gorgonopsids, they had not achieved such large sizes in this time. Although they were equally widespread, and actually more diverse, with species being found across Russia, Antarctica, Africa, and China. A small handful were even herbivores, but the vast majority were predators, who actually could have been confused for gorgonopsids to the untrained eye, as they too had relatively large skulls and similar body plans. But there were key differences, with Therocephalians tending to have broader, deep skulls, smaller, straight teeth, shorter bodies, and more compacted builds. And as mentioned, they were more diverse, resulting in many developing hunting techniques not seen in gorgonopsids. And there were even a chance that a couple, namely the dog-sized Ichibengops and Eucymberzia, were venomous, which, if accurate, would make them the first tetrapods to have evolved venom. You also had ones that are often interpreted as being semi-aquatic creatures, like the Ichthyodoseuchids, while others were fully terrestrial, hunting large animals using unusual saber teeth, as showcased by the Skylacosaurids. But of all the Therocephalians, the one who stood out the most was the Mascarinus, a jaguar-sized predator with a lion-sized head that was equipped with numerous very sharp conical teeth. Its disproportionately large head suggested a fairly strong bite, and paleontologists think that it hunted prey by pinning them down with its powerful forelimbs, before dealing out damage with its razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws. And to further its legacy, fossil records show that Mascarinus was among the most abundant Therocephalian during the late Permian, and one of the only non-gorgonopsids to have achieved apex predator status, perhaps even replacing gorgonopsids in certain environments. But interestingly enough, while not as successful as Mascarinus, there were bigger Therocephalians, including the Megawhitsia, a 3-meter or 9-foot long distant relative of the Mascarinus, who prowled European Russia during the first half of the Lopingian. To date, it is the largest known Therocephalian, and based on coprolites, aka fossilized feces, we know that it likely fed upon large dicynodonts, which it might have killed by using venom. Specifically, some studies on its skull seems to suggest that in life it had a venom gland, and possibly multiple venom ducts, that would have delivered fatal amounts into prey while biting them. However, because remains from its prey tend to be in poor condition, this claim is not fully accepted by the paleontology community. By this point, the late Permian should come across as a hectic place, with Therocephalians and gorgonopsids running about. But even they were not the entire iceberg, since there were still a bunch of other carnivores, all very distinct and unusual in appearance. For starters, you had the superficially croc-like Proterosuchids, who were slender but could still be rather large, and were equipped with giant needle-like teeth. Unlike the previously mentioned carnivores, this group were reptiles, and were either terrestrial or semi-aquatic hunters who were found on every continent besides Antarctica and North America. Then there was the Croniosuchia, who were again superficially croc-like, but had extensive armor along their backs as well, perhaps to help protect against attacks from large therapsids. Members of this group could be quite different, and were sometimes fully terrestrial, and other times semi-aquatic. And while they were usually no larger than a monitor lizard, some genera, like the Uralurpton, could get quite sizable, specifically in European Russia, where specimens grew to be the same size as female American alligators. Amphibians, or rather primitive amphibians, were also present and thriving on Pangaea, and were honestly the biggest reason why an animal should be wary around fresh water, as many evolved to be specialized ambush hunters that opportunistically fed on anything they could catch in the water, or anything that ventured too close to the water's edge. Of the numerous families that existed, arguably the most lethal to human-sized prey were the Rhynsuchidae, a family of tetrapods from which living amphibians likely descended from. Each species had 4 limbs, a fairly long tail, and body shapes akin to that of giant salamanders or crocodilians. The largest member you could find in a body of fresh water was the Uranocentrodon, a 13-foot or 4-meter behemoth that resided in South Africa, along with our friends the Gorgonopsids and Therocephalians. Talk about a bad place to live. And then in European Russia, that also had its fair share of terrestrial hunters, there were the Archagosauridae, to make up for the missing Uranocentrodon. This was yet another tetrapodal family, but they were more slender and narrow than the Rhynsuchids, but could still get pretty big, with certain genera, like the Melosaurus, reaching 10 feet or 3 meters from head to tail. With so much going on, it's hard to believe that herbivores even managed to survive, but they sure did, and across large swathes of Pangaea, you would have stumbled into an array of dicynodonts, cynodonts, captorhinids, and parareptiles. Compared to the carnivores, herbivores were actually more diverse, and had developed many tools to survive. One of the more famous herbivores was the Lystrosaurus, a badger to pig-sized dicynodont that was one of the most abundant animals around. It had a rather odd build, but it was not to be underestimated, as it sported powerful forelimbs and tusks that it may have used to dig deep burrows that granted much-needed protection. And interestingly enough, the art of digging seems to have been relatively common, as totally separate groups, like the Cystophalids, also learned to burrow, using their broad skulls to displace large amounts of dirt. Then on the opposite side of the spectrum, you had the Parasaurs that took a different route and became armored tanks, kind of similar to ankylosaurs, minus the clubbed tails. Specifically, species in this clade often had large bony scutes that were set into their skin, and had highly ossified dense heavy bones that provided additional protection. They were also among the largest, if not the largest, late Permian animals to have lived, with the most famous member, Scutosaurus, having weighed over 1.2 tons and being similar in length to large gorgonopsids. At this weight and given its frame, Scutosaurus was a slow-moving animal that relied on its armor to survive. And in its case, its defensive capabilities were further boosted by spikes that adorned its skull, and muscles that were so dense that they were basically impenetrable. This specific genus was only found within European Russia, but as a family, the Parasaurs had a global distribution. Additional herbivorous groups worth mentioning include the Kingoridae, Emidopidae, Bidentalia, and Divinidae. As wild as the late Permian was, it did have one silver lining, which was that you didn't really have to worry about looking up. Unlike the Mesozoic, which was home to giant pterosaurs capable of eating literal dinosaurs, the Permian did not really have any dangerous giants patrolling the sky. There were the griffin flies and Paleodictyoptera, which could have given you quite the scare, but they were harmless to large animals, and weren't very abundant nor diverse, thanks to the Carboniferous rainforest collapse. Of all the things flying around, the largest animals were probably the Vigeltosauridae, a family of gliding reptiles that grew no larger than a big bat. And while having one in your hair would suck, these guys were only dangerous to insects, and spent most of their days on solid ground, or rather in the trees, as their morphology was highly developed for arboreal movement. To make up, though, for the lackluster skies, the late Permian had one more trick up its sleeve, so to speak, and that was Mother Nature itself. If you've been following along, you may have noticed that life seemed to be mostly concentrated in a handful of places, mainly European Russia and Africa. This was because large chunks of land were borderline uninhabitable, with estimates suggesting an average temperature of 35 Celsius or 95 degrees Fahrenheit, making it twice as hot as the present. This oppressive heat contributed to severe aridity that plagued the supercontinent, and resulted in absolutely massive deserts near the equator where life was fairly devoid. To make matters worse, to the north you had the Central Pangaean Mountains, an extensive mountain range that spanned across the entire horizontal length of the continent, and creating areas that were prone to severe droughts. To put this into perspective, if such conditions popped up in the present, life would take a serious downturn. And the crazy part is that this nightmarish climate was rather tame for the late Permian, because if you stick around long enough, until approximately 252 million years ago, you would have witnessed the Earth turn into an apocalyptic wasteland, thanks to the late Permian extinction, otherwise known as the Great Dying, which is a fitting name considering it was Earth's worst extinction event of all time. It is commonly believed that this doomsday event started from the eruption of the Siberian Traps, or rather was caused by the eruptions that created the Siberian Traps, a large region of volcanic rock in Siberia that's about the same size as Western Europe. These eruptions are unlike anything ever seen by humanity, and decimated the entire planet, causing lava flows a kilometer or 0.6 miles thick, and spewing out enough carbon dioxide and sulfur to heat up the surface even more. In some places, it's thought that the average temperature year-round would have risen to be the same as the average temperature of Death Valley during its hottest month. And if you somehow had supernatural heat resistance, you still likely die from choking on the constant spewing of different gases that led to a drastic drop in oxygen, leading to numerous hypoxia events. And just in case you needed any more evidence that this time was seriously messed up, then also know that some studies report that these volcanic eruptions caused significant damage to the ozone layer, which may have increased ultraviolet radiation by over 5,000% in some parts. Debates linger on how long these effects lasted, but we do know that by the end of them, the Earth was a very different place, with 57% of all biological families and 83% of genera having gone extinct. For comparison, while more abrupt, the KT extinction, which killed the dinosaurs, only killed off about 17% of biological families. And despite how bad things got on land, life in the water actually suffered even more, due to increased water temperatures and acidification. But if you took a dip, you wouldn't have burnt to a crisp, and you may have actually enjoyed it, considering the sea temperatures during this event were likely that of a jacuzzi, giving you just one more reason why you'd rather be in the water during this time than on land. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
So you've become the Elden Lord, but before you it was Radigan, and before him it was Godfrey, who items call the first Elden Lord. And yet even before Godfrey there was another, Placidusax, and ancient dragon who ruled as Elden Lord in the prehistoric age before the Erd Tree. It's him and his kin that you're going to be learning about in this video. But to quickly summarize, first there were the ancient dragons who had these stone scales that could twist time, making them essentially immortal. And yet some ancient dragons can be found dead, buried in the rocks of Faram Azula, which twists and crumbles in an eternal storm. On the ground, their descendants roam the lands between without the stone scales of their ancestors, and instead of stone scales, they've inherited aspects of their environments. The ice dragons roam the icy mountaintops. The glintstone dragons feasted on sorcerers. One's hatred was so strong that he even endured the scarlet rot in Caelid. And it's here in Caelid that Grail, mother of all the mortal dragons, lies dying. There's a lot to talk about. This is the story of Elden Ring's dragons. Many item descriptions note that the age of the ancient dragons was prehistoric, and I think that's an important word because it might explain why Godfrey's recorded title is the first Elden Lord, even though he's not. Placidusax is. The word prehistoric denotes a period of time before written history, and while there are spoken legends from this time, I think what they're trying to get across is that the Elden Lord before Godfrey wouldn't be well known. This was before the age of the Erd Tree after all, and the Erd Tree would eventually come to be considered perfect and eternal. So the idea that there might have even been an Elden Lord that came before could have been considered irrelevant at best and sacrilegious, I think, at worst. But what really is an Elden Lord, and why was Placidusax considered one? I feel like the role of Elden Lord can be roughly narrowed down to three things. You are made eligible by A, your strength, B, your validity as a consort, and or C, your willingness to bring about a new age or order. Specifically, the Elden Lord is tasked with bringing about the Greater Will's order, one built around the Elden Ring that it sent here long ago, hence the name Elden Lord. Sounds simple, but then remember, the nature of the Greater Will's order can vary wildly, as is shown by all who come to champion it over the ages. The Greater Will's order is malleable enough that it can even accept a number of endings that our Tarnished brings about, where the Elden Ring is mended by runes that will dramatically redefine the world. So it is that our role as a Tarnished is actually pretty unique, as our primary goal now is to reunite the broken shards of the Elden Ring. With Marika, the god that is the vessel of the Elden Ring, locked away inside the Erd Tree, it's not up to her to will a new age into being, it's up to us, and we have to gather the great runes to do this. So it is that in most endings, you ascend the throne as Elden Lord alone, without a god or living consort by your side. Instead, your crumbling god is a vessel for your Elden Ring, and not much more. But previously, it seems an Elden Lord was chosen by their god, chosen for their strength, chosen to sire a lineage, chosen for their usefulness to their god's order. So it was that Hoaraloo was chosen to be the Elden Lord as the Age of the Erd Tree began. He defeated Marika's enemies, he sired the Golden Lineage, and then was discarded in favor of Radagon, an Elden Lord who betrayed Marika's enemies and sired more demigod children with her before being shattered alongside his god. And since we don't actually know much about Placidusax's god, we rely on Hoaraloo and Radagon and Marika as well to teach us the things that we should assume would have been traditionally true about her. So it is that Placidusax's god likely chose him as Elden Lord because Placidusax was powerful, politically expedient, loyal, and or perhaps a valid consort. And speaking of Elden Lords being consorts, it's certainly possible that Placidusax consorted with his god, but I don't think that means that all or any of the ancient dragons would have been the result of that union. In fact, as noted by Zuli the Witch, the heads of Placidusax are different and are labeled as male and female respectively, so who's to say Placidusax didn't spawn their own ancient dragons? Whatever the case, the ancient dragons were exceptionally loyal to their lord, and multiple item descriptions state that the ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. This is why the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections, and indeed we commonly see dragons on shields and on damage reduction talismans. But even without his kin laying down their lives to protect him, Placidusax is intensely powerful in their own right. In fact, I'd say that Placidusax was likely chosen as Elden Lord for their strength in battle. And the physical evidence of battle is all there. Their form is severely scarred, and even his heads have been severed in unknown fights. I think it's fair to speculate that Placidusax put their life on the line for their god, just as Elden Lords would do for their gods in years to come, and just as his ancient dragons did for him. But what exactly is an ancient dragon? To help us distinguish between all of the dragons in the game, it's important to note that not all dragons in Elden Ring are of the ancient variety. Most are actually lesser wyverns like these. Though they're all descended from the same stock, ancient dragons specifically are characterized by their mastery of red lightning, as well as their 4 wings, 4 limbs, and stone scales. These stone scales are perhaps their most defining characteristic. You would have found these stone scales in your playthrough. They would have been looted as gravel stones, which are said to be the scales of the ancient dragons. These gravel stones can be used to craft dragon wound grease, a weapon buff that increases the damage you deal to dragons. It reads, "When the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm." Talk about insult to injury. So just like in Dark Souls, it's these stone scales that gave the ancient dragons their signature immortality. And as further evidence for that fact, consider the Dragon King's Cragblade, which reveals that today's dual-winged, 2-legged dragons are considered paltry and mortal, again confirming that the ancient dragons were immortal by way of comparison. But why are they immortal? Well, the mechanism behind this immortality is revealed by the ancient dragon smithing stone's description, which marks it as a golden gravel stone and a scale of the ancient dragon lord. Most importantly though, it reads, "This stone lightly twists time." Therefore, it's Placidusax's very scales, and likely also those of his kin, that have time-twisting properties, explaining the ancient dragon's longevity. It seems they're immune to the effects of time. This also explains why Placidusax's Old Lord's talisman messes with time, lengthening the duration of sorceries and incantations in the hands of the tarnished. Most interesting though is that the smithing stone goes on to state that it allows for the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Presumably this is because of the scale's time-twisting abilities, which I theorize might help to sort of undo the god that gets smacked with this from existing in the first place. Maybe time undoes them in that way, or perhaps it speeds up their eventual irrelevancy over time. It's really fitting that a god would be weak to time and nothing else, really. Now, scales twisting time is one thing, but all of Farum Azula seems to exist outside of time to some extent. There is no day and night cycle here, for example, and this time-twisting effect is particularly strong in Placidusax's arena, which you access by lying down at the very edge of his storm. In a way, you kind of become a part of the environment here in this moment, as the space you're lying in is actually a shallow grave meant for entombment. It's just missing a skeleton, whereas the other graves have them. And now that you're part of Farum Azula itself, time stops, then actually begins to bring you backwards in time, with the repairing ruins to Placidusax's Forum, where the Dragon Lord once dwelled eternally beyond time. So, time is extremely convoluted in Placidusax's arena. And I say this because it's here, in the heart of the storm beyond time, that you're able to use an item called Miquella's Needle, which is one of the unalloyed gold needles that Miquella crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. Now, currently, this needle is only a temporary solution. It only wards off the outer god's influence. It doesn't cure one of it, as Melania is evidence of. Indeed, the final silver version of the needle reveals that the needle is still, as yet, unfinished, and can only be used in the heart of the storm beyond time said to be found in Farum Azula. It's here alone that the needle does finally function fully, removing the entire influence of the outer god in your body. Miquella originally intended to use this needle to repel the outer god of rot within his sister, but here, if you're locked into the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, you can use the needle to cheat fate and undo the frenzy god's influence instead. This reveals that the final missing component of the needle is time. It just needs this final time-twisting effect to be complete. So, as with the smithing stones we just mentioned, perhaps you are inserting the needle at a point before the outer god's influence existed upon you, or perhaps the gods are simply, again, weak to time's effects. I wonder if Miquella knew this. I wonder if he knew that time twisting was what was needed to complete the needle. And I wonder if he even realized that this is a place you could come to do that. Anyway, the one weird thing about Miquella's needle is that you can use it in Placidusax's arena even though he's dead, raising the question, hang on, if it's Placidusax's scales that twist time, why is it time is being twisted here in a location even without him and his scales present? Now, I do have a theory that might reconcile this issue. Remember how I brought up that time only starts moving backwards when you lie down in a burial space and become a part of the environment? Well, my theory is that what if it's the landmass of Farum Azula itself that also twists time? I think it might be able to do this because the landmass literally has ancient dragons and their time-twisting scales entombed within it. The official art book reveals a ton of these ancient dragons, and indeed, ancient dragons can be found within Farum Azula's geological stratum. I asked data miner Zuli the Witch to take a closer look at these assets, and she discovered that there are 2 variants of these entombed dragons that show up here, 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 and here. So 4 dragons in total that we can see, at least. At first I thought that these might represent Placidusax's missing heads, but the intact variant of the model displays 4 wings and 4 legs, meaning these were entire ancient dragons. That said, they don't look entirely like ancient dragons. In fact, their heads are actually the same as Placidusax's, albeit rendered in a lower level of detail. So, personally, given the information I have, I believe that this suggests that these entombed dragons might be Placidusax's offspring, or kin, perhaps even an older generation of ancient dragon, entombed in a previous geological stratum of Farum Azula's ancient history. So it is that I think you can argue that the landmass of Farum Azula itself can twist time. But additionally, or alternatively, Farum Azula's storm itself might represent this time twisting. Miquella's needle does say that it can only be used in the heart of the storm in Farum Azula, so perhaps Placidusax's golden scales sort of twisted a storm into being, and maybe that storm twists time irrespective of whether Placidusax is alive or not. Also, I really like the idea that twisting storms are a visual representation of the scales that twist time, because the scales do specifically use the word twist in regards to time, so the storm and these twisting hurricanes are so perfect visually for that. But as we move into the next chapter, I want to point out one more interesting thing about these golden scales, and it's that, according to their item descriptions, they're only made into stones after being polished. And thanks to their older item description text in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, we know exactly who it was that polished these stones in the first place. They were refined by sentient beasts that regarded them as holy relics. So it is that we arrive at the Beastmen of Farum Azula, who were the ancient dragon's clergymen, worshippers, and lessers. There are a few types of beastmen in Farum Azula, but most wield their signature curved sword, a weapon that is forged from dull iron, but is so well designed that despite its weight, it's comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. This skill in smithing seems to extend to their thrown weapons as well, which boomerang through the air towards you like nothing else in the lands between. As the Beastman Cleaver itself states, it's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. As you start to progress towards the latter half of Farum Azula, you'll start to be assailed by red lightning, wielded by the Beastman clergy. Some warriors even carry weapons blessed with its effects. This is significant because red lightning is explicitly called the weapon wielded by the ancient dragons. Lightning in From Software games has always been a weapon of divinity, and those that wield it are naturally the blessed adherents of that divinity. In this case, the divines were the ancient dragons who wielded this lightning within the storms of Farum Azula. So, for the beastmen to wield it, the art was probably taught to them. For additional context, one of the only other characters who wields a weapon imbued with red lightning is Vike, a tarnished beloved by an ancient dragon. Indeed, certain beastmen were quote-unquote chosen or blessed in a similar way, with the Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes stating that Farum Azula's giant mausoleum was guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning. For more evidence of the Beastmen's reverence of ancient dragons, we can look to the 5 sites of grace in Farum Azula that mark different sections of the Dragon Temple, a sprawling place of worship that features multiple statues of beast clergymen bent in reverence towards ancient dragon statues. And the central part of the Dragon Temple is this, the place where you would have fought the Godskin duo, an altar overshadowed by an enormous dragon skeleton. For reference, these skeletal remains dwarf even Placidusax, and are matched only in size by the dragon Grail and the ancient dragon Gransax, both of whom we'll discuss a little bit later. The Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes state that Farum Azula is said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, and given this dragon's prominent placement in the Dragon Temple of all places, I actually think the enshrined dragon in question might be this one, though you could certainly make the argument that the enshrined ancient dragon was Placidusax instead. But regardless of exactly what it's enshrining, Farum Azula really is just a huge mausoleum, with burial customs literally around every corner. Considering all the jars in this place, one such type of burial that comes to mind is jar burial, a practice documented in ancient human cultures all across the globe. Now, this practice would show up more explicitly later in Elden Ring's timeline, with the living jars, which are literally filled with the interred remains of powerful warriors. But beyond the powerful funerary imagery in Farum Azula, there's actually no explicit evidence that I can find that suggests actual entombment within these jars. In contrast, the Beastman's jar shield is quite clear that the Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields. The description comments that these ways are strange. And I feel like I can offer a strange theory here. We know that the Beastmen value golden stone scales, right? And we know that there are literally ancient dragons entombed within the earth of Farum Azula. So what if the Beastmen value the dragon-infused earth for this reason, firing pots from this dragon earth in an initial burial custom, then breaking them to to use as sacred shields. We established earlier that the golden scaled ancient dragons are a symbol of protection, and considering these are earthenware shields that are flecked with the same golden hue as their scales, I feel like this theory is alright. It's the only way I can rationalize making shields out of pots that are made out of earth, anyway. Somewhat predictably, the Beastmen practice entombment of their own species as well. And I'm not just talking about their gold-adorned tombs, I'm talking about their entombment in the architecture itself as well. The skeletal remains of the Beastmen frequently show up within the architecture of Farum Azula itself. This reminds me of the historical practice of immurement, which was this sort of horrific form of capital punishment, usually, where the subject was entombed in a structure while alive. That said, there are historical examples of immurement being more about human sacrifice, a part of a grand burial ceremony in some cultures, and believed to make buildings sturdier in others. And I feel like it would have been the Beastmen who built the architecture of Farum Azula, not the dragons themselves. It is structured to be a mausoleum, after all, and since it's the Beastmen who revere the ancient dragons, it's naturally the Beastmen who would have occupied the labor roles in society. That said, I guess humans also could have built it, since humans are depicted in the architectural reliefs of Farum Azula. So it stands to reason that humans were a part of this culture as well, even at this early prehistoric period of time, which is kind of crazy considering how much humans contrast with the Beastmen here. As with a lot of the architecture in From Software games, I feel like it would be a bit dishonest of me not to mention that these in particular are reused assets, also present in Bloodborne. So it's possible that From Software didn't expect us to read into these assets too hard, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they at least wanted to suggest that there was a human presence in Farum Azula once. So, not only were humans present, but they were worthy of being enshrined. Who were they? Well, our biggest clues about different types of humans comes from origin text in the character creation screen, and there are two human types in particular that I think might be a match for the humans in these reliefs. First are the Numen. The Numen are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, and the Numen's rune tells us that the Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between. Considering Farum Azula experienced a cultural revolution with the coming of the Greater Will and the Elden Ring, which arrived upon an extraterrestrial star, I wouldn't be surprised if Numenoid humans came along for the ride as well. Alternatively, the character creator reveals lore for the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. It certainly seems to be suggesting that these humans are descended from the ancient dragons. Why else would it note their stony faces, or their short lives in contrast to the ancients? As we'll discover later, ancient dragons can turn into humans, so perhaps they intermingled at some point in the past to create these humans. That said, this is all just speculation, and a human presence on Farum Azula is otherwise quite hard to process, considering the beasts are clearly the legacy of Farum Azula. For it was the beasts who would gain intelligence and shape the world around them, not humans. Ancient historians have long speculated that it was the development of long, opposable thumbs that helped facilitate early humans' use of tools. Similarly, in Elden Ring, having 5 fingers is something to be celebrated, as is revealed by the Cincadea, a weapon of the beast clergyman. This item description is one of those ones that is just hugely significant for the lore. The name Cincadea means 5 fingers, and it visually shows 5 skeletal fingers on the blade. The item description goes on to state that the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. So before there were beastmen, there were simply beasts here. and it was the bestowal of intelligence, which is equated with having 5 fingers, that led to the beast men. This of course begs the question, who or what bestowed intelligence upon the beast men? And luckily it's a simple one to answer. It was the Greater Will. The Greater Will is all about fingers. It speaks through the 2 fingers, it hates if you have 3 fingers, it will tolerate 4 fingers, but 5 is the amount to be celebrated. Or at least, it was long ago. And if this veneration of fingers wasn't enough evidence for you, well, the 1.0 version of the Cinquedea literally states that it was the Greater Will who granted the beasts intelligence. So, that's that. The Greater Will clearly also has a bit of a thing for acting through beasts. Just look at the final boss, it's an Elden beast, one that the Greater Will sent hurtling into the lands between so that it could later become the Elden Ring. And in this prehistoric period, the ancient dragons would be graced by the Greater Will first, with the beastmen later being granted intelligence as well, all the better to revere the ancient dragons with. According to bestial incantations, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. And having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Of course, this is yet another example where the Greater Will takes away wildness or chaos in favor of order. It seems to care little what form that order takes, it only cares that some order takes hold, preferably taking hold with a full 5-fingered fist. In-game, the 5-fingered Cinquedea is wielded by Gurranq, the beast clergyman. According to the weapon, it is only given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula, marking Gurranq as one of their number. Presumably, this means he is, or was, a clergyman of the ancient dragon faith, before being repurposed by the Greater Will, becoming a shadow for Marika instead. After all, when we encounter him in-game, the age of the ancient dragons has long passed, yet he still achieves relevancy in this age, in yet another subservient role, as is common to all beasts, except this time it's to Marika, and this time he is a shadow of the Empyrean, which is a topic we should touch on next. We first meet Gurranq at the Bestial Sanctum, a place in Caelid that bears a striking resemblance to Farum Azula. There's even a bridge down the way called Farum Great Bridge, with a dragon defending it, no less. These are no mere ruins that have fallen from the sky. This architecture is intact and must have been built for and by the beasts at some point after they received intelligence. We'll get into that point a little bit later, but for now, let's focus on Gurranq. We first learn about Gurranq from his bestial incantations, which are given to us when we hand him Deathroot. They read, "Long ago, Gurranq was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant Death of the Demigods." This former name in question was Malekith, a new name to suit his new purpose, which was to seal away the rune of destined death for Marika, who was his Empyrean. So first he was Gurranq. Then, as the age of the ancient dragons ended and Marika became a force in the world, Gurranq became known as Malekith instead, who was, and I quote, a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean, who was Marika. Marika had one job for Malekith, and that was to lock away destined death. To a degree, he fails at this task, and a fragment of destined death is stolen, becoming the Deathroot that spreads throughout the lands. So it is that Gurranq has returned to the lands between now, trying desperately to scrape together all the Deathroot in the world. The Beast Claw incantation talks about his present identity, as this spell represents the fury of Gurranq, his bestial nature returned as much as it does his restless agitation. But after realizing his mission is impossible, Gurranq pieces out, and then we're only able to find him in one place alone, Farum Azula, where he has ascended with a draconic tree sentinel as his defender. Here, he sort of exists outside of time, defending what remains of destined death within his very own flesh. It's easy to get confused about when Gurranq exists in the game, so apologies for skipping over this topic quickly, but this video is about dragons after all, and the main thing I really want to get across here is just how much the beasts have been repurposed to suit the needs of the Greater Will. First it gave them intelligence, and then they served the Ancient Dragon's order. But then, when the Ancient Dragon's age ended, beasts like Gurranq were given new purpose, commonly as shadow-bound entities, compelled to serve order once more, whatever form their Empyreans dictated that order should take. The Raging Wolf set states that, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. It's certainly possible that this legend originated in Farar Missoula. There is, after all, a statue that features 3 wolves deferring to a human woman. It might be a stretch to assume that this is depicting wolves as shadows of the Empyrean, but I thought I'd mention it, at least. Again, in case you've forgotten, an Empyrean is basically one of the Greater Will's candidates for godhood, and in Marika and Rani's case, at least, they were granted wolves as their shadows. Wolves who evolved to be man's best friend, as they say, are defined as such because of their loyalty. And as stated by the Beast Champion Helm, the beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath: see nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on along the path set in stone. And so it is that Gurranq and Blythe are wolves completely loyal to their Empyreans, dedicated to protecting their lords just like the ancient dragons of old. This loyalty to the Greater Will and also their Empyreans causes this fantastic tension within these characters. In the case of Gurranq, he was loyal to Marika, but now lives impatiently with this impossible task of having to recover every piece of Deathroot. And in the case of Blythe, his loyalty to Rani eventually forces him to betray the Two Fingers, in complete defiance of the fate that he was born to. Speaking of which, Blythe is quite unique from Gurranq. Unlike Gurranq, he has no apparent ties to Farar Missoula. After all, unlike Gurranq, he was created to be Rani's Empyrean and grew up with her in a more modern age that was far removed from Farar Missoula's. Perhaps this is why Blythe takes on a much more human form. Blythe was created in a much more modern age than the beasts of old, so it seems the Two Fingers skipped a lot of the history and simply created Blythe in a more half-man image, creating him from scratch as opposed to his forebears. The other beast worth mentioning here is Sarosh, the ethereal beast regent given to Godfrey to weigh down his ceaseless lust for battle. Of course, Godfrey is Elden Lord, not an Empyrean. Just so, Sarosh is not a wolf, but a lion. Like Gurranq, he has a longer history, and according to the Beast Claw Greathammer, he was, at one point, a lord of beasts, with black nails protruding from golden fur. To quote the champion set, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this holds true for the beastmen drawn to Sarosh, and in the future it would hold true for Sarosh himself, a beast that became Lord Godfrey's regent, intended to guide him and his golden lineage, so Sarosh was drawn to Godfrey as well. But no matter who the beasts were loyal to, whether it was to their beast lords, or to the ancient dragons, or then Elden Lords or Empyreans, throughout all of this, they were always following a deeper loyalty. A loyalty to the Greater Will and its ancient Elden Ring. This Elden Ring looks very different. For one, it appears to have many more circlets, many more great runes than the modern Elden Ring. Considering its placement in Farar Missoula, a place from long ago, I speculate that this is an ancient variant of the Elden Ring, a depiction of it back during the era of the ancient dragons. What's more, this ancient Elden Ring has what appear to be roots snaking down and descending from it. This is in contrast to the modern Elden Ring, which has this latticed pattern instead. The lattice pattern is most commonly seen as a symbol of Radagon, an Elden rune that is visible on his statues and his scar seal as well. I always thought that the latticed pattern might represent Radagon's efforts to sort of stitch the Elden Ring back together when it was shattered, and we'll speculate on what the roots might mean a little bit later as well. As for why the Elden Ring looks different though, well, it makes sense that the Elden Ring would have changed throughout the ages. We know the thing is malleable, after all. There are examples of runes being taken out of it and put back into it, depending on the specific needs of the god who acts as a vessel for its power, or the needs of the Tarnished who will become Elden Lord via great runes or even via mending runes. The vessel of the Elden Ring we know in the modern era is Marika. She literally has the Elden Ring entombed within her. But back in the age before the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring would have had a different vessel, a different god, and unfortunately, all we know about them is that they abandoned Placidusax, who was their Elden Lord. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord reads, "The Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." I'm assuming that his god had a female aspect, considering all the other Empyreans and gods in Elden Ring do. So it is that when we find Placidusax, he is in a state of eternal maidenlessness. And who knows how long Placidusax has been waiting for his god to return. In fact, one community theory I love that I've seen put forward a few times is that Placidusax's pose is similar to that of the two fingers after you were rejected by the Erd Tree. In case you forgot, it's at this stage that Enya says the two fingers have taken up this pose because they're busy consulting with the greater will. Just so, the same might be true of Placidusax, who has also been spurned by his god and the greater will, and is trying, perhaps, to commune with them. To take this analogy further, Placidusax has two heads now, but data recently uncovered by Zully the Witch suggests that he once had 5, not unlike how the two fingers, assumedly, once came from a full 5-fingered hand. That said, the Old Lord's talisman depicts Placidusax with 4 heads. To reconcile this contradiction, maybe we can just think that he had 4 heads when this talisman was made, perhaps? Anyway, not a big deal. What is a big deal is Placidusax's god, who represents this huge blind spot for us in Elden Ring's lore. We don't know who they were, we don't know what powers they had, and we don't know when or why they left or what age they really wanted to bring about. As such, I'll be calling them the Nameless God from this point forwards. Whoever they were, all we know for certain is that they once saw Placidusax as a valid Elden Lord, so they might have been all about the age of the ancient dragons once. However, I feel like it says more about this god that they fled this age and abandoned their loyal Elden Lord. This reminds me a lot of what Marika did to her Elden Lord, Godfrey, exiling and abandoning him after he had won her wars and outlived his usefulness. Though, at least with Godfrey, Marika had a secret plan for her Elden Lord and his tarnished kin to return. On the other hand, Placidusax was abandoned and has waited for an eternity, only to die at the hands of our tarnished. So, whoever his god was, I feel like they really did abandon him entirely. The Greater Will's gods are the vessels of the Elden Ring, and Placidusax's nameless god, Jumping Ship, with the Elden Ring, would have surely represented an enormous upheaval to what became crumbling Faram Azula. Speaking of which, I still haven't really explained how it became crumbling Faram Azula. Many descriptions state that Faram Azula has been crumbling since time immemorial, and it's for this reason that you can find tiny ruin fragments and enormous ones too scattered all over the lands between. This is better explained by the description of one such ruin fragment, which was honed into a weapon called the Ruin's Greatsword. This is one of the legendary armaments, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. So meteorites with destructive power are these purple spells in Elden Ring. And indeed, this weapon's skill is Waves of Destruction, which manifests as purple energy. So a meteorite crashed into Faram Azula, and that meteorite was purple and imbued the ruins with sort of gravitational magic. But beyond that, there's not really much we know about this meteorite. We don't even know if it struck Faram Azula when it was a city on the ground, lifting the city into the sky with gravitational magic, or if it struck Faram Azula while it was already skybound, crashing into the city while it was in midair. So much of Faram Azula's history is hidden from us. This meteorite might even be the same meteorite as others mentioned in Elden Ring's lore, because lots of meteorites have made landfall in the lands between before. Some brought the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who rose to life when a meteor struck. A creature called Astel may have brought himself down on a meteorite and destroyed an entire eternal city. A golden star even once bore the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring into the lands between in the first place. Thus, you could speculate that any one of these, or even a different one entirely, laid waste to Faram Azula. Again, you could even speculate that it was this meteor that imbued Faram Azula's ruins with gravitational energy, lifting it into the sky, not unlike how the Earth in Limgrave is lifted into the sky after being hit by a meteorite. And so perhaps, similarly, Faram Azula's world was lifted higher into the sky, twisting in place, also thanks to the stone scales of the ancient dragons. Whatever the case, as Faram Azula crumbled and twisted in the sky, ruin fragments rained down upon the entire lands between, some large and some small. Incidentally, these ruin fragments glow with a faint light from within, and are conducive to blessings from the 2 and 3 fingers respectively. That's what warming stones and frenzy flame stones are. They are pieces of ruin fragments imbued with power and light. And this makes a lot of sense because these ruins are a part of the royal city that the Greater Will itself once graced. So naturally, parts of its ruins are very conducive to the effects of the 2 and 3 fingers. Anyway, we don't know many other details behind Faram Azula's ruin, but whatever the case, it's probably fair to say that this meteorite dealt an enormous blow to their culture. It might have even coincided with their god fleeing the city. And whenever this nameless god did leave, I think it's important to speculate on where they went next. After the Age of the Dragon Lord, the Age of the Erd Tree began. But before the Age of the Erd Tree began, we learned that there was first a crucible of life, a primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. According to Siluria's Crucible Tree Helm, this crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. So, over the next few minutes, I'm going to try and argue that the crucible became rooted quite literally, quite physically, in the great tree roots that we find underneath the lands between. I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula is burgeoning with roots. And after Farum Azula's age ended and its god absconded with an Elden Ring that is burgeoning with roots, I don't think it's a coincidence that a primordial crucible gave way to a great tree that would dominate the lands between. I think the Elden Ring physically left Farum Azula. I think that led to the crucible, which led to great tree roots, which led to the Erd tree growing. The Elden Ring is, after all, the source of the Erd tree, and this should have been true for the ancient Elden Ring as well, which would have birthed this tree. As an additional piece of evidence that the Elden Ring is at the source of the Erd tree, we can look to the engraving on the stone door of the Erd tree itself, which shows the Elden Ring literally at the roots of the Erd tree, its source below the surface. Perhaps the Elden Ring wasn't rooted in the earth, while Farum Azula was floating up in the sky, but eventually, it seems, it would be. According to the Gilded Great Shield and Ordovus's Greatsword, the color of the Erd tree's primordial crucible was red, or perhaps more accurately, red tinged with gold. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd tree, the color of homeward yearning. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This color is also seen in root resin, a secretion from roots that were once connected to the great tree. These two items, taken together, tie the red of the crucible to great tree roots quite well. And if that wasn't enough, Crucible Knight Siluria spends her exile amidst these roots, with a spear and a helm that have great tree ornamentation that is modeled on the crucible. I've seen people speculate that the crucible isn't a physical place, and that it was just a crucible of competition instead, where different creatures battled against each other. And I think this misconception might be due to the original description of the Old Fang in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, which reads, "In times long past, life was a crucible of competition." However, the item description was quickly patched to remove all mention of competition, and the patched description instead suggests that multiple overlapping fangs might be a vestige of the primordial crucible. So, considering this updated description and all of the color and mention of primordial matter, I think FromSoft are certainly trying to suggest that the Crucible had a real physicality to it. And the Crucible has long been a topic plagued by confusing and perhaps mistranslated item descriptions. Take the aspects of the Crucible, which say that the Crucible was once a place where all life was once blended together. The Japanese instead clarifies that once life was blended together, which to me suggests the Crucible was a blending of existing life in the lands between, rather than a source of all life. And I think there's more evidence that this ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula was already kind of laying the groundwork for the Crucible. For example, we know from the Omen and Misbegotten that creatures of the Crucible are characterized by chaotic growth, considered aspects of devolution in the modern era. These are aspects of wings, horns, scales, feathers, and fangs. Just so, Placidusax actually has tons of random fang growths around their maw, and later dragons even sprout feathers, another aspect of devolution. But if that wasn't enough, remember, the dragon's lightning is red, tinted with gold as well, which is the same color of the primordial crucible as we just discussed. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the color and other aspects of the primordial crucible were already kind of present in the ancient dragons, the oldest of those graced by the Elden Ring that we know of. So, with that, we've essentially laid the groundwork for a theory that I'd like to shout out from Loki, who is one of From Software's most dedicated theory crafters. In this theory, he speculates on the identity of the Dragon Lord's fled god, and I think this theory is special because it manages to reconcile a couple of major loose ends in the game's lore along the way. As the theory goes, the Erd Tree was created as a byproduct of the nameless god's death. Loki's initial reasoning is that after we die, runes are left behind in our wake, manifesting as small golden saplings. Therefore, since the Elden Ring itself is made up of a gargantuan amount of runes, surely the Elden Ring would sprout an enormous tree if the god vessel carrying it were to die. One thing I'll add to this theory is that our golden saplings only remain so if the mass of runes is not claimed. Just so, if no one knew that the nameless god had died, perhaps the Elden Ring's mass of runes was left to its own devices, to grow, as Loki posits, as a resilient, protective vessel, a firmly rooted tree that welcometh no man. And indeed, the nameless god did flee, not even telling her Elden Lord, Placidusax, where they had gone. Thus, their runes might have gone unclaimed. Directly below the Erd Tree are the deep root depths, where the Erd Tree might have once been planted, so to speak. And one of the lesser-known paths along the roots here leads to this wall, an illusory wall that reveals the Cathedral of the Forsaken, the Frenzied Merchants, and the Three Fingers of Frenzy. One of the strangest items down here is the fingerprint stone shield, which is, and I quote, part of the tomb of an ancient god. It's imprinted with an intricately carved fingerprint design, and these imprints are said to be the very seeds from which Frenzy first sprouted. Now, at first glance, you'd think that the ancient god in question here would be the Three Fingers, who marked this great stone slab with fingerprints, and while I admit this stone grave could be for the outer god of frenzied flame, which manifests as the Three Fingers who are imprisoned down here, I much prefer the theory that this stone slab was the tomb of a different ancient god, one that was found and desecrated by the Three Fingers with their fingerprints, just as they desecrate the world with fingerprints in their ending. And that's exactly what Loki's theory proposes, that the Three Fingers desecrated a stone tomb of the nameless god, Placidusax's queen, who had her final moments in this place. The nameless god can also be used to reconcile another lore gap in Elden Ring, which is the identity of the corpse that makes up the Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is a blade said to have been born of a corpse, said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals, the Two Fingers. The shape of this blade, featuring the arms of a corpse as a crossguard and culminating in a double helix, it bears a striking resemblance to the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon wrenched from the corpse of Radagon Marika. The Sacred Relic Sword is, and I quote, wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. The similarities between the Sacred Relic Sword and the Fingerslayer blade mean that they must have shared a source, not just a corpse, but the corpse of a god. We know where the Sacred Relic Sword comes from. It comes from Radagon and Marika, but then where does the Fingerslayer blade come from? If it's wrought from a god, it's a nameless god, as far as we know. So it is that Loki concludes that the Nox, who made a hidden treasure of the blade, may have recovered the corpse of Placidusax's queen, the nameless god, to wield as a weapon that could harm the Greater Will. So, I like these theories, to say the least. They neatly tie up and reconcile a bunch of loose ends, and that makes these theories really satisfying to believe. It's nice to have an explanation for which god the Fingerslayer blade was talking about, and which ancient god the fingerprint stone shield was talking about. Special thanks to Loki for this. You can find more of his stuff in the description, and I highly recommend you seek it out. However, I should probably stress that this is still all speculation. The circumstantial evidence is really strong, yes, but sometimes From Software leaves these sorts of loose ends in the lore to be tied up by characters that they've yet to introduce. And until DLC drops, I think it's wise to take this theory with a grain of salt. But damn, you know, salt makes any meal taste a little bit better, doesn't it? So it is that the nameless god of Faram Azula might have become the Nox's Fingerslayer blade, a weapon they clearly brought about in order to harm the Greater Will, which had banished them deep underground, beneath a false night sky. You can learn more about that in this video. Here they live in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their liege, who would be a Lord of Night. These folk become obsessed with artificial imitation of life above ground, all likely created in service of their goal, which was to strike back at the Greater Will. So it was that the Mimic Tiers were created. These are beings of Quicksilver that were the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. These silver drops of dew, not unlike the Erd Tree's drops of dew, they also birthed the Albinorix, who are artificial life forms untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. But the Nox also looked further back in time for inspiration, apparently, and they attempted to bring ancient dragons into being. So it is that the Dragonkin soldiers were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Their name includes the word soldier, and they even have evidence of clothing and armor upon them, again revealing that these creatures were created with the intention to fight back against order. But these Dragonkin experiments went about as well as copying dragons usually does in From Software games, which is to say, the experiments were a failure. The main reason they were considered failures was that these Dragonkin were not immortal, as the Nox had hoped. Their weapons read, "Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." But the Nox had the right idea. At the very least, it seems they had identified the source of the ancient dragon's immortality, their stone scales. They just failed to implement that source. Case in point, the dragon scale blade is made by sharpening a gravel stone scale thought to be the source of dragon immortality. This blade's skill is Ice Lightning Sword, which wreathes the blade in the Dragonkin's signature Ice Lightning. And you know, even though the Dragonkin were born mortal and crippled, they did at least manage to manifest lightning, which is a feat that the mortal dragons, who were actually the ancient dragon's kin, never accomplished. On your way through Caelid, you would have run past Grail, a mortal dragon who clearly owes their namesake to Graol, a veritable mountain found further down the way, where she lies dying, surrounded by her children on her deathbed. But these aren't her only children. According to Grail's roar, Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. To be clear, I seriously doubt this means that she's the mother of the ancient dragons, considering she has 2 wings, 2 legs, and no stone scales. No, instead, she would specifically be the mother of the 2-winged dragons that you see widely across the lands between. Indeed, the Japanese specifies that she's more of a great mother of dragons, rather than being mother of all dragons. So, if we take that premise to be true, that means that the fire-breathing dragons, the ice dragons, the rot and glintstone corrupted dragons, all of them trace their ancestry back to Grail. These are the wyverns, contrasting with the true 4-legged dragons, which is the same dynamic that Dark Souls had as well. And just like in Dark Souls, Elden Ring's dragons have a tendency to take on aspects of their environment in lieu of their stone scales. There are ice dragons, there are glintstone dragons, all of that, But the one element that these dragons didn't master though is lightning, red lightning, that remains exclusive to their ancient ancestors. Earlier we talked about how lightning has heavenly connotations, and it makes sense that this lightning would be lost to these lesser dragons who were born in a time long after the ancient dragons had sort of lost the favor of the greater will. These modern dragons are now easily wounded by the stone scales that they've lost. These stone scales, once removed, are called gravel stones, and these are compound stones that are found in lands once beset by ancient dragons. For the most part, these gravel stones are looted upon the Altus Plateau and surrounds, which makes sense because this is the territory of Leyndell, the city that the ancient dragons would eventually assault, so of course this is where their scales would be found. But interestingly, the only other place where gravel stones are found is Caelid. And that's curious because Caelid is literally at the opposite end of the lands between. One set of gravel stones are found here and here, suggesting that at some point the ancient dragons, progenitors to Graeol, were in Caelid as well. And this fact is supported by other environmental evidence in the area. Again, the Bestial Sanctum and Farum Great Bridge are in Caelid, two cultural landmarks of Farum Azula that are architecturally intact, despite the crumbling city's current state. These weren't just ruins that fell from the sky, these were built. They are a grounded connection to what we now know as a sky city. While I guess we can't rule out the possibility that Farum Azula was always in the sky and later built architecture on the ground here, it seems way more natural to assume that the city was originally built on the ground where there would have been the materials to build it, and that it was then lifted into the sky at some point in the future. As for the mechanism behind Farum Azula becoming skybound, I feel like there are two options. Earlier we talked about how the Ruin's Greatsword is a piece of Farum Azula, infused with gravitational magic, thanks to the meteor that struck the city. Thus, my first theory is that Farum Azula might have become skybound in the instant that the meteor struck, floating upward as it was destroyed. Alternatively, or additionally, I guess, it could be some manifestation of the storm that brought Farum Azula into the sky. We've talked about how Placidusax might have had power over this storm, evidenced by his golden, time-twisting scales. Not to mention, you turn into a storm cloud when you channel Placidusax's weapon skill. So perhaps Placidusax, or the ancient dragons, whipped Farum Azula into the skies as some measure of protection, and once it was up there, that gravitational meteor could have come into play, smashing the city into pieces on its way down to the lands between, scattering ruins far and wide. At any rate, I'm glad there's evidence of Farum Azula here in Caelid, and that's because this fact merges so well with the lore of Graeol. Again, Graeol is the mother of the modern dragons, and thus is the oldest modern dragon that we know of who lost their stone scales. And since she's in Caelid, it was likely from here that all dragons spread. So I'm glad the environment supports this lore with its intact Farum Azula architecture and with the leftover gravel stones of the ancient dragons as well, because it seems like the ancient dragons made landfall here long ago and started a culture in Farum Azula, leaving Graeol behind eventually as their land-bound legacy. And there are two other ancient dragons in the vicinity to help support this claim as well. These ancient dragons appear here in Limgrave and here in Caelid, both dead at the sites of dragon communion. The ancient dragons are immortal, but they can still be killed, as you know, though we can only really speculate on what killed these two. But back to Graeol. Despite being a modern dragon, Graeol is large. Larger than any other dragon of the time, even Placidusax. In fact, the only thing that comes close to her in size are Gransax and the bones of the dragon in Faram Azula's Dragon Temple, which Zuli has thankfully placed alongside Grail for me. They're both very similar in size, which made me think that maybe they could have been mates at some point, though of course that's just speculation. And in the end, we don't even know why Grail lost all of her stone scales, passing this trait to all of her descendants. Perhaps it was nothing more than a random birth defect, which reminds me, Seath's loss of stone scales was never really explained either, yet he also found himself apart from his ancient kin, all the same. Perhaps this is why Grail found herself in the Lands Between. Was this a place of exile? Maybe a place to die? Her region is called Dragon Barrow, after all, and if you've read Lord of the Rings, for example, you might take the meaning of the word barrow to mean burial mounds, referring to ancient burial places that are covered with large mounds of earth. Perhaps the Dragon Barrow was a place for these newly mortal dragons to die. And Grail herself is indeed now finally dying. The Scarlet Rot has blighted Caelid and the Dragon Barrow, and this is presumably why, when we encounter her, she's already lost a lot of her health, and she can't fight back, nor even lift herself off the ground. Her dying roars rally her kin around her, but they cannot save their mother. This level 1 Tarnished just watched this sick YouTube guide on how to get 50,000 free runes at the start of the game, and nothing will stand in their way. Now, we previously established Caelid and Grail as a sort of origin point for the modern dragons, so after them in the timeline, I think it's the Ice Dragons that would have shown up as the first major variant. According to Borealis' Mist, the Ice Dragons were once lords of the mountaintops. Perhaps these dragons wished to be as close as possible to the heavens, from which their ancestors descended. After all, we do see the modern dragons flying all around Faram Azula, though they never make landfall, so the mountaintops might have been the next best thing as a home for the mortal dragons. After all, the Sword of Night and Flame claims that the mountaintops nearly touched the sky. Anyway, Borealis' Mist goes on to reveal that the Ice Dragons were lords here at a very early point in the Lands Between's history, as shortly after, we know that they were chased from the peak by the Fire Giants, who also appeared at a very early point and who claimed the mountaintops henceforth. So, for the Ice Dragons to be here, you'd think surely they must have migrated here from Caelid. Now, we previously established Caelid as an origin point for these modern dragons, so for the Ice Dragons to be here, surely they must have initially migrated here from Caelid. Now, obviously they could have just flown from Caelid to the icy mountaintops, but I remember early theories that posited that a land bridge might have once existed between Caelid and the mountaintops, and that certainly would have helped with their migration. As the theory goes, Caelid and the mountaintops are almost exclusively where you'll find the monstrous crows, the giant dogs, and most notably, the remains of the giants. These don't really appear anywhere else, and it seems way more likely to think that there was once a land bridge here, rather than thinking that they took the long way round the Lands Between on foot. What happened to this landmass is unclear, but the Lands Between itself has experienced many other geographical upheavals in the past, and losing a landmass to a meteor or whatnot might also explain the divergent evolution of the Ice Dragons compared to their fire-breathing kin. Also established in the mountaintops around this time were the astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This description comes to us from the Sword of Night and Flame, an heirloom of the Carrion royal family, which is headed by Renala. Renala was a prominent astrologer, and thus has links to the mountaintops of the giants. It might be a stretch to say that she was actually there in the mountaintops all those years ago, but she did have an oath-sworn giant and an oath-sworn dragon that can be summoned to fight for her, so I feel like it's safe to say that she's connected to the place, at least. At any rate, eventually the fire giants would chase the ice dragons from the peak and claim it for their own. Then, in turn, the Zamor, an icy race of warriors, would ally with the Golden Order and oust the fire giants. This is incidental, but later in the timeline, a character called the Snowy Crone pops up. She's an old witch associated with Karia, who wielded snowy magics that, you could argue, would have been derived from the Zamor's icy mountaintops. The Zamor are, after all, the only other beings that could use cold sorceries, so perhaps she learned it from them. This Snowy Crone eventually imparted her cold sorceries to Rani, and Rani has clearly taken on such frost magics as a big part of her sorceress identity. Now, a couple of dragons actually had a habit of eating glintstone sorcerers, and it was from this diet that they were corrupted, not unlike the other dragons who took on aspects of their environment. One of these dragons was Smaragd, fought here, whose glintstone breath incantation reads, "Smaragd was a devourer of sorcerers, and over time his body became corrupted by their glintstones." Another such dragon is fought here, defending Rani in both of her major quest locations. This is Adula, and she drops a cold-infused sorcery that is representative of her knighthood. And it reads, "Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon." This suggests conflict between the early sorcerers and dragons, and this tendency for there to be conflict helps to explain why Renala might have gained an oath-sworn dragon out of these conflicts. And just like her mother before her, Rani also had an oath-sworn dragon of her own, Adula. Adula reveals to us the mechanism behind this oath. Rani bested Adula in battle, perhaps earning Adula's loyalty and respect, a trend that actually continues later on with some other ancient dragons that would attack Leyndell, but we'll get into that soon. The only living ice dragon we meet is Borealis the Freezing Fog, who remains upon the mountaintops, and yet the item most closely associated with him is actually found all the way back in the temple quarter of Leonia. It is the Ice Rind Hatchet, and its description reads, "A hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale." Indeed, this is the dragon scale of Borealis, because just as the scale is known as Freezing Fog, Borealis also has the words Freezing Fog as his namesake when you fight him. Apparently, this scale was retrieved by Borealis's neighbors at Castle Sol, who then gave it as a gift, presumably to the Leonians, since it is found near their temple quarter. Obviously, such a gift would have been given to facilitate relations between the two lands, and as we established earlier with sorcerers like the Snow Witch and Renala, there is grounds to believe that these two places would have had a connection in the past. These days, though, Castle Sol is currently still a mystery to us, and without knowing their political alignments, it's hard to know for sure why they gifted Leonia with the scale and other gifts as well. That said, there is a phantom in Castle Sol who hails Lord Mikola in his dialogue. Thus, it's possible that Mikola was Lord of Castle Sol and that Mikola was giving gifts to Leonia. And there is evidence that Mikola had friendly relations with the Carians, at least. Most notably, in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, Loretta's armor instead belonged to cut enemies called Arbor Sentinels, who served Mikola, but who actually hailed from Raya Lucaria. To quote their cut description, these enchanted knights once belonged to the Carrion royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola. Thus, perhaps Mikola, potential lord of Castle Sol, gifted the Raya Lucarians the Ice Rind Hatchet and several other gifts besides, in return for all the knights that he had gained from them. Again, this is all just speculation, but this is the best theory I've got on the relationship between these two lands and why the Ice Rind Hatchet is found in Leonia. On the same plateau as Castle Sol is the Cave of the Forlorn, and it's a unique little cave, guarded by Great Worm Theodorix. Theodorix is a magma worm, a land-bound dragon that looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon. He's in this form thanks to the act of dragon communion, a primal ritual that involves consuming a dragon's heart to become a dragon. Didn't work out so well for him, but his scale sword, at least, resembles a dragon's jaw, and the weapon suggests that dragon communion is a grave transgression, for which the magma worms were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. If they were cursed to be this way by any entity, I'd suggest it was the Greater Will, who we know favored the ancient dragons long ago. And to be clear, only the English description says they were cursed. The Japanese description is nowhere near as damning, simply saying that the heroes have erred, and that their land-crawling form is the end result. To me, it sounds more like these people were simply fools to think that they could achieve such a metamorphosis. It goes against the rules of nature, especially if you're trying to transform into a being like an ancient dragon, who were graced by the Greater Will in a bygone age. And I think, more than it being a curse, I think this is more of an example of hubris backfiring for each and every one of these partakers of dragon communion. The Magma Worm's scale sword states that these land-bound dragons were once human heroes. But that's only half true for Theodorix, who was a hero, but who wasn't human. He was actually a troll. His incantation, Theodorix's Magma, states that the name of the ancient troll warrior, Theodorix, lives on, as a hero of the war against the giants. Actually, maybe his troll heritage explains why his magma worm form is so much tougher than the others. It has so much HP that, fun fact, you can actually lure a land octopus to help you with this fight instead. And I think that's the intended way, because this guy is tough. What's also fascinating about this guy is that he was specifically a hero of the war against the giants, a battle that many of his fellow trolls participated in, betraying their giant ancestors and fighting alongside the Golden Order. Now, I assume Theodorix was still a troll at this stage and not a magma worm, but whatever the case, you could definitely speculate that he is still loyal to the Golden Order even now, even here after his metamorphosis. I argue this because of his placement outside the Cave of the Forlorn, which has an end boss wielding a legendary armament, the Golden Order Greatsword, one of Radagon's own weapons. The Leonine Misbegotten themselves are curious as well, with internal files calling them Children of Radagon, but that's a whole nother topic. Unique to this cave also is that right inside there's a fire-breathing dragon, dead and half entombed within the ice. For this type of dragon to be preserved in this place might support what I speculated on earlier, which is that Grail's fire-breathing children must have come up here to settle on the peaks before becoming ice dragons, and it might also support the theory that Renala acquired an oath-sworn fire-breathing dragon just like this one, early in the days when they settled here alongside the astrologers. Or maybe it's just here because a dragon hunter is right outside. And I say dragon hunter because even though the dragon-hearted, like Theodorix, aspired to become dragons by consuming their hearts, that doesn't mean that they respected their lives. A phantom can even be found saying, "I'm dry as a bone. Full dragon, surrender your strength. Let me feast on your heart." As for the hearts of these dragons themselves, they are riddled with gravelstone. You'll recall gravelstones were the scales of the ancient dragons, making it somewhat ironic that the mortal dragons actually do have these same scales, just within their hearts, not on their flesh. As such, their hearts, which are clearly imbued with some ancient dragon immortality, are still alive and beating, according to the description. And so, when you consume these hearts in what is absolutely a sacrificial ritual, especially considering the heart is still alive, you're actually consuming gravelstone, ingesting the key components of the ancient dragons via the hearts of their mortal kin. It's pretty metal. Indeed, when you partake in dragon communion with the heart at the dragon communion altars, you're doing so right in front of a dead ancient dragon, not in front of a mortal one. Thus, you really are striving to be like the ancients. Churches were built upon the corpses of these undying beings, who became likely unwilling conduits for countless dragon-hearted heroes who wished to channel the power of dragons. Finally, the dragon communion seal. It's formless because it's made of dragon blood, and even though it's a seal, dragon communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. Thus, this seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. So, yeah, it's no wonder that all of the dragon-hearted are considered to be so depraved.
You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
This is Yura, who you first meet in Limgrave, and nearby, beside the dragon-burnt ruins, is the mortal dragon Agheel. Agheel frequents this place, coming to burn the mindless nobles and their effigies here, which is exactly what the nobles want. After death, most in the lands between crave a proper Erd-tree burial. But now, in lieu of that perhaps, the dead gazed at the skies over the lakes of Limgrave, praying that the dragon's flames would burn them to ash. They want this kind of release from life. If you get Yura to assist you in taking out Agheel, then it's possible to get him to say this.
That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you, it was just like old times.
So, Yura was previously a dragon hunter, which helps to explain his familiarity with communion. And since being paired up with a hothead like you was just like old times, that means he must have once had a companion. The most likely candidate for this is Eleonora, a Drake Knight that Yura tracks all the way to the Altus Plateau only to plead with them on a very personal level.
Please, Eleonora, yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword, your flesh, your fire.
The precious little we know about Eleonora stems mostly from her Drake Knight armor, which is crafted from dragon wing membranes and features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word, They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. Therefore, while the Drake Knights have more reverence of dragons, they are still partakers of communion. Thus, as they consume more hearts, their eyes become yellow and slitted, and inevitably they have a fate waiting for them as a magma worm. So, given all you've heard about communion, is it really any surprise that there would be a dragon named the Dragon Communion Revenger? This is Exekes, who guards the decrepit Temple of Communion in Caelid, attempting to prevent this abhorrent act of dragon communion via sheer will and hatred. For Exekes had the misfortune of taking on the Scarlet Rot as his aspect, something that has clearly taken a toll on him. But according to his incantation, Exekes, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the Scarlet Rot. So Exekes, at least, has a very good reason for attacking you, as he's preventing access to the nearby altar of Dragon Communion. But speaking of dragons who attack humans, let's turn our attention to the ancient dragons, who would one day attack the city of Leyndell. These ancient dragons attacked with all their might, bringing with them Gransax, an ancient dragon who is the largest dragon in the game, who rained calamity down upon the royal capital with such force that this marks the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. Thus began Leyndell's war against the ancient dragons. It's hard to know for sure why the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell. If you want to go full tinfoil hat and tie it to our earlier speculations, then you might say that it's because they finally realized their god had fled here and become the Erd Tree or something, but that might be stretching it. That said, they probably did come here because of the Erd Tree. After all, according to the Protection of the Erd Tree incantations, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and the ancient dragons were probably no exception. So it was that the ancient dragons fell upon Leyndell, their forces consisting of at least 3 dragons that we know of: Lanciax and her red lightning glaive, Fortisax and his twin pillars of red lightning, and Gransax, a gargantuan dragon wielding a physical weapon, actually, a decision that seems unique to them. This is the Bolt of Gransax, a weapon that's actually mirrored in Placidusax's fight against us here. It's unclear whether Placidusax is echoing Gransax or if Gransax is echoing Placidusax, but the fact that Gransax shares a weapon with Placidusax, and the fact that Gransax is so large, certainly makes me think that Gransax is the closest thing the ancient dragons might have had to a lord at the time of their attack upon Leyndell, at any rate. But this weapon would eventually fall from their grasp, as the great Gransax was slain, their stone body and weapon becoming this permanent landmark within Leyndell's walls. According to Lightning Spear's description, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, known as the mightiest boulder stone. Assumedly, Godwyn could have executed Fortisax here, or perhaps compelled Fortisax to swear an oath to him, just like Renala and Rani once did, but instead he befriended his fallen foe, and as a result, Fortisax would be loyal, so loyal that Fortisax would eventually go beyond to fight against the death that would take his companion, becoming a lich dragon, his aspect afflicted with death itself. So, to recap, when Godwyn was murdered on the night of Black Knives, the rune of death was carved into his being, destroying his soul, but not his body. And so it was that his body spawned Deathroot, fragments of the rune of death that spreads its influence throughout the lands between, spawning the visage of the Prince of Death, who was Godwyn, in its wake. And while Godwyn does seem like a lost cause, Fortisax fought against the death within him nonetheless. So it is that Fortisax occupies a deathbed dream within his friend, fighting this impossible fight against the corrupting influence of the Rune of Death, which has now corrupted Fortisax. But I still don't think that Fortisax has been completely corrupted. When you fight against Fortisax here, you actually do so to bring about the age of those who live in death, and considering Fortisax fights against you, you could speculate that Fortisax is still vehemently opposed to death and those who live within death, even now. Check out this video for more on that. Anyway, so it should come as no surprise that this friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax was seen as significant in Leyndell when Fortisax was first defeated. This moment of friendship was so significant that it would make allies of all the ancient dragons and give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital city. It seems the ancient dragon cult was born out of a desire to defend the Erd Tree. As stated by the malformed dragon set, after the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the tree sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. So it was that these regular tree sentinels became draconic tree sentinels. As a fun side note, the 1.0 description of the malformed dragon set instead talks about a dragon worshipper named Nal, who I speculate is this individual defending Malekith in Farum Azula. His set once read, "Once a dragon worshipper from the capital, it said that he pulverized his golden armor with his bare hands in a fit of religious fervor, covering it in his own blood as he reshaped it in the likeness of a dragon." But anyway, in the final version of the game, there's more than one draconic tree sentinel, and they wield armaments whittled from dragon claws, so that they could better honor the ancient dragons in their worship without resorting to the primal act of dragon communion. And conveniently, for them it was found that dragon worship didn't clash with belief in the Erd Tree. The Gravelstone seal says as much, stating, "After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold." And this goes beyond just color. The ancient dragons were originally a part of the Greater Will's plan back in Farum Azula, and their golden scales reflect that. And after the Dragon War, these ancients became a part of the Greater Will's plan once more, albeit in a more subservient role than in their previous age. One thing that's kind of difficult to reconcile with the dragon cult is the fact that their prayer books, cookbooks, spells, and even a draconic tree sentinel can be found in Farum Azula. Special thanks to V-Limit on YouTube for making me aware of this. The ancient dragon war in Leyndell would have surely happened after Farum Azula's age had passed, so how did all of this get up there? Either Farum Azula became skybound much later in the timeline than I thought, or perhaps dragon cultists simply traveled up to Farum Azula with these relics somehow. And I think this second theory is much more likely, because in an earlier version of the game, Farum Azula was actually called the Storm Eyrie, and was, and I quote, "a place that only dragons can reach." This reminds me a lot of Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3, which could only be accessed through a sort of draconic meditation. So perhaps Farum Azula was once planned to be accessed in a similar way. For all we know, it could still be canon that those in tune with dragons are spirited up here. For instance, some banished knights certainly found a way up here, and they have dragons cresting their helmet. And this helmet once described how they sought the Storm Eyrie, presumably through revering dragons. Therefore, I feel like remnants of characters being spirited up here due to their association with dragons is a bit of a holdover from a past version of the game that still exists in the current version. And while we don't get spirited up in the current game by becoming a dragon, we are certainly spirited up here. This teleportation occurs when you sacrifice Melina, or yourself, in the Frenzy ending. Now the mechanism behind this is kind of unclear, but there is sort of a prophecy that helps to explain it. Melina's Blade of Calling reads, "The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death." So, whether you walk alongside Melina, the Kindling Maiden, or the god of frenzied flame, or you're Alexander tempering yourself in the flames of Gelmir and the Giant's Forge, you're going to make it up here one way or another and meet the road of destined death. Speaking of which, this also explains why Banal is up here. According to his beast champion armor, his maiden threw herself into the fire, just like Melina does for us, which is what gets us up here. And he too also has a fate that ends with destined death, just like we do. So there's definitely some sort of fate associated with destined death that is spiriting us up here, I think that's for sure. And to explain most others up here in Farum Azula, well again, I personally think that they were likely spirited up thanks to their draconic nature, as explained by the cut content from that earlier version of Elden Ring. For all the humans who desired to commune with dragons, there was one dragon who actually communed with humans, Lanciax. Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax, and while you fight her as a dragon in-game, long ago she took the form of a human, to better commune with the Dragon Knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult of Leyndell. The fact that she was able to take human form is pretty amazing. This is almost a reflection of dragon communion, but instead of changing form and communing with dragons, she's changing form to better commune with humans. A part of this communion, apparently, was love, and according to Dragon Bolt Blessing, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. And of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. Fittingly, Vike's Dragon Bolt is unique in that it clads him and his spear in red lightning, the signature weapon of the ancient dragons, reserved up until this point for the beastmen who served them in antiquity. This also marks Vike as a dragon cultist. Therefore, it's kind of crazy to think that a dragon cultist almost became Elden Lord, something that surely would have had implications for the age that would follow, if Vike was to take the throne. This must have made it all the more painful for many when Vike suddenly disappeared, traveling below Leyndell to visit the Three Fingers, where he was burned by their frenzy, armor and all. Knowing that he was a dragon cultist certainly helps to explain how he got down here. The fact that he was surely this highly regarded member of Leyndell's dragon cult, you'd think would open doors for him within the city. So Vike likely could have made the trip down here easily, despite the existence of the Three Fingers being sacrilegious to the order up above. We get little information on why Vike made this trip, but in the end, we eventually find him imprisoned within an Everjail. And whether this imprisonment is self-imposed or not also remains a bit of a mystery. But anyway, back to Lanciax, who loved Vike. The most interesting thing here with her, I think, isn't just the fact that we've learned that dragons can turn into humans, it's the fact that dragons can love. Perhaps this love and powerful emotion is part of what makes them so loyal. We see many becoming oath-sworn, and then Fortisax, for example, going so far as to sacrifice himself entirely for his friend. And it's this fact that makes the Elden Lord Placidusax's abandonment by his god all the more tragic, for their god would never return, and eventually a Tarnished would find their way beyond time, putting an end to the Dragon Lord and hewing their remembrance into the Erd Tree. In the end, all that remains is Placidusax's ruin, the dying wails of the Dragon Lord, who once dwelled eternally beyond time. Thank you for watching. But before I go, do you want some Elden Ring wall art to adorn your walls? Well, Displate has you covered in this video because they're back helping to support more Elden Ring lore content. For a limited time only, they are giving you these deals on screen to pick up some Displates in the next few weeks. Link in the description. So the choice is yours. You can literally get official Elden Ring art to adorn your walls. For example, this shot of Godfrey and Vike look absolutely stunning. But then you can also get some Elden Ring inspired pieces from my store, if you like. For example, this is Guardian of Moonlight, which features a dragon defending a moonlight sword from nightly intruders. Or you could pick up Early Days, which gives off some Elden Ring vibes from back before the game was even released, if you were around then. Or if you're a fan of From Software games in general, you could go and pick up The Painted World, with Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring all condensed into one world. It'll take you hours of scrutiny to discover all of the references that we've hidden in here. As I've said so many times before, these prints are made of metal, they're easy to hang, and somehow they achieve this gorgeous color depth and accuracy that exceeds most of the traditional prints that I've sampled. Again, links in the description, and thank you for watching. It feels good to be back doing Elden Ring lore. My goal now is to wrap up everything I can before the Elden Ring DLC drops, so there should be some good times ahead, you know, bringing in the new year as well. Before I go, earlier I shouted out Loki's theory on the nameless god, as I call them, and I'd again like to remind you to go and support Loki and check out their other lore content for yourself as well. And if you have any other suggestions for other content creators whose theories you'd like to see cited in future lore videos, please let me know and I'll do my best to do that. Special thanks also to Mispap for doing an incredible edit of this video. The footage looks amazing and it's incredible that he can get this much quality footage even for a video that is an hour and a half long. So I hope that fact really helps you guys watch the content and engage with it. Thank you again for watching, and I'll see you in the next lore video.
Is the palometa. It's got hundreds of tiny teeth that function like gripper pads to seize and hold fast onto prey fish, but they're not going to do any serious damage to human flesh.
I've got no qualms at all about putting my hand in there. No way am I going to lose a finger. No way is that going to take a lump of flesh out of me. Well, I suppose this answers my question. When I brought in that armored catfish, I was wondering what could be down there that makes all those defenses necessary. Spiky body, saw-like blades down the side of its flanks. And this is the answer. This has got a really big mouth. And these things will take armored catfish. Although occasionally, if things line up badly, they actually get one of those spikes inside their throat and they might die. But generally, they aren't deterred. They will eat them. As impressive as this fish is, it's not the one that I'm looking for.
Early the next morning, the boatman, Tullio, agrees to take me out into the remote, caiman-infested channels. This vast wetland, almost twice the size of the Everglades, is known as the Esteros del Iberá. I've traveled 500 miles on the hunt for the river tiger, and the waters I find here are not what I expected. The indigenous Indian name, Iberá, means bright water.
It's amazingly clear, but unfortunately what that means is that anything living there is going to see me before I see it.
Tullio tells me the only way to outsmart the river tiger here is to fly fish. Casting a fish-like streamer lure from a distance on a virtually invisible leader.
I'm giving it life by stripping the line in with my hand, so it shoots forward in little darts. So it's mimicking a small fish, and anything that is carnivorous down there might be tempted by that.
I just hope these waters in the forsaken heart of the marshes are warm enough for the river tiger to be hunting.
Yeah. It's the right colour for what I'm after.
All I have to do now is get a close look at its teeth.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I can see stripes. I can see stripes. So I think this is it.
My guide Tullio confirms this is the river tiger, also known here as the piraju. But I know this fish as the golden dorado, a creature I've only seen a couple of times before.
It's just like a living bar of gold.
So gold, they named it twice. Dorado is also the Spanish word for golden, as in the fabled city of El Dorado. This muscle-packed beast is a vigorous fighter and isn't taken easily. Its stamina on the line is legendary. And beneath its glittering gill plates, the hefty jaw muscles that are the source of its phenomenal biting power.
Right, I don't want to get too close, but that definitely has teeth there. And I'm thinking particularly if you get near the angle of that jaw, it's going to be a bit like a bolt cutter.
The saw-like rows of teeth are partially concealed by flesh. But when pressure's applied, they sink in deep. I've heard Dorado can grow to around 70 pounds. I can scarcely imagine the damage a big one might inflict. But if I'm to prove a Dorado was responsible for Gervasio's genital mutilation, I have to find out.
I think what I really need is to catch a bigger one of these.
I want to get my line in the water at the place where the corpse was found.
Isca de farinha or pão?
But finding someone willing to take me there is proving difficult.
Puxando. Nada disso, não? No. Okay.
My perseverance eventually pays off. I find a man who agrees to take me into the kill zone. I'm going to fish in the margins, where big predators often hunt for their prey.
Bit of tactics. We're moored at the stern of the boat. The idea being that if anything takes that tries to get into these sunken trees here, it's very snaggy here on the margin, we can quickly get the boat out and pull anything away from the snags.
I still don't know what I'm hunting, but I found that fresh bait is always a good bet for tempting killers onto my line. Could whatever this is be capable of breaking bones and killing a man? It's a red-tailed catfish.
That noise is just air being pumped over the gills instead of water. Right.
This one is around 20 pounds, but they can grow much larger. 4 feet long and 5 times as heavy.
And there are stories of these grabbing people, normally children, and pulling them under.
This could explain what happened to the boy on the beach, a large one grabbing his foot. But they don't have a strong enough bite to cause the injuries I've heard about. There's no way this is actually going to break somebody's bones. It's not going to crush to that extent. Although it's an impressive animal, we can rule it off the suspects list. To be sure of my theory, I need to bring up a beast that's clearly capable of engulfing a limb. I have to attempt one more catch with what's left of my tackle. I might be about to get more than I bargained for.
It's a good sized fish. Keep well clear of the line.
The beast isn't a heavyweight redtail, but a 100-pound plus Piraiba. This goes to show that these pristine waters aren't patrolled by just one type of giant predatory catfish, but two, and both were found at Obidos. But there's a problem. The hook has been taken deep inside the mouth, and I need to take it out.
I'm going to shove my hand in to get the hook out. It's going to give me a bite. It's bitten my arm.
But this extreme opportunity to feel the bite of a big catfish gives me the last piece of evidence I need. Piraiba are in the same family as redtails, and they have virtually identical rasping pads in their mouths. These give them a grip that prevents slippery, struggling prey from escaping. A grip far superior to human hands. And a grip that I now know would have no problem holding struggling prey in the dark waters of Obidos the night the boat went down.
30 years ago at Obidos, they used to chum the water with remains from the fish processing plant.
I believe these exceptional conditions could have attracted the usually solitary Piraiba in greater numbers than normal, and they were far from alone. There were also hordes of emboldened, oversized redtails.
And these were fish used to grabbing morsels in the water. A bloody foot or somebody's arm, quite conceivable, they'd grab that, thinking it's an edible morsel. And if you think how little it takes to make the difference between keeping your head above water and going under, it's very little. A fish the size of that, or even half the size of that, gets a good grip on part of you and decides to go. You're not going to have much chance.
As I'm leaving, I pick up an important new clue. The widow tells me that her husband went missing at exactly this time of year, December. Many river creatures' movements are seasonal, and timing can be everything. Being here now, in the right place at the right time, improves my chances of catching the culprit. I head to the scene of the crime, the stretch of river where her husband's empty boat was found. During the dry season, the water recedes, exposing gently sloping sandbanks along the river's edge. Perfect places to stop, to swim and cool off. And this one's also perfect for river monsters.
This is exactly the kind of place where a predator would live. There's a very interesting feature. There's a narrowing of the bank, creating a push of current, which has actually excavated quite a bay over there. But on either side of the push, you've got turning water and a little bit of slack. And it's the kind of place where anything that's floating down the river, a dead animal, anything at all, is going to settle. And so you're going to get fish of all sizes waiting in a place like this to see what comes down.
So if I put a bait out, there's a very good chance that a lurking carnivore will find it.
Oh, here we go. No.
That's something. Is it going to stay on? Just down there. Deep-bodied, something in the water, deep-bodied. It's a piranha. A black piranha, the largest of the piranha species, and a voracious predator. Although they can take chunks out of flesh and even sever bone, I don't believe that they would be capable of taking down a man.
But piranhas certainly could be among the creatures that would dispose of the evidence once the deed has been done.
The question is, what did the deed?
Yeah.
Is the fish?
This is a large fish.
I'm feeling massively undergunned. All I have to pull in this giant is a thin rod and a wobbly canoe.
That's the fish there.
I'm trying to stop the fish coming to the surface. If it jumps, it could spit out the hook. But it seems the fish is calling the shots.
Heavy fish. Rod in a painful curve.
As the fish comes closer, the danger becomes very real. If it jumps in our direction, the results could be deadly.
It's coming. It's gonna jump.
This is a lot bigger than any arapaima I've caught before. I need to get it into the shallows.
In a bit more, please.
This fish weighs at least 250 pounds.
Keep holding, because I'm... Look at this! Arapaima on a fly. This thing... It's actually, I was going to say, it's built like a missile. This is a tired fish, believe it or not. Two of us can hardly restrain it. It is just, doesn't it look like a missile? Long, streamlined body. I'm thinking about 3 times the size of the one that hit me. Sent me flying, left me in pain for over a month. This thing came flying at you. Hit you in the right place, shall we say the wrong place. You wouldn't know about it. Just a final flashing, fleeting moment and then lights out for good. I think that's a strong fish.
This is the biggest fish of my South American
It sounds
fishing
like
career.
these tarpon might be bigger and badder than their Floridian counterparts. But now it's time to find out if what I'm hearing is true. I have some experience fly fishing, but I'm no expert.
Right.
And doing it from a raft is going to be like learning my craft over again.
It actually feels quite nice. I've fished in very small wooden boats before, but it's the first time I've had my feet dangling out the bottom. Is there going to be anything down there that might grab my feet?
These foot-propelled rafts are more commonly used for catching fish that weigh just a few pounds. No one dares to catch tarpon this way, except Daniel Goes. And now, me.
Sit up. Get myself aligned. Oh, roll, isn't it, first? Oh, yeah.
But before I can give it a go, I have to perfect the basics.
Let's try that again.
In just a few days, I'm going to try to master what Daniel has spent 10 years perfecting.
No.
And I've a lot to learn before I'm ready to face a giant.
Generally, fly casting, if it's hard work, you're doing it wrong. It's all about economy, it's all about timing. Getting the hang of navigating and casting at the same time. Oh, against the stop, that's the first time.
Over the next few days, Daniel and I spend hours out on the water, honing my technique. After nightfall, when the remote rivers are too dangerous to fish, Daniel and I prepare our fishing gear for the next day and discuss tactics. And piece by piece, it starts to come together. Finally, Daniel thinks I'm ready to go into battle.
I have to admit I'm feeling somewhat daunted at the prospect of being attached to this fish. I actually have to set the hook using my hand. The rod doesn't have enough power. And then when it takes off, I'm actually hanging onto that line as well to provide resistance. That's why I need a second layer of skin.
Away from camp, I put everything I've learnt into practice. And it pays off.
Yeah. We have a tarpon. First one. It's sort of what I wanted. It's one that isn't too huge. Coming up.
I've heard that tarpon can react violently when hooked, but this fish is jumping higher and fighting harder than I expected.
Strong fish.
And it's only a small one.
The fish wants to go deep, so I'm actually swimming with the fins, trying to actually pull it up. It looks like it's tiring. Whoa! First tarpon, and on a fly. Silvery, it's like metallic, this thing, just bright silver. And no teeth in the mouth as such. Well, there are, but they're not very big. That's why I'm not wearing a glove. But they open that mouth, and it is literally, there's a huge suction. Lovely, lovely fish. Got it in as well. Whoops! It's nice and strong, which is good. The thought of one of these my weight, good heavens. Right, I better get this one back. There we go. I'm just going to take it along, getting the water through its gills. That feels good. Caught a tarpon. In this, on a fly, but that's a small one. The target now is one a lot bigger. That was about 20 pounds. Maybe 10 times that weight, something like the size of me. They're in here, that's what I want now.
One of my guides, Byra, has until now been quiet, but he's beginning to open up, and he tells me how poachers around here catch the taimen. What he's actually suggesting is that I try the traditional Mongolian method, which is to kill a large rodent, a squirrel. They run across the open ground and live down burrows. And what you do is you then throw that into water and drag it across the surface. That does actually make sense that the taimen is a large predator, and they do, in a river like this, they'll hit anything that lands on or in the water. He's even offered to catch one for me. I don't think I'm going to go there, but it has, in fact, it has given me an idea.
I'm going to make my own rodent-sized lure. I've scavenged or improvised nearly everything I need, except some yak hair. This part of the river is near a nomadic family's summer camp, and they have a herd of yaks. Mongolian nomads have lived in this way for at least 3,000 years. They're totally dependent on their livestock and horses. This is why they don't fish and why there's no local knowledge about how to catch them. Nearly half the population live like this, but the figures are falling as the modern world encroaches. Yak hair is such a good material that it's used to make flies commercially, but there's nothing quite like getting it straight from the source. I'm used to catching freshwater beasts rather than bovines.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Oh yeah, careful of those bits, all right, yeah.
I have to watch out for both ends. I could get kicked or gored by its horns.
Other belly. Okay, here. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, okay. Okay. Lovely. You can see how these things survive the -40 in the winter. You've got a coat, several inches of that. That's definitely going to help.
I now have everything I need to make my lure. I'm not aiming to make an exact replica of its prey, but something that'll trick a taimen into striking.
What I actually really like about fishing is that if you go back to the fundamentals, it's all about taking something with very little food value. It can be a maggot, a worm. You put it into the water and that is miraculously transformed into a large fish. And the catalyst, the ingredient that brings this about is human ingenuity. Now, fly fishing takes this process one stage further. You start with something which has zero food value and you deceive the fish by making it think that it's something edible. Now, fly fishing originally, you were imitating flies, and that progressed to small fish. But for taimen fishing, you're not so much fly fishing, you're squirrel fishing.
It's not the neatest of flies, but I'm happy with this as my first attempt. Now I need to see how this handles in the water.
Okay. It's hard work to cast this fly. It's a big lump of fur. There's a lot of weight to haul out of the water, but actually when you get the momentum going, you can actually ping it out quite a long way. It's not very elegant, but it's working the water quite well there.
This could make a useful addition to my arsenal. A fisherman's fortune can turn on a dime. You can go day after day without anything, but then suddenly all of your frustrations dissolve in a second. I see a large shape in the water heading towards my lure. Could this be my first taimen?
That's a good size as well. I almost took it on the drop as it hit the water. Let's keep away from this rock. Let's just come into it. Just go behind. That came off. I sort of trying to muscle it past this snag here, but that just slipped off the hook.
The shaman said that I would get to see a taimen, and that's exactly what's happened. But I've traveled over 4,000 miles, been fishing for days, and I'm wondering now if this is the closest I'll ever get to one. I've heard story after story, yet so far the lamprey has managed to elude me. So Dr. Marsden has put me in touch with a team from US Fish and Wildlife to see if we can catch one in the wild. The thing about a jawless fish is that I can't catch that in the normal way with a piece of bait on the end of a line, so I'm having to go about things a slightly different way. Instead of rods and lines, we're using up to 700 volts to temporarily stun the fish. Once transferred to a live well, the fish soon recover, and we'll be able to check whether they've brought any passengers with them. That's pike. Big pike. Well, the actual thing I'm after has eluded us, but there is quite a variety here of the lake's fish species. So there's quite a potential buffet here for any parasite with a taste for fish. As we release the fish, we're just going to give them a quick once-over and see if the lampreys have left their calling card.
Poor sucker doesn't appear to have any wounds.
So that's sort of general wear and tear. I mean, you're looking for something that's specifically sort of disc-shaped.
Yes,
Yeah?
absolutely.
Right. This might be a bit of a handful. Yeah. Surprisingly, the first victim is one of the lake's top hunters. So that's pike.
This.
Oh.
It definitely, you can still see some muscle tissue.
So we've got a pike here. Pike is well known as a predator. I can see how a young pike might be unlucky enough to fall victim. But I'm surprised by what we find on a 20-pound adult. Right. And there's a mark here, just behind the pectoral fin. Possibly a lamprey's had a go at this. Oh yeah, that's gone nicely. So pike, I mean, they are, they're a large, fast predator, and it looks like lampreys are not even afraid to take them on. The evidence of lamprey attacks is all around me, but frustratingly I still haven't found, let alone got my hands on, a live one. Entering the lair of this ancient bloodsucker is not only dangerous, but frankly horrifying. It's extremely rare for outsiders to join the hunt, but the Grand Ronde have made an exception. I hope I can repay their generosity with a decent haul of lamprey. Tribal Council member Peter Wakeland and his son Tory take me up the turbulent waters of the Willamette River towards the falls.
Bruises are very common. There's a lot of big boulders in there. It's very slippery.
Presumably you can't see anything?
I think it's definitely an art of feel. You're just going to be pretty much blind and feeling away down in there. Yeah.
150 miles from the ocean, we're on the same migratory path as salmon, sturgeon and lamprey. Anything swimming up the Willamette River is eventually going to encounter this 40-foot-high wall of rock curving round for 1,500 feet. I'm awestruck by the challenge facing both the fish and us. In terms of the volume of water, these are the biggest falls in the entire US after Niagara. And you can well understand how this is going to cause a pause in the fish migrations. And this is why people have been coming to this place for millennia. And it's into this water that I've got to go.
We're going to make our way up above these boulders. We want to work our way across the face and check in all those cracks.
I'll be working blind. The only aids I have are cotton gloves to improve my grip on these slimy, serpent-like vampires. Peter tries to shield me from the huge surge that's pulling at our legs under the water. Any of us could get sucked under and drown.
Nothing there.
The sound is deafening. I can barely hear Peter's instructions. I'm desperate to get my hands on a lamprey, but I'm coming up empty. Further Further up, there's a rock face where lampreys congregate right under the highest falls, but the risks are much greater. I don't think we have a choice.
We're going to get further into the falls.
The slick basalt is lethal. If I slip, I could be forced under and pinned down by the thundering water. I wouldn't be the first person to drown here.
I think we're going to go in, try to get a good foothold so you don't get flushed over the edge. And we're just going to start reaching down, feeling. You're not going to be able to see, and there's a lot of water coming over today.
Around 20,000 cubic feet per second. The only way to prise them off is to get right behind their mouths, but they're in a very deep crevice.
And there it is. This is a real first for me. This is a fish that can't be caught on a bait, on a rod and line. And there are the three fangs.
But one fish doesn't make a feast. Just as I've mastered my technique, I feel something hit me. Dozens of lampreys are flying out of the falls.
The fish have all spooked from this hole, so we've got to go into the even wilder water here. Can't really see, there's so much water.
Behind the torrents, lampreys are suckering their way up the 40-foot rock face to the river above. This is my last chance to seize these writhing vampires. To bag at least 30. Peter finally says we have enough.
Even though I've now got one in my hands, the lamprey is still a very hard creature to pin down. To some people it's this hideous invader, but to others it's a gift from nature. And with its snake-like body, its vampire-like feeding habits, you can well understand why for some people this has become the stuff of nightmares.
A primordial vampire that's been on the earth longer than any other river monster I've encountered. Because I could hook something more than 3 times my weight, I'm using some serious tackle. From enormous forged hooks to the strongest line I've ever used.
And we use the best harnesses to take the load off our back. How's it fit, Jeremy?
That feels good.
When we hook up on these big sharks here, we have a spotter on the back of our harness. We use the belts. We have a little handle on the back, so when we hook up that first surge, I mean, you could easily go in the water.
I want to get my bait out a couple of 100 yards into the deep channel. I can't cast that far, so the only option is to paddle out and drop it in. But floating in a plastic canoe above killing machines potentially 12 feet long is a little unnerving. Back on shore, it's a waiting game. But I think we've picked the right spot. One of the things that Dawn said to look out for is happening. Schools of baitfish are jumping out of the water, and something appears to be chasing them.
That is a fish on. I'm leaning into this. Although my reel is nearly on full drag, the fish is still able to swim off with ease. But the heaviest line I've ever used is still just about holding out. This has to be a monster. After a 20-minute fight, I bring it close to shore. When it breaks the surface, I see something I didn't expect. Look at that! I might just come over it. Whoops. It's clear I've hooked a giant. But this is no shark. Fish's beach now. Just gonna go in there and grab it. It's a Goliath grouper. That is just a massive grouper. After a 20-minute struggle, it should be worn out, but it appears this beast has only just started. As it thrashes, not only do I have to be wary of the giant hook in its mouth, but also the spikes along its back. Slip this out. Hook's out. That is a beast. The length is
83 inches. 69 and 83. Well, 69 inches.
That's just shy of 7 feet long and over 5.5 feet around. At this kind of size, it's going to weigh over 350 pounds. But they can grow even bigger, to over 600 pounds and 8 feet long. I could feel it was a heavy fish, and it was also taking line against a very heavy drag. But what I was expecting to see when it came in close was a big dorsal of a bull shark. And then these spikes break the surface. Although these are very tough, resilient creatures, it's probably time to put this back. I want to get it into deeper water to release it. But even with Mike watching my back, this monster isn't going anywhere easily. Look out. I think I'm knee deep in water. This fish, its belly is still scraping the bottom. It's feeling anything like as tight as I do. We'll sink into a corner somewhere and just recover for a little while. But the priority for me is to get another bait out. There's big bull shark out there. It's time to start seriously exploring the water in and around the docks. Between dry season and flood, the water level here rises more than 20 feet, concealing staircases and gangways beneath the surface. There's a lot of structure, so fish like this kind of place. It gives them plenty of opportunities for cover, and the cargo handlers seem to think the same. They actually put lines down themselves. There's one over there. It's going to be a bit snaggy though, but I'm going to put a bait down and see what turns up. One of the dock workers beats me to it. But he gets more than he bargained for when a hidden horde of flesh-eaters rises up from the depths to feast on the catch he's gutting. So these are kangaroo. Not the tiny variety that swims up inside people, but the kangaroo asu, the ones that usually bore into dead flesh. I've investigated this fish before. What looked like bullet holes in a man's body were bore holes from this fish. They were eating his body from the inside out. This water here is murky, it's not clear, and yet these fish can just find that in no time at all, just purely from the chemicals that are being released into the water, the blood and fragments of meat. That speed of response surprises me. I thought these creatures sought out soft, decomposing bodies to tear into, but this fish was alive just minutes ago. This is a really horrible fish to handle. It's very, very muscular and wriggly.
There's almost no eyes at all on this. You know, they don't find their way about by sight, it's purely by smell. And what they do is they cut a circular lump out. If these creatures respond so quickly to fresh blood in the water, what would they have made of hundreds of passengers battered by untethered cargo and bleeding into the Amazon as they tried to swim to shore? The workers tell me that another flesh eater lives alongside the kangaroo in the murky waters around these docks. This one far outnumbers piranhas. It's time to set a trap.
So that's 3 bags of entrails, fairly bloody but quite fatty. That's going to give off quite a bit of odour. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stick it down the water here and see if anything comes along. Leave that there, see what happens.
With nothing biting, I take a minute to check the trap.
Well, there we go. That's quite a disgusting haul.
My bloody, meaty bait has not disappointed me.
A lot of fish in here. Most of these are kangaroo. Those are the lighter coloured ones, cylindrical. And here and there you've got these characteristic circular holes where they've actually cut their way into the organs. There's sort of gobbets of flesh that they've regurgitated. The fact that I've lifted them out of the water has slightly sort of upset them, and they've just been vomiting lumps of flesh all over the place. It's not a particularly pleasant sight.
But the kangaroo asu are not alone. The other flesh eater I was hunting for is in there with them. A fish known as the water vulture, or pirakatinga.
It's a catfish, no scales, quite small eyes, but what it has got, it's got these very long tentacles, which gives some kind of clue as to how it finds its way around, finds its food down there in the murky water. It might be small, but these are present in very large numbers, much more numerous than piranhas, for example.
I've been told the wreck was full of these gruesome flesh eaters when it was raised from the depths, and they were still feeding on the bodies.
The teeth are very small, but it's actually got a very strong bite for a fish this size, so it can easily tear off lumps of flesh. Although they normally feed on dead creatures, in a situation where there's maybe lots of bodies in the water, some of them might be alive but actually injured. I don't know if these are going to think twice necessarily before they actually get into a wound and start feeding.
Thousands of these voracious predators could easily account for all the unidentified bodies in the cemetery. But even as a combined force, they wouldn't have the muscle to make so many people disappear in such a short period of time. Could there have been another player that tipped the balance? I'm itching to get a line in the water, so I head off with a fisherman named Neville to find some bait. He leads me through the forest to a particular tree.
Okay, this one is the palm tree. We mostly call it common name cookrid tree. We make a lot of food of it. We make cookrid porridge, mix with starch porridge with manjuk. The fruit is very delicious for us. And actually we use the seeds. There's the seeds. We use the seeds for catching a bait. We cut it, and then you find a worm inside.
A worm?
The insect. Just lay inside and then form up a worm.
So that comes from an egg they put inside?
Yes, inside, and then they form up a worm. Then they spend about 4 to 5 months before they fly so they can become an insect.
So it's feeding on the
They're feeding on the nuts, all the time feeding on the nuts.
So do you want to open this one? Ah, there's a hole. Ah, yeah. That's big.
Yeah, it's trying to bite me, actually. So it's really sharp because they actually cut through this hard nut. I can imagine this being a really good bait, actually, because a grub like this, it's just a sack of amino acids and goodness. From a fish's point of view, they're going to love that. One thing this really underlines the importance of local knowledge, how to actually get started. If I was having to work this out for myself, I'd just be wasting time. It's perfect bait to entice smaller fish. Ah, and the fish are coming already. Yeah. That is quite incredible. You could see the fat forming a sort of slick on the surface, and these fish just came from nowhere. Ah, first time. Yes, 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 yes. Look at that. We're on the way. This is moving up the food chain. So from palm grub to miniature fish, to slightly bigger fish, to top predator. It's just the essentials. It's just a hook, a little bit of wire just to protect against piranha teeth, bit of weight, and the line. And I'm going to whirl that around my head, lob it out. That's the one. And then you're feeling with your fingers on the line, which is what I like to do with the rod, actually. You get a lot of information if there is anything moving down there. Now, it's a waiting game. Oh. There's something, there's something, there's something, there's something. Fish. Something bigger than I bargained for has taken my bait. Oh, it might be off. Tip-toe. You're going to get it in the mouth? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. That is just a beautiful, beautiful fish. More to the point, it's very encouraging. Incredible to think that a couple of hours ago, a palm nut on the floor in the forest has turned into this. Known locally as a basher, it has a huge mouth for its size, but they don't reach anywhere near the size. Some of the lake's bedrock is around 1 billion years old. There's something very eerie and ancient about this place. Roger's told me that some of the predatory fish here are incredibly ancient too. One, which some Native Americans call the chowsaroo, occasionally gathers in the shallows to breed. It's going to be a challenge to get their attention. Fish off. What I thought was a bite was in fact the hook catching on this tough creature's armor. Not reacting at all. I'm trying to remember the last time I fished with so many fish visible in front of me, but the lack of interest is really frustrating. But occasionally, if you just get the lure in their face, it just tempts this reflex. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, that's one hooked, that's one hooked. I'm just hoping that hook stays attached. The fish some Native Americans called the chowsaroo, I know by a different name. This is a long-nosed gar. Very, very ancient fish. That armor plating was probably protecting it against pterodactyls back in the day. And those teeth, very, very spiky and sharp. The Abenaki used the gar's teeth to carve tattoos, so these fangs can certainly draw blood. Because I'm after something with a taste for flesh, I'm going to fish with the bloodiest bait I know. This being cattle country, this is a bit of cow's heart. Nice and bloody, very fleshy, and, well, that should get the attention of any carnivores down there.
doing. I'm just riding close to some branches here. It's a very strong fish in this current. Okay, here we go. What's that?
The fish that took the cow heart bait is one I've never caught before, a boga.
Here we go. This fish, definitely carnivorous. Looks a bit carp-like.
But this fish has what carp don't have.
Oh, there's teeth in here. Just having a close look at those teeth.
Its scientific name, Leporinus, describes its rabbit-like teeth, but this is not the hardware of a friendly vegetarian. I've heard bogas can grow bigger than this, but even so, its mouth is not nearly wide enough to bite my finger.
Although it's quite strange to see teeth in a fish like this, I don't think this is responsible.
Within minutes, there's activity.
Right, there was a tug, and that's now missing its tail. That was a piranha, it's taken that off.
Piranhas are an all too familiar problem when fishing the Amazon, but I have a solution. I switch to a tough plastic lure. Hopefully, I'll have more luck with this. Almost immediately, my change in tactics is rewarded.
Very aggressive piranha there, taking this very noisy, large lure on the surface.
It's a perfect opportunity for an experiment.
Right. I'm just going to see if we can demonstrate how sharp those teeth are.
This is 300-pound breaking strain Kevlar, the same material used to make bulletproof vests.
Just get some in here. 8. That's impressive.
Its teeth slice effortlessly through the Kevlar. But what about woven steel?
Huh.
It's a sobering reminder of the flesh-slicing potential of these prolific predators. The next morning, I'm ready to start the battle again. But the conditions of our hunting ground have changed. The dam isn't generating as much power today. The operators have cut the amount of water coming through the turbines.
The water's gone down quite dramatically, and what it's done is exposed all these rocks here. So those are just perfect ambush spots for predators. You know, just a rock to hide behind, a little bit of slack water, some prey fish struggling in the current.
Whether this will work to my advantage, I've yet to see.
I've seen a little bit of activity. Can I entice them onto this this brightly coloured lump of plastic?
Yeah. You see that? Follow it.
And if I can, will I be able to set the hook in the rock-hard jaw? But in a heartbeat, something's changed. The fish just stop responding to my lure down below. But I spot something moving on the surface.
It's a catfish, or, well, it's half a catfish. There we are, still alive. It's been severed. And you can see something chopped there, something chopped there.
I'm looking for a creature that can inflict a shear-like laceration, an amputation by guillotine, and I think I've found the evidence I need.
I'm just mentally comparing that to a certain part of the human anatomy. This has actually got a bone down the middle. It's got a vertebral column. It's severed through that. That is pretty gruesome and pretty impressive.
The perpetrator is somewhere right beneath me, in the shadow of the dam. I have to strike while the iron's hot. If it's half the beast I've heard it is, it's still going to be hungry.
Fish on.
With every leap, its virtually impenetrable jaws threaten to throw my hook.
Yes.
With a head like a pit bull, this massive beast weighs in at more than 40 pounds.
This is it. This is a serious size fish. Just look at that head and look at the teeth and the size of the jaw muscles that are going to be inside that gill flap there. A bit like bolt cutters, really, those jaws, particularly near the angle. Tremendous power.
I've opened the jaws of much bigger fish without a second thought, but there's no way I'm going to try and manipulate this slippery monster's mouth.
It's actually making me think of a spring-loaded man trap. It's not so much the size or sharpness of the teeth. It's the sheer force that you've got operating on these jaws.
And if you're in any doubt, you only have to call to mind the catfish sliced in half.
Any part of human anatomy that gets in those jaws, once you're in it, you're not going to get out.
These people are all too familiar with the pufferfish menace. When I ask, they agree to let me join them for the rest of the day.
This guy, he's just shown me what looks like a very fresh bite. Sometimes they bite through the net. If you're handling them and you're not very careful, they'll bite you. They're in the process at the moment of just paying out the net. One of the two boats just pays that out in a circle, and then gradually they'll gather that in. And the bit that I'm interested in is seeing what has become concentrated in the middle of that net.
The pufferfish aren't the only things round here that bite. These murky waters are teeming with aquatic hunters.
We have a snake in the net. That was actually underneath my feet. I could actually feel something moving at some point. I just assumed it was a fish.
And it's become clear that I'm not here just to watch. Retrieving the net requires getting into the water.
I didn't actually realise that this was going to be part of the deal. Sign language, I was just told, get in the water.
If, as I now suspect, the pufferfish are biting in self-defense, then corralling them in a net is just about the last thing I should be doing. I'm starting to wonder if I'll be the next victim.
Something just got me, something just got me. I don't know what that was. I think that could have been a catfish spine or something.
With the net freed from snags, it's time to haul it in and find out what we've caught. There's a huge variety of fish, but only one of them interests me.
This is something different. This is something different. This is the fish, they tell me, that's been biting people here.
Behind its harmless appearance, this pint-sized animal packs some vicious weaponry. This is not a fish to be trifled with.
Just being very careful here. Just hoping it doesn't move suddenly. But I can see very clearly now those mouth parts.
Now that I've got one, I want to test its bite.
Oh! That was a very graphic demonstration. That's almost cut that fish in half. It's actually
gone through the backbone. This fish has a piranha-like ability to slice off bits of flesh in the blink of an eye. And looking at that triangular wound, I'm left in no doubt that if any part of me were to touch those jaws, it would just slice clean through. These smaller predators all attack the lure with a similar bite. But when I feel a much more savage pull on the line, I know that a halibut has taken the bait. Here we go. It's off. The second it hits the bait, the fish takes off with a turn of speed that catches me off guard. That turned into quite a powerful dive. I'm getting a very disconcerting and characteristic knocking on the rod. The way these fish swim, it's sort of up and down. It's up and down movement. Bringing this fish in is going to be an almighty struggle. I can see it. It's quite a good size. We're going to go for the net. Yeah, we all ready? I want to get this fish on board without injuring it or us. Now? That end. No. Hey, can you get in and just go the left-hand side up? Someone take the rod, please. All right. And down we go. Right. It seems calm now. Should we go for it? Okay, good.
It's really green.
Yep. Dorsal fins there, good. Okay. This is a big halibut. This is 120 odd pounds. Heavy to lift, heavy to bring in. And having seen this thing thrash on the surface, I can absolutely believe those stories of when they kick off in a boat, damaging people. We tend to think of flatfish as just food for us, but this is absolutely way up the food chain. This is a predator, and if you're in any doubt of that, just look at the size of the mouth and the teeth there. That will just engulf and then clamp down. Its large tail and powerful musculature give it explosive acceleration. It is undeniably a very odd-looking beast. A sight hunter with two eyes on one side of its face is something I've never encountered in fresh water. Though this one seems to have calmed down after coming into the boat, I don't want to push my luck. Okay. The next day, I head into unfamiliar waters and start applying what I know. In rivers, predatory fish like to hunt around structure. And one common form of structure out here is the many boats that have run aground in these shallow tidal waters. We're drifting by this wreck here because it's the kind of place where you might get predators lurking, using that as a sort of a background to hide against. But every wreck, of course, has a history. And all these wrecks around here, apparently, they are all boats that have crossed from Cuba. This one's only been here a year and a half. So, you know, I'm casting lures around it, but I can't help thinking at the same time. I wonder exactly what is the story with that boat? What happened to the people who were in it? Oh, there we go. Smaller. A long streamline fish. Is that a baby barracuda? Those are big teeth on a small fish, good heavens. My first barracuda. There's no doubt about that being a predator. Long and streamlined, that helps with the speed, big tail. And that sort of mirror finish, actually in open water, that is really good camouflage. The other thing that's very obvious, big eyes. So no doubt that this thing's a sight hunter. But I am just drawn to those teeth. Even on a small one like this, those are wicked teeth. They seem to be pointing backwards, so anything that gets in there and tries to pull away is actually just going to sink those teeth deeper. I've come to one of these artificial lakes created by a dam to find out what's going on and to see what kind of piranhas are living here. All this used to be rainforest, but when the water rose, The trees all died, just leaving this weird landscape. So I got some liver for bait, loads of blood, but that's perfect for piranhas. So I'm using a pretty big hook, and above the hook I've got some wire because otherwise they're just going to chomp through the line. Pretty ghoulish feast, but just the kind of thing a piranha would like. There we go, there's a knot, there's something on there. Right, here we go, here we go. There we go, that's a sizable fish. That's a piranha, but that is a big piranha. Now, this is something I've got to be very careful with. Careful, 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 careful. And there it is. Imagine swimming with these boys in the water. Oh, crunch. Oh, crunching on the hook as I take it out. How about that for a piranha? This is a black piranha. It's the biggest species of piranha. Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. I'm being extremely careful here. They just have such powerful jaws. I mean, that would take a serious sized lump out of you. Literally, the size of that jaw, that would be the size of the hole that would be missing. Those teeth are so sharp that when people get cut by them, they say they don't even feel it when it happens. They only notice it when they see the blood. It was these kinds of attacks, single bites, that were being made at the beach. I'm fishing out of Cape Town, the port that the Laconia sailed from on its fateful final voyage. It was a month northwest of here that she went down, leaving hundreds floundering in the mid-Atlantic waters. Now, the snook are normally out in the open ocean, middle of the Atlantic, but at certain times of year they do come in close to land, and I'm told that right now, at this time of year, if I go fishing in the water here, I stand a chance of catching one and having a good look at one. Before I can get one on my line, I have to find out where the snook are schooling. And in such a huge expanse of water, I'm going to need a little help. Now, sometimes the birds give a bit of a clue because they'll be, they've got that bird's eye view and they can see bait fish being chased. But we're using technology as well. We're basically keeping an eye on the sonar screen because that doesn't just tell you where the bottom is, how far away that is, it will show up fish as well. But time might be against me. This is Cape Point at the southerly tip of Africa, known here as the Cape of Storms. It's 3 hours before we get the first sign of fish. Are they still there?
He's right here, he's right under us.
According to the sonar, we're right above a school of fish. There could be anything between a couple of hundred to 1,000 fish down there. So what I'm using is this. This is actually, it's lead with a bit of coloration on it, and I'm just dropping that down to the bottom, and that's what they go for. These Cape fur seals sense that there might be an opportunity for easy prey. Let's see what happens when a small bait fish imitation runs the gauntlet. The sonar only tells me so much. I know there's fish down there, but are they snook? Here we go. Whatever I catch, I'll need to get it in the boat fast to avoid it being snatched off the line. Just retrieving it a bit erratically. Here we go. There's one, there's one. This feels like a good size. This is taking line out. This fish is stronger than I anticipated.
I'm trying to bring it in quickly because there's seals around. That's the problem. There it is, there it is, there it is.
It is a sleek, silvery predator, but is it the culprit?
Here we go. Right, I'm being very careful actually not to get too close to this because not only has it got very sharp teeth, but also apparently if one of these does bite you, if it draws blood, there's anticoagulant there, you just won't stop bleeding for hours. So I'm looking as close as I dare, but not too close. But this is what I came here all this way for. Open ocean, schooling fish, they're fast, predatory. Was this the silvery fish that they were talking about? The survivors of the Laconia. And in terms of puncture marks, well, that is going to cause a puncture mark.
What I'm seeing now does indeed point to snook being the first fish on the scene the night the Laconia went down. Whether it was just chance or the commotion of hundreds of people thrashing on the surface that brought them in, we'll never know. The river has transformed overnight, with whole trees being washed downstream, and the water has completely clouded up. This has happened very, very quickly. The thing is, for this to get back to normal is going to take several days. That's if it doesn't rain again. If it does rain again, it's going to stay like this. It's going to possibly even get worse. My only realistic option of catching a black bass now is to head back downstream to the river mouth. Swapping the confined space of a river for a bigger expanse of water would normally make catching one even more of a lottery. But as the river widens, it slows, the sediment starts to settle, and the water mixes with the ocean, making it clearer. Better conditions for sight predators like black bass.
This looks like quite a nice spot here. There's the main current flowing down to the estuary just there. But there's a little slack there. I think we can tuck in there. We can be in a little bit of shade, which is always nice.
I'm going to use a different tactic. I'm ditching the lures and going with bait. And I'll cast out to the edge of the deep channel. This could be my final chance to do battle with a big black bass.
Oh, here we go. There's something on there. Let's go out this way a bit, yes, that's a fish. Motoring over to where the fish is at the moment. It looks like it's well clear of the bank, but the problem is there could well be sunken snags down here. Shortening the line, shortening the line, shortening the line. Yeah, just keep coming this way into this clear bit. It's a big fish. Yeah, can maybe stop the motor, stop. Yeah, this is good, this is good. Here we go. And, oh, there's the leader, there's the leader. I can see it now. It's on the surface. There it is. It's a big bass. Net in the water. Left. Yes. Wow. Yeah. Well, this is a big New Guinea black bass.
This battle-scarred specimen is large, but they can grow to twice this weight.
I think all the pieces finally fall into place. It has the coloration that matches George's story of that mystery fish on the reef. It has the teeth that could have inflicted that bite wound that I saw on Andrew. And having felt this on the end of a line, no doubt about it, the power. If this thing grabbed hold of your leg and started pulling,
Normally, gar are caught before the water begins to cool down, well before the sun sets.
That's gone up. It's gone up again.
Most guides give up fishing by mid-afternoon.
Set it. There we go. That's it. Please be on it. You feel something?
Yeah. That's a fish. Ain't no turtle.
Oh, yes! Yes!
Oh, it's gone under the boat.
Keep the tip away.
That soaked me. I'm here 4 feet above the water and I got a splashing.
Yes! Finally, it seems I am going to get face to face with my river monster. After fishing for 12 hours straight, just as dusk turns to night, I set my eyes on the giant fish.
It's pulling down.
Look at that rod check.
Let's get him out. Do you want me to?
The most dangerous part of gar fishing is bringing the fish aboard the boat.
Coming over.
Oh, there we go.
That's what we wanted.
That's exactly what we
That
wanted.
is exactly what we wanted. That's a proper size fish.
Single hook.
Single hook. We've done it. Fantastic, Mark. That was really. Ooh. Okay. We got the gaff handle?
Yes.
All right. So this will go in here. Okay. I think it's 123 pounds. Good.
Yes.
Finally getting my hands on the fish and seeing it face to face, I can begin to weigh up the evidence.
Actually laying hands on this prehistoric beast. This is fantastic. I mean, this is the creature that I came here to see. I mean, you hear people say, like Mark, that, you know, these things, they won't just devour a bait. They're so fiddly. They will just sit and chew it and maybe spit it out. I've had fish take 100 yards of line even, 15, 20 minutes, you tighten down and there's just nothing on the end.
Gar don't bite pieces off their prey. They only eat what they can swallow whole. This puts humans off the menu.
For all this fierce reputation, they do seem to be, they certainly look the part, but I'm not sure that they actually act up to the part. Ooh, what a thing, what an animal.
This gator gar seems too gentle-natured to cause deliberate harm.
Interesting that here's the bait. It's not, it hasn't taken it down. The bait is, oh, here we go, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, girl, don't worry, you're going back in the water in a moment.
Yeah, maybe we'll throw that after as a little consolation. But no, it's interesting, when it just did that, the whole upper jaw sort of expanded, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
when it actually came up and
You can actually see the gaps where there's actually flesh in between,
Yeah.
and the head's allowed to expand.
Yeah.
Right through these two little veins, right through here, and up through here. You see that separation from the jaw?
Yeah.
See how that actually gives? There's flesh in between these areas, as well as up and through here. See that?
Yeah.
This is solid. Right here's flesh that attaches the joints, so it allows the head to flex and move.
The skin that joins these armored plates allows the gar's jaw to expand. But not so much that it could consume a person or even a human limb.
It's very tempting just to keep it out and admire it, but I think, what is important, although this animal is an air breather, I think it is very much time to get it back in. So I think one last look and back in the water.
Oh. See how it's doing? Okay,
Yeah.
you got it.
Okay. Very hard to hold.
Hey, and you got the heavier end.
I've got the heavy end, I've got the bony end.
This female gator gar measures 6 feet 8 inches. She's longer than I am tall. Then, once again, the gar draws blood. She has a 14-inch long mouth full of some 500 teeth.
That's not actually the teeth of the animal, that is the back of a scale or some scales.
Slicing across.
Yeah, as the fish, my hand, with the weight of the fish on my forearm there, the fish just slid back, and I'm sliding that way is fine, sliding this way, the rear points of these triangular scales stuck in. The Native Americans used to use them as arrowheads, and I can sort of see why now. I've got a big old scrape down
down my arm there from the scales. Anyway, should we get...
I believe I've seen enough to clear the Gar's name.
You've got that, yeah?
It's time to return this specimen to the wild and reflect on other possible suspects.
Okay. Lift it up. Okay.
Come on, baby.
There it goes. There it goes.
Excellent.
Wow.
The Amazon River is 4,250 miles long, twice the length of the Mississippi. It is mostly wide and slow moving, but up this distant tributary, it is quite the opposite. A fifth of all the water on Earth passes through the Amazon, and piranhas and their relatives are found in just about all of it. It's a fisherman's paradise. And it's full of river monsters.
And there's a fish on, there's a fish on. Oh, there it is, jumping out of the water. That's quite strong, that's a strong fish.
I've hooked a predatory fish with dental hardware straight out of a horror movie.
So this is a payara, it's a relative of the piranha. It's an arms war down there, everything's got teeth, everything is eating everything else. And they've actually got those fangs there in the lower jaw, and they use those to puncture the swim bladder of the prey. So it just messes up the buoyancy. The small fish is then totally out of control. It's flopping around near the surface, and these will just come along afterwards and mop them up. And those fangs are that big that it has to have special holes in the upper jaw, otherwise it wouldn't be able to get its mouth closed. So there's probably some very precise engineering going on out of sight that we can't see.
This vampire-like creature shows how evil-looking the piranha family can get. But despite its looks, it is not the fish responsible for attacking people. This is a solitary fish hunter. I'm on the banks of the River Ebro in Spain, hunting down giant whales catfish. They're estimated to put on up to 10 pounds a year. If that's true, it won't be long before an Ebro whales reaches the man-eating proportions of medieval folklore. If I'm after a man-eater, I need to catch, at the very least, a man-sized fish, one that falls on the fat side of 150 pounds. It's time to rig up. Rather than casting, we drop our baits over 100 yards out, just short of the sunken trees along the flooded river channel.
Take up the flag.
Then, with the high-tech alarms set, I can enjoy the Spanish sun.
And now we wait.
This is not my preferred fishing technique. I like to feel the line, be in contact with the bait. But whales are not delicate feeders. And besides, it's hot here.
Yes, here.
And it's about to get hotter.
That's taking line, that's taking line. Taking line.
This is my first super-sized Spanish whales,
Get a bit of speed on.
and immediately it feels seriously big.
Just physical stuff. Whoa. A serious burst from that fish when it first took. It's actually taking line when I struck. My forearm is almost cramping up. So good sign. We've got a fish, and that is a big fish. If I can bring him back. Yeah. I'm moving over the other side.
These Spanish whales are hunting in broad daylight. They really are breaking their programming. And these fish even seem used to being handled. My first fish is 140 pounds and measures 6 foot 9 inches. If these fish are putting on 10 pounds a year, then in 20 years, this already massive creature could weigh as much as 340 pounds, more than double its present size. And if they do live until 80 years, I'll let you do the maths. The only thing that will restrict them is food. But there is one food supply here that is in huge quantities: other catfish. The whales is not just a man-eater, it's a cannibal.
Just get a sort of a cool scientific look at this animal. I mean, the first thing, it's obviously the thing to do, start at the business end, the head. You've got, the main thing is just this very, very wide mouth, about 10 inches across on this animal. And you've got needle-like teeth. They are sharp as well. You put your hand in there and they'll draw blood. But in terms of getting a grip, just perfect. If they clamp down tight with those sort of jaw muscles, you're not going to get out of that. They're just purpose-built for lurking on the bottom and grabbing stuff that comes above them. And they're going to know that stuff is there, the prey, because their eyes are on top of the head. But more to the point, they've got these, and these are just, this is like sort of extrasensory perception. You can tell what's going on in the water. These will pick up vibrations and also chemicals in very sort of, very, very sensitive, very small quantities in both cases. On the side, you've got very pronounced on this animal, you've got the lateral line, and this is their super organ, super touch organ. It just picks up vibrations in the water, often again at a very low level. And also you can see here these sort of marks on the skin. I think these are probably wounds from another fish, possibly when this fish was spawning, and they got a little bit too rough and a little bit sort of over enthusiastic. Stomach here, that's the vent there. So actually if it swallows something, this fish could potentially swallow something that long. It goes to the back of the throat, which is here. It opens up this sort of sphincter muscle there, and it could swallow something about 2 foot long. Looking at this fish, it is the perfect predator. They do eat anything, literally anything, but they are perfectly equipped to predate and also to come from underneath. That is just a mouth on the end of a solid, sinuous piece of muscle. Anyway, I can't hold him much longer.
Whales, like all catfish, can live quite a long time out of water if kept cool and wet. This guy seems quite reluctant to leave.
Should I leave him there or just walk him out?
In a split second, the fish turns. I'm just quick enough to escape.
That was the first catfish attack on a human on camera. I was just wondering, is he going to move? And he did sort of double round. And I have heard stories of them actually having a bite of somebody who's caught them, so I thought, that's not going to happen to me. There's no mark there, but it has happened. It's strong and heavy. Look at this! Vai. Kuyu. A new species for me. I know the species, but I've never caught one. There's a lump taken out of it by piranha. They can tell when a fish is in distress and they go after it. You can actually see the shape here of a piranha jaw. Something chomped this fish on the way in. Normally these fish are paying complete attention to not ending up on the menu. This one basically thinking about something else for just a moment, and a piranha came in and chopped it. So you've literally got to watch your back.
This armoured catfish was a fantastic catch, but seeing the piranha bite on its back has crystallised everything for me. This fish lives in and amongst piranha every day of its life. Yet struggling on the end of my line, it instantly became a target. But as I set off on my mission, leaving the port of Manaus, my boat captain tells me that if I'm interested in arapaima, then I should definitely visit one of these floating houses. Salted arapaima used to be a meal enjoyed across the Amazon, but since a ban on commercial fishing, a few enterprising ribeirinhos or river people have started to farm them in pens like this to satisfy the demand for arapaima meat.
I've heard these arapaima in this enclosure here do something quite spectacular.
I've arrived just as they're preparing to fish one out for their own cooking pot.
Bom dia! Eu vou aí. Não. Tudo.
Aqui, vamos tirar um
pedaço. Ah, eu sou Jeremy. Jeremy.
Seu nome é meu Alegria.
Alegria, eh?
Alegria.
Sua Alegria, which means happiness, is he's about to try and get an arapaima out of here. There's a few in here, and he says it's not an easy job. It can be a wee bit interesting. I'm going to ask him if maybe I can help. Tem que ficar de olho assim. There are 30 fish in here, and he says they're just jumping everywhere, and they are just, you know, you're just having to duck. You risk getting hit by the head, and this is about the size of a boxing ring. It's about having, it's like having 30 people coming at you and just having to avoid them. Right, I'm going to have to just prepare myself a little bit. Pula mesmo?
Pula. É limpo embaixo. Ok.
Oh, just trod on a fish.
Pisou em cima de
Right, esse fundura todo canto, né? Eu vou para lá.
Vai levando
De
para lá.
costa. This is this is a bit like a boxing ring. It's about the same size. There's 35 fish in here, nearly as big as I am.
Lá vai o arrastão, mete nessa posição.
Bom. Melhor assim.
Vai levando para lá.
Okay. Taking the net up.
It's a simple matter of netting one. But this is exactly what I was doing when I took the full force of an arapaima headbutt to the chest. And I have been warned that these fish are particularly violent when cornered.
De frente é melhor. Bota o pé direito no chão.
They're walking forward, which means all the vulnerable bits of my body, a boxer would be covering them up.
Tá beleza.
Okay, that's going well.
Vai começar a pular.
Right, they're going to start jumping any minute, he's saying. Any minute they're going to start jumping.
Opa, furou. Afrouxa.
Okay, we didn't get one. We're going to have to go through the whole thing again.
Knowing what's coming makes the second attempt even more daunting.
I'm afraid. Jeremy is afraid, he's saying. I think that is fairly clear to see. Right, he's saying they might be a bit tired this time, so they might...
There's no doubt that when cornered or trapped by nets, the arapaima becomes a formidable force of nature. With the help of these arapaima farmers, I'm finally holding one of these incredible fish in my arms.
Look at that fish.
My fear has been replaced with a new respect.
Vamos levantar, we're going to lift it up.
Maybe I'm now ready to face an arapaima on my own.
Oh, now we're going to let the head go. Let the head go. This is the... They wanted one to eat. That one was too big. They want to get a smaller one. I think I'm just going to leave them to it.
Okay.
Bon. Never ever seen anything like that before. All those fish absolutely clean out of the water. You know, I think that just has to be, the evidence that I was looking for.
Just imagine the damage a fish could do that had the same solid bone head, but was more than twice the weight. But Sua Alegria also insists that they sneak through holes in the nets, displaying a curiously unfish-like cunning. Combine that with their sheer muscular power, and you can easily see how dangerous the arapaima becomes when cornered. After travelling for 12 hours, I reach my destination, a river junction up a tributary of the Amazon.
As far as I can gather, this is the scene of the crime. And what's interesting is this is a very obvious meeting of the waters. You can see it so clearly because the two rivers that meet here are different colours. One is muddy white water, one is black water.
According to the locals, large catfish wait in ambush at river junctions like this to predate on smaller fish travelling downriver.
Because I'm after a pretty monstrous fish, I'm using monstrous tackle. I've got a huge forged steel hook on the end attached to a length of wire. And then I've got about 300 yards of very strong line. Okay. And this rod, you'd normally only see this on a boat out in the open ocean, the kind of thing you'd use to catch marlin, tuna, that kind of thing, but I'm using this stuff in fresh water. Something down there. Just grab the bait, bend the rod, and then let go. That's a fish on, that's a fish on. It's taking line. Taking line, taking. Feels pretty sizable. It'll be a little bit decisive and brutal now. Fish doesn't want to know though, doesn't want to know. Going down. It's coming up in the water, there it is. It's a jowl, it's a good size. This fish is not the piraiba I was hoping for, but the jiao is a catfish, and some fishermen claim it can be just as dangerous as the larger piraiba. But it's not finished. Doesn't like the side of the boat at all. It has a reputation for being so strong on the end of a line that some people will tell you that it has dragged fishermen down into the depths. This is about 80 pounds, 80, 90 pounds. It's a good sized fish. The hook hold looks good. We might even be able to land it on land. After 20 minutes of hard struggle, I have the better of it. Hey. And my goodness, feeling the strength of this thing. I wouldn't want that around my ankle or, you know, I wouldn't want to be head first down the mouth or something like that either. There we go. It looks a really sinister fish, that dark black colour, and it gets that from living down in the lightless zone, you know, deep in the rocky pools, where it just blends in with the background. And particularly looking at it from here, just the shape of it, you know, it's a great big mouth, large head, very muscular midriff, and then just tapering off into this very chunky, powerful propulsion unit. Just looking at these long whiskers that they use to probe their surroundings, it's pretty obvious where catfish get their name. So this is a real, you know, this is a fish that's adapted for strong water, very strong fish. And if one of those was to grab you, there's not a great deal you could do about it. Oh, time to release this animal. So the scene of the crime may not have yielded the man-eating piraiba I was after, but this impressive jiao shows that there are some large catfish down there. Oh, wanting to go already. Look at that, wanting to go already. That's good. That's good. There it goes. Ooh, quite a fish. I head into the dark heart of the Amazon, up a distant tributary of the main river, to see if that tactic changes my luck. Maybe here I'll catch my man-eating piraiba. Head down, head down, head down, head down, head down. Ah! Fish on. Could this be the river monster I'm after? But who'll win this battle? Me or the fish? I'm here in the Amazon, investigating a family of killer catfish. It's taking line. It's a strong fish, this. And I think I've hooked a piraiba. Come around, I've got to come around, I've got to come around. Got to come around. The largest catfish species found here. This is a good sized fish. I haven't seen it yet. Look at that! That is actually not the fish I want. That is a huge red-tailed catfish. I want the white, streamlined, shark-like piraiba. But this thing, my goodness, this is a good size. This is a very good size. I mean, these things don't grow, don't get caught much bigger than this, so I'm going to weigh it. Can you read that? Right, this one is 80 pounds, this one. 80 pounds. It's very, very big for a red-tailed catfish. Not an easy fish to lift.
Now that this fish is in the boat, it is pumping air, not water, over its gills, creating these strange sounds.
That is a big old catfish. And it's getting me in training for the Piraiba. The only thing is, too many more experiences like this one, and I just won't have any energy for a fish that's bigger than this. And I mean, this thing is just a huge head, huge bony head, tapering off into this leathery body, and a great big wide mouth there. Without any teeth as such, but it's got real good grasping pads.
Unlike a shark that can bite its prey in half, catfish have to swallow it whole. So if they are overly ambitious, they will choke. But this fish has a different problem. Inside its mouth is a parasitic bloodsucker.
Another one here. And that is absolutely engorged with blood. The blood of this poor catfish.
This tiny parasite, the candiru, and this vast predator are both from the mafia-like family of catfish.
This is pretty disgusting. I don't know if I can get hold of it because they're very slippery. Need more fingernails. Okay, look, there we go. So there we go, before and after. This one's fed. This one's still lean and hungry.
And as I'll find out, it's these small guys you have to watch out for, as this parasite is one of the cruelest catfish I'll meet.
There we go. Okay. That was nice to catch that. Not the fish I want, but, you know, that's a real monster in its own right. Oh! Ah!
If this one pulls me over, I'm in real trouble.
I was nearly tipping forward over that edge. I was just going a little bit. My groin is starting to ache. Strong fish. The rod's jammed in. This is physical stuff. Physical work. It's coming up. Strong fish. But I think it's tiring. Tiring. There it is. There's the fish. Hey. Good grief. My crutch is killing me. And there it is.
But does it weigh more than 150 pounds?
The measure of the beast, that is 7 foot 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 foot 4 inches.
Then you open the mouth.
You can actually hear the echo coming out of the mouth there. Hello. And I can see its gullet opening and closing. If I was so inclined, I could put my fist down there quite easily. That is an eating machine. The whole thing is nearly 8 foot of just solid, rippling muscle. If that grabbed hold of your leg, that's an unpleasant enough thought, but if that decided not to let go and you were swimming, you'd be history. I'm about 175 pounds on a good day or a bad day, depending how you look at it. This fish could be more than that. Yeah. 74 kilos, that's about 163 pounds. Not quite as big and fat and ugly as I am. What I find really hard to credit is that I was doing those experiments where I was trying to see how much force I could exert in the water, and there was somebody on the bank with a spring balance just hooked around their finger, reading off, okay, 30 or 40 pounds. This thing in the water was almost pulling me off the bank. I was having to dig in and really act like I was in a tug of war. How something with nothing solid to actually grab hold of can exert that force in the water, you know, I find quite mind-boggling. It is very, very impressive indeed.
And now it's time to let this guy go. Let's see how he reacts.
Fish has recovered a bit, maybe a bit more than I have. I'm going to put it back in the water. If it does have a go at me, I'm going to actually stand my ground and see if it, a bit like an elephant, see if it's a false charge or will it actually go and grab my leg. This is what I'm trying to remember, that this fish is bigger than I am. It's got a few inches on me. I've got a few pounds on this fish, but I'm in the water. My extra weight actually counts for nothing. It's the fish's environment sinking down towards my foot. I think my reflexes overruled what I was wanting to do, which was stand my ground, but I can visualize it too much, what might be going on down there, what might be going through its mind. So don't tangle with these guys in their environment is the message. Being such a rare animal nowadays, limited and sustainable fishing is allowed in just a few locations, and this is where I'm headed. I'm as far off the beaten track as possible, in search of those last places which still provide sanctuary to monsters. Basically, there's no way we could get up here using the motor. Too many branches, rocks in the water. So we're having to manhandle the boat up this very narrow creek. We've entered a pristine, magical world, home to many mysterious jungle creatures. And maybe the large arapaima I'm after. Goodness me, that is a fish and a half. Look at that. This is a beautiful caparari. Oh. Right, I'm actually very pleased to have this fish. It's not the arapaima I was after, but, you know, this is just, to my mind, such a lovely looking fish. I mean, the patterning on that is just wonderful. This bizarre catfish is a strange monster of the deep. But it seems that the arapaima is an elusive giant that won't be caught easily. I fish on into darkness, and I get another surprise. That's just pulled me on my arse. Fish on, me pull towards the water. I thought I was going to go in. There's nothing. That's a sizable fish. With so many fishermen around, the only inconvenience these fish suffer for their midnight feasts is a little bit of manhandling. Imagine being in a river at night with one of these things swimming around your legs. I don't know how big it is yet. I can see it's big. All right. Yeah, good. 148, I think. 147. 147. I'm a little bit shell-shocked. This was this fish. I've got gravel rash on my backside. I mean, I hit into the thing and I was just sliding towards the river on my rear end and managed to stop myself against a bit of a slab, and it was real tug of war. But I mean, nice to see a fish like this. I mean, it really is. And they grow bigger than this. I mean, they are getting on for twice this weight in this water here, which is something to think about. I mean, what that must feel like on the end of the line, I don't know. wide. It's about 9 inches, isn't it? This fish is almost as heavy as I am. I mean, it is. This is quite a monstrous beast. And the power as well, I felt the power. The thing nearly pulled me in the river. So, you know, definitely a fierce predatory animal, and some of these stories about them maybe attacking swimmers, I don't know, I couldn't believe them now, having actually seen a sizable one of these things actually up close. I'm still short of my target 150-pound beast. These creatures really are ugly out of the water. I want to see them in their natural element. But that means getting into the water. But the only way I know how to prove these monsters are still out there is to catch one. And I've heard of a lake that might be just the place to do that. This lake looks really nice, actually. It's very quiet. Lots of snags, which could be interesting. I'm actually using a thing called a circle hook. Now that looks like it's just not going to hook anything at all. The point just coming in here, that's just not going to hook on anything. But in fact, if that's the fish's mouth, what happens is it just comes and turns, and there it is, right in the corner of the mouth. Oh, there we go, that was one. I just saw this red tail come up, fraction of a second, but I recognize it now. That was an arapaima. And what I've got to do is try and quietly get into position so I can actually put a bait near that fish. One thing that I learned from the tribes people, which is actually quite hard to do, but I've just got to be patient. Yes. Yeah. That's a fish, that's a good fish. Closer. Can see the fish. As the battle with this arapaima approaches the half-hour mark, I'm reminded that the rebellious, proud spirit that inhabits this fish even refused to surrender to the gods. Precis som jag går in på peka. Right, it's gotta be out. There we go. Alikash, my boss aqui. Oh, look at that, it came out so easily. Yes. Okay, we're ready. There it is. Look at that for a fish. Look at that. Massive female arapaima, about 150 pounds. I finally have the proof in my arms that huge arapaima are still out here. This is a true dinosaur of the deep. I need this fish to regain its strength after our battle before I release it. If I put it straight back, it might not have the energy to swim to the surface to take a breath. And being an air breather, it would drown. Just the head a little bit under the water. And pointing up towards the bank so that if it does thrash, there's only one way it can go. In theory, which is not back into the water, although they can just double around 180 degrees. Even at the end of a long fight, I can still feel the strength of this fish. So I can absolutely imagine this thing being able to knock over. Oh, there we go. That's good. That's good. That's good. Look at boom. That was good. That was the fish just having a breath, which is excellent. It means the fish is not too tired out. But I mean, mainly this fish is just a bony head with a big cylinder of muscle behind it. And if this fish wasn't tired out, I don't think I'd be able to hold it. That's good. No, it's gone. We were just wondering if it had enough strength to go, and no doubt about it, I just couldn't hold it. And in fact, at the end of an epic battle on the line, but also an epic quest trying to find one of these things, but finally feeling the strength of it, absolutely, I'm in no doubt now that if you were in a small fishing canoe and that thing hit you underneath, I mean, it would easily upend the canoe. And then if you're in the water afterwards and you got on the wrong side of that head, my goodness, that would absolutely take you out. Awesome. Something down there. Just grab the bait, bent the rod, and then let go. That is a fish on. I think it's coming towards me. What I don't want is the hook to come out like me to feel strange. There are people who hook these fish and they're literally on for hours, and it gets dark and they give up and they cut the line. I've come far too far to give up, so even though my muscles are aching, I carry on. There's a very fast sort of pulsing to it. It's not a throb, 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 throb. This is a big fish. I can only bully to a certain extent. Strong, strong, strong fish, strong fish, strong fish. Ah! After a struggle of nearly half an hour, I have the better of it. There it is, that's the fish, there's the fish, there's the fish. Piraiba, it's a Piraiba. Ah! Here we go. Ah. This is the one I wanted. This is the Piraiba, the real monster of the Amazon. Fish is growling at me. Oh, a big old mouth on there. Heavy, heavy fish. I can hardly hold this up. My arms are pretty shot anyway. No, I can feel the fish flexing. It's about to kick. Whoa. Oops. And this is the one that people say, when it gets big enough, it goes after people as well. Looks a bit like a shark, and it has a reputation to match. This is a big one, but they do go bigger. They do go bigger. This one, I don't know, possibly about 80 pounds. I mean, this is a man-sized fish, but they go bigger than man-sized. They go a size big enough to swallow a man. And a streamlined fish, smooth skin, no scales, but it's a very streamlined catfish. Most catfish are pretty slobby. They mope around on muddy bottoms, but this is a fish of fairly fast current, and I can just feel that muscle flexing. That's a lovely, lovely result. And am I tired? Am I tired? What I've got to do, though, is remember that the fish is as tired as I am. So, although I want to admire it out of the water, I've got to get it back and think of the fish's recovery as well. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Oh. 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 And he's gone. What a river monster. Bull sharks have been observed moving up the Mississippi River as far as St. Louis. And there has even been an attack reported in Lake Michigan. To fully understand this threat, I want to get my hands on one of these big predators in fresh water. But to do that, I need to learn some specialist techniques.
from an expert in catching big sharks. Hello there. You Terry? Yeah.
Terry.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Hello there. On March the 14th, 2007, just here in the river mouth, Terry Hesse caught a 9.5-foot long female bull shark, estimated to weigh over 500 pounds. This all looks like pretty serious stuff.
Yep, well, free out rods and reels. We'll be using one of these. Nice Tiago 80s.
Completely blown away with the idea of using, needing to use that in a river. These guys are serious. I'm impressed. They're fishing in this busy working port on the frontier between sea and fresh water. I mean, one thing I'm noticing already is attention to detail. They've got a comprehensive plan to outwit the super-sensory capacity of this shark. Terry begins the journey across the river mouth to place the baits. Bull sharks have been reported to ram kayaks, taking the paddle splash and rudder movements for the thrashing of a fish in distress. Terry's okay, but in getting these baits set in the dark, I've injured my index finger. It's going to make things difficult. I'm just hoping that this and the disturbance from the busy port doesn't damage my chances.
Pick it up.
At 2:30 a.m,
Fish, aren't they?
with the tide high, the line begins to run.
In the heart. No, off. It's all right. Yep. Shuffling down. At the moment, it just feels like there's a boat on the end. It's just a dead weight.
I'm just changing the ratio there.
Yeah, that's pulling. It is coming my way.
And with nearly 200 yards of line taken in, whatever it is reaches the shore.
What is it?
That is huge! One of the best fish I've ever seen, man.
This monster is not what I expected to catch.
Right, to me, James, it's not a shark, but it is an exceptional fish.
It's just remarkable.
That is something, isn't it? I've never seen anything like this in my life before. It's what they call a Queensland groper. This is a monster. I mean, it's not the monster I was after, but this is a monster.
Look at it. This is 3 inches.
What about the girth?
Yeah.
2'1". Its girth is 4 foot 3 inches. 4 foot 3 inches.
This is a protected marine fish, normally found on reefs, but they're known to come into river mouths like this on rare occasions.
Look at that. This fish, even Terry and Ben haven't seen anything like this anywhere like this size, so it's just an amazing catch, and particularly from a river. Just, this thing really is a river monster.
Groupers have an extraordinary trick. This 250-pound male actually started life as a female. When there are too few males in a spawning group, a female will switch sex to keep breeding numbers up.
Ooh.
Time, though, for this gender bender to head back home. Floating, nobody in it, fisherman disappeared. The automatic assumption from everybody was that it was a caiman or an anaconda. Those are the obvious candidates. But I've been doing a bit of thinking, and I think another animal might have been involved. And what I think it might have been is one of these. Now, I mean, this is a real armor coat, this, and it looks as if it's a snake or some other reptile. But believe it or not, this is actually a fish, and this is a big fish. This is the skin of an arapaima fish. And if its scales make you think of a dinosaur, that's because the arapaima is indeed a dinosaur of sorts. It has swum in these waters virtually unchanged since the Cretaceous period. That is just a single scale from this animal. I mean, that is pretty impressive. But they go a lot bigger than that. And the reason I know that is that. Now, whatever that came off, that would have been a serious river monster. Arapaima have been caught measuring up to 10 foot long, making them the largest freshwater fish in the world's largest river. But in recent years, they have been relentlessly overfished. And today they are so rare, it is forbidden to catch them in most areas. Normally in the Amazon, seeing Arapaima live and close up is pretty well impossible. There's just so much water, it's pretty murky. Here's this place, it's a bar in the middle of Manaus, and this could be just the perfect place to check them out. Absolutely amazing opportunity to get eyeball to eyeball with these things. It really is prehistoric looking, like stone or metal or something, you know, real armor plating. And the other thing that's very striking about these fish, you know, they are very elongated, they're quite cylindrical. That is just perfect design for an ambush predator, you know, speed over a short distance. Arapaima are naturally predatory, engulfing any fish that fit into that bony mouth, including piranha. They will even consume birds and other animals, sucking them down from the water surface. And then they've got this very gruesome technique for actually finishing their prey off. They have a tongue with a piece of bone inside it, and they actually use that bony tongue to crush the small fish against the roof of the mouth, so it's not a very pleasant way to go, I'd imagine. These are pretty big fish. You know, that mouth isn't big enough to swallow a person, so any stories like that you've really got to discount. But it could still actually kill you. That is a very solid lump of bone with an enormous mass of muscle behind it. I've actually been on the receiving end of one of these things. It hit me in the chest, and no exaggeration, I could still feel that a month and a half later. It just bruised me so deeply. It was 7 years ago, and I was helping a friend of mine, a research scientist, with his captive breeding program for Arapaima. His long-term goal is to take the pressure off the wild population, and he needed to capture his fish to pair them up with likely mates. We caught several fish already and weighed and measured them without problem, when I let my guard down. While drawing in a net with an Arapaima trapped inside, this hard-nosed giant turned from fish into missile. From nowhere, I had 100 pounds of solid bone smash into me. Weeks later, a doctor described my injury as similar to the impact of striking the steering column during a car crash. I'm not saying this is some malignant creature that will deliberately hunt and eat you. It doesn't have the mouth for it. But corner one of these beasts and it will launch a preemptive strike. It is this event that makes me believe the Arapaima may be the killer in question. If these fishermen were hunting Arapaima or accidentally caught one in a net, this animal will violently defend itself. Just one thrash connecting with the head is all it would take to knock you unconscious, leaving you at the mercy of the Amazon's scavenging river monsters. But as I set off on my mission, leaving the port of Manaus, my boat captain tells me that if I'm interested in Arapaima, then I should definitely visit one of these floating houses. Salted Arapaima used to be a meal enjoyed across the Amazon. But since a ban on commercial fishing, a few enterprising ribeirinhos, or river people, have started to farm them in pens like this to satisfy the demand for Arapaima meat. I've heard these Arapaima in this enclosure here do something quite spectacular. I've arrived just as they're preparing to fish one out for their own cooking pot. Bom dia! Eu vou aí. Não. Tudo.
Aqui, vamos tirar pedaço.
Eu sou Jeremy.
Seu nome é meu Alegria.
Alegria, eh?
Alegria.
Seu Alegria, which means happiness, is he's about to try and get an Arapaima out of here. There's a few in here, and he says it's not an easy job. It can be a wee bit interesting. I'm going to ask him if maybe I can help. Tem que ficar de olho assim. There are 30 fish in here, and he says they're just jumping everywhere, and they are just, you know, you're just having to duck. You risk getting hit by the head, and this is about the size of a boxing ring. It's about having, you know, it's like having 30 people coming at you and just having to avoid them. Right, I'm going to have to just prepare myself a little bit.
Pula. É limpo embaixo. Okay.
Oh, I just fell on a fish.
Pisou em cima do...
Right. Eerste fundura, todo canto, né? Eu vou para lá.
Vai levando
De
pra lá.
costa. This is a bit like a boxing ring. It's about the same size. There's 35 fish in here, nearly as big as I am.
Lá vai o arrastão, mete nessa posição.
Bom. Melhor assim.
Vai levando pra lá, vai levando pra lá.
Okay. Taking the net up.
It's a simple matter of netting one. But this is exactly what I was doing when I took the full force of an arapaima headbutt to the chest. And I have been warned that these fish are particularly violent when cornered.
De frente é melhor. Bota o pé direito no churro.
Now walking forward, which means all the vulnerable bits of my body, a boxer would be covering them up.
Tá beleza, tá beleza.
Okay, that's going well.
Vai começar a pular.
Right, they're going to start jumping any minute, he's saying. Any minute they're going to start jumping.
Opa, furou, afrouxa, afrouxa.
Okay, we didn't get one. We're going to have to go through the whole thing again.
Knowing what's coming makes the second attempt even more daunting.
I'm afraid. Jeremy is afraid, he's saying. I think that is fairly clear to see. Right, he's saying they might be a bit tired this time, so they might...
There's no doubt that when cornered or trapped by nets, the arapaima becomes a formidable force of nature. With the help of these arapaima farmers, I'm finally holding one of these incredible fish in my arms.
Look at that thing.
My fear has been replaced with a new respect.
Vamos levantar, we're going to lift it up.
Maybe I'm now ready to face an arapaima on my own.
Oh, now we're going to let the head go. We're going to let the head go. This is the... They wanted one to eat. That one was too big. They want to get a smaller one. I think I'm just going to leave them to it.
Okay.
Bon. Never ever seen anything like that before. All those fish absolutely clean out of the water. You know, I think that just has to be, the evidence that I was looking for.
Just imagine the damage a fish could do that had the same solid bone head, but was more than twice the weight. But Sue Alegria also insists that they sneak through holes in the nets, displaying a curiously unfish-like cunning. Combine that with their sheer muscular power, and you can easily see how dangerous the arapaima becomes when cornered. But the only way I know how to prove these monsters are still out there is to catch one. And I've heard of a lake that might be just the place to do that.
This lake looks really nice, actually. It's very quiet. Lots of snags, which could be interesting. I'm actually using a thing called a circle hook. Now that looks like it's just not going to hook anything at all. The point just coming in here, that's just not going to hook on anything. But in fact, if that's the fish's mouth, what happens is it just comes and turns, and there it is, right in the corner of the mouth. Oh, there we go, that was one. I just saw this red tail come up, fraction of a second, but I recognize it now, that was an arapaima. And what I've got to do is try and quietly get into position so I can actually put a bait near that fish. something that I learned from the tribespeople, which is actually quite hard to do, but I've just got to be patient. Yes. Yeah. That's a fish. That's a good fish. Close up. You can see the fish.
As the battle with this arapaima approaches the half-hour mark, I'm reminded that the rebellious, proud spirit that inhabits this fish even refused to surrender to the gods.
Precis, alguém para pegar. Right, it's going to be out. There we go. Alikash, meu boss aqui. Oh, look at that, it came out so easily. Take on door. Yes. Okay, we're ready. There it is. Look at that for a fish. Look at that. Massive female arapaima, about 150 pounds.
I finally have the proof in my arms that huge arapaima are still out here.
This is a true dinosaur of the deep.
I need this fish to regain its strength after our battle before I release it. If I put it straight back, it might not have the energy to swim to the surface to take a breath. And being an air breather, it would drown.
Just the head a little bit under the water. And pointing up towards the bank so that if it does thrash, there's only one way it can go. In theory, which is not back into the water, although they can just double around 180 degrees. Even at the end of a long fight, I can still feel the strength of this fish. So I can absolutely imagine this thing being able to knock over. Oh, there we go. That's good. Look at boom. That was good. That was the fish just having a breath, which is excellent. It means the fish is not too tired out. But I mean, mainly this fish is just a bony head with a big cylinder of muscle behind it. And if this fish wasn't tired out, I don't think I'd be able to hold it. That's good. No, it's gone. We were just wondering if it had enough strength to go, and no doubt about it, I just couldn't hold it. And in fact, at the end of an epic battle on the line, but also an epic quest trying to find one of these things, but finally feeling the strength of it, absolutely, I'm in no doubt now that if you were in a small fishing canoe and that thing hit you underneath, I mean, it would easily upend the canoe. And then if you're in the water afterwards and you got on the wrong side of that head, my goodness, that would absolutely take you out.
Those Indian warnings are still playing on my mind. Could Sereng bring bad luck even here, thousands of miles from the haunted Himalayas? This is even starting to feel like India. But as the rain clears, I'm into a fish.
Good size fish.
And this one feels different.
It's just going. I've just gained a bit of line. The first bit of line I've gained. Gently. Oh! Silvery fish jumping out of the water.
For a second, that looked like a sereng, but it sliced straight through my super tough leader.
So I was hoping that here I wouldn't get these sort of random things happening, but something's bitten that through.
After 10 solid days fishing, something has to give.
The big cloud of bubbles down there.
Big, big glider bubbles. I've hooked into my biggest fish yet. Yes, yes, it's the fish. Could this be the one I'm waiting for? Fish is going to show, it's going to show. But a telltale flash of red and gold shows this isn't a serang. That's Arapaima, saw the whole thing come out of the water. It's an old adversary, a magnificent fish. But because of my fixation with the serang, I feel a tinge of disappointment. I know that fish are weightless in water, but even a fish like this, not even beating its tail, just the momentum of it, just the mass of it coming through the water, displacing water. Line coming up through the water. But as this Amazonian giant is finally tamed here in Thailand, gosh, I'm again wondering if I'm looking for the wrong answers in the wrong places. 180-odd-pound Arapaima. Whew. Big smile on my face, but still no serang. But catching any fish that it takes 3 grown men to lift is surely cause for celebration. That's always really nice to see. The fish going off with plenty of energy, and just nice to see a fish in such good condition. We decide to fish into the night. One of my guides, Gary, is concerned that the weather is only going to get worse. So we bring his fishing method into play too, to increase our chances of catching this mysterious fish. Basically, there's one main line. Every 10 yards or so, the baits are going to be suspended. They won't be on the bottom, they'll be somewhere in mid-water. So it's a fairly intensive deployment of hooks and baits. Fishing at night means I'm working virtually blind. But if the creature I'm here to find has truly invaded these waters, then hopefully I'll be able to get a bait in front of one. Yeah, that's a fish, that's a fish. That's good size as well. Gary tells me this is the mystery fish he brought me here to find. I might just glove this. And it's one I've met before. Alright. So there we go. This is an Arapaima. This is a fish I was never expecting to catch here. Arapaima shouldn't be in Bolivia. They're not native to these waters. But their presence here could explain the gory attacks that happened on the Rio Yata. Arapaima are formidable predators, and one fish is a favorite meal: piranhas. If these waters are riddled with Arapaima, they could be nailing the piranhas, picking off the slower, weaker ones and leaving the stronger and more aggressive fish. And if they're competing for the same food as well, perhaps this has forced the piranhas to become much more aggressive. This is a young Arapaima, and to me, that makes it even more significant. It means that Arapaima haven't just invaded, but they're breeding here. How many more are out there? How bad has this invasion become? We need to check the lines. As we pull them in, it becomes clear. Ah, yeah. Here we go. There's a fish. They're here in force. fish. Given the right conditions, warm water, they don't need a lot of oxygen, they can absolutely take over. So once the genie's out of the bottle, you know, there's no putting it back. These things, they're here to stay. And I know only too well how big they can grow.
Can see the fish.
Dominating the waters they live in.
Massive female arapaima. In the case of what happened on the Rio Yata that day, I see now all the possible pieces of the jigsaw. Maybe this is what caused Oscar's death, not the direct cause, but one of the factors that upset the balance.
And pushed the piranhas into becoming more aggressive, attacking anything and anyone. The only person who might be able to help me is the chief. I'm told that in exceptional circumstances, he can grant permission to fish for arapaima.
You must remember what I am telling you now, right?
He's willing to allow me to fish under a very strict condition.
Before you go wrong, before you misunderstand what I'm telling you, I repeat again to you that no net and no bait hooks, no arrow, but this type of hook you will use.
Fly?
Yeah, fly, to fly fish. That doesn't destroy the fish. And it's easy to take out from the lip. So that's the only way.
This is something I've never attempted before. I happen to have some fly fishing gear with me, but I didn't think I'd be trying to catch anything as big as an arapaima with it.
Right, what kind of fly is going to tempt an arapaima? Well, what most people understand by fly fishing is using something that actually looks like a fly. But some flies, so-called, actually, it's not an insect they're mimicking, it is a small fish. So something like that, pulled through the water, does actually look like a very lifelike little fish.
But I need to make something even bigger that an arapaima might mistake for food.
What I've got in mind is turning this fly into a small peacock bass. They're very tasty fish, and one about sort of that size would be a very nice meal for an arapaima.
To cast this fly, I have to use a fly rod, but the necessary flexibility comes at the price of power.
Fly fishing is normally a method for small fish. Now you can land very big fish on light gear, but in order to do that, you need generally nice open water. So you can just let the fish swim backwards and forwards, tire itself out, there you go. But these lakes here, they are just full of fallen trees and all manner of snags. Letting a fish swim around is just going to go through all that kind of stuff. The line's going to break.
I just don't see how it's going to work.
Yeah.
Is it a fish? It's a large fish.
I'm feeling massively undergunned. All I have to pull in this giant is a thin rod and a wobbly canoe.
That's the fish there.
I'm trying to stop the fish coming to the surface. If it jumps, it could spit out the hook. But it seems the fish is calling the shots.
Heavy fish. Rod in a painful curve.
As the fish comes closer, the danger becomes very real. If it jumps in our direction, the results could be deadly.
Coming up, it's coming. It's gonna jump.
This is a lot bigger than any arapaima I've caught before. I need to get it into the shallows.
In a bit more, please.
This fish weighs at least 250 pounds.
Keep holding, because I'm... Look at this! Arapaima on a fly. This thing... It's actually, I was going to say, it's built like a missile. This is a tired fish, believe it or not. Two of us can hardly restrain it. It is just, doesn't it look like a missile? Long, streamlined body. I'm thinking about 3 times the size of the one that hit me. Sent me flying, left me in pain for over a month. This thing came flying at you. Hit you with the right place, shall we say the wrong place. You wouldn't know about it. Just a final flashing, fleeting moment and then lights out for good. I think that's a strong fish.
This is the biggest fish of my South American fishing career. A river monster as deadly as any beast of folklore. And if you caught a glimpse of something this size, colour and shape appearing on the edge of your vision, your mind could fill in the gaps. Here in Guyana, where legends of mermaids pervade local beliefs, you might think that you've seen the water mama. But one thing's for sure, there are arapaima here so massive they could easily deliver a fatal blow. And if that happened, the river's scavengers would quickly clear away every last pool. Here at a local hotel, just like my favourite Bond villain, I've filled a small swimming pool with over 100 red-bellied piranhas, and they haven't eaten for days. It's the perfect opportunity to test just how voracious these creatures are. Everybody knows about sharks being bloodthirsty killers. Just wondering if piranhas have the same kind of sensitivity to blood. I've got a hook here. That's one way to find out. Sacrifice a bit of my own blood and take it from there. It's only a single drop, but if reputations are to be believed, they'll have my thumb off in a matter of seconds.
I don't know, I think that's possibly a bit inconclusive. They are moving around, but that could have just been the movement of my thumb. Maybe a little drop like that was a bit ambitious, and perhaps I need a slightly larger quantity. Piranhas have evolved to live in the murky, sediment-filled waters of the Amazon, where visibility is often less than a foot, so a good sense of smell to locate their next meal is surely essential. That's definitely getting a reaction. There's a number of fish have come into that cloud of blood and they're looking around. They want something to chew into, but there's nothing there at the moment. I think time to put a bit of flesh in there for them. So blood is definitely whetting their appetite. And there would have been blood in the water from those injured by the impact of the bus crash. Now, I wonder how these piranhas will react to a bloody piece of prime steak. There we go, it's the first nibble, the first nibble, the first nibble. And there they are, they're all piling in. Once the first one started, there we go, they're all over it now. Piranhas react to the sound and movement of another piranha feeding, attracting them to the scene and inciting a feeding frenzy. As soon as one piranha takes a bite, it moves away, allowing a fast turnover of feeders and a rapid succession of bites. It's no wonder they are known for stripping their food to the bone in just minutes. There we go, meat definitely works. I just wonder now how they might react to something that's alive.
These piranhas were tearing into a piece of dead meat just a couple of minutes ago, but they're just not interested in me. So what is it that turns piranhas into vicious, murderous killers? That is what I want to try and find out. What I want to know now is just how big a whales would need to be to tackle me in the water. I've said they look like giant slugs, but in their element, they're like super sensitive sharks. Time for another experiment. Like most people, if I jump in the water, I don't sink, I float, even after a heavy lunch. And it's not too difficult. I'm flapping my arms a little bit and my legs, but the question is, how big would a fish need to be to pull me under? Oh. Right, I've got one dive weight on at the moment, 4.5 pounds, and I can support it actually. That's harder, it's harder, 9 pounds now. Doubling the rate of paddling, but I can still just about keep myself on the surface. Right, I can support 9 pounds with a bit of flapping and flailing of my legs. We've just weighed this rock. This is going to make it up to 20 pounds. I'll just see how I do against that combined weight in the water. That was actually very interesting. 20 pounds of weight attached to me. I could just about keep my head above water. It was a struggle. I reckon another 5 pounds and I'd have just gone, no matter how much my arms and legs would have been flailing around. And that's interesting, because if you ask most people how big a fish would have to be to pull a body underwater, they'd say probably, you know, something about the same size as that person. Now, I weigh about 175 pounds, and on land, I can take care of myself, but in the water, you know, a fish would just have to exert a pull of 25 pounds, about 1/7 of my body weight, and, you know, I wouldn't stand a chance. I'd just be gone. And if I took a lungful of water underneath there, then nobody would ever see me again. Okay, that just goes to show that it doesn't need to be a huge fish to pull me under. Let's have a closer look at pulling power. That 147 pounder pulled me off my feet and almost into the water. How much force can I generate? I couldn't even pull in our director, and she's half my weight. She's a match for me even one-handed. So I could be pulled under the water by a fish just half my size, 75 to 100 pounds. And the thing about the Ebro is that the river is just full of fish that size and much bigger, which possibly explains why you don't see very many people swimming. And I'm starting to get seriously worried. Even if I'm on land, how am I going to do in a one-on-one fight against a 200-pounder? Evan's accounts of monstrous 100-pound eels have got me itching to fish. But first, there's a niggling question at the back of my mind. I can well believe that a massive eel could seize someone and drag them under. But with teeth designed to grip rather than cut, I'm skeptical about whether it could actually dismember and devour a person. If Captain Cook's man-eater really is a huge longfin, then this animal must have some other way to rip you apart. To see how, I'm laying on a buffet. A hunter has provided me with a deer carcass, and I've brought along a high-tech box of tricks. Underwater cameras placed around the bait will give me separate views of the tail, throat, and stomach. If any eels show up to feed, I'll be able to see how they deal with something that's too large to swallow whole. The eels I've seen got very powerful bodies and a very strong grip, but how one of these animals, even if it was the 8-foot size mentioned in Captain Cook's journal, how that could devour a person is still not immediately obvious. With my surveillance cameras switched on,
I retreat to a makeshift control room. The stage is set. All I can do now is sit and wait. For nearly 2 hours, nothing shows up. If eels are sensitive to electricity, then it could be that my cameras are spooking them. Or perhaps they're just biding their time until dark. Suddenly, they appear out of nowhere, and like a pack of wolves, they start to attack the carcass. Straining to see in the pitch black, I catch my first glimpse of how these predators could rip you to shreds.
Here we go. It's getting in there. Yep, it's latching on. It's actually spinning. It's spinning around.
These eels are feeding like crocodiles, gripping the victim firmly, then spinning violently to twist off chunks of flesh.
It actually reminds me of this story that I've heard. It's one of those stories that I haven't been able to pin down where it happened who to, but a few people have told me this, and it's somebody who was driving, supposedly had a few to drink.
It's said that the man swerved out of control and crashed into a lake. Unconscious and bleeding, he would have been, quite literally, a sitting target for marauding eels. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Although I've not caught the wolffish I'm hunting, I have caught almost every other predatory fish that prowls these waterways, from monster red-eyed piranha to red-tailed catfish. Is there a trick that I'm missing in order to catch one of these elusive fish? But this time has also allowed me to prepare the wolffish skull that I got from the fish market in town. First thing that's immediately apparent is that unlike a human skull, this here is a real three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. It's going to take me quite a bit of fiddling around for me to reassemble this. To find out exactly what it is that I'm up against. The size of this skull as it starts to come together is surprising. Considering it's from a fish no bigger than 10 pounds, imagine the jaws of a giant. There it is. It might not be a museum quality reconstruction, but it does give a very good idea of the animal I'm going to be up against. Very, very hard, bony.
Sierra said like. Alexa, turn off Sierra said like. Okay.
Skull, fear.
Welcome back, B plus E family. B más E.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Ordinary Adventures.
It is finally Christmas time at Disneyland, and we are here on opening day of the season on the rainiest day of the year, but we aren't going to let that ruin our good time. Join us as we try some of the best holiday food items around the park, see some characters, ride some rides, and open some mystery boxes. Come with us on this adventure. We are here for the opening day of Christmas time here at Disneyland, and it is pouring down rain. That's not something that usually happens here in Southern California. So we're gonna try to make the best of it, but we couldn't miss the first day of Christmas at Walt Disney's original Magic Kingdom. And first up, we're heading to Fantasyland because they have something that I've been requesting for a long time. So our first stop today is at Troubadour Tavern, and we're here today for Santa's breakfast potato. This has scrambled eggs, shredded cheese, country sausage gravy, green onions. And this particular seasonal potato is only sold until 11 a.m. or while supplies last. I'm not sure if you remember this, but recently we ate all the breakfast food items at Disneyland and Disney California Adventure, and in one of those videos, I was like, you know what? They should have a breakfast baked potato. So when they announced this for Christmas, I was like, my wish has been granted. Santa has heard me. He has made a breakfast potato. The question is, was it a good wish or was it a bad wish? I will say it looks insane. This is amazing. It's perfect for this cold, rainy day today. I think what makes it is the sausage gravy that's over the eggs and eggs. It just all goes together perfectly. I feel like they should sell this all day long. It shouldn't just be a breakfast item. Santa can have breakfast for any meal. If Santa wants breakfast for dinner, he can have breakfast for dinner, so why can't we? I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 5 Peters. So we were running late to get to the park. Kitra dropped me off so I could run to Troubadour and get this potato, so she's not here to try it, but I think she would give it a 5 out of 5 Kitras. So I'm gonna award it the Ordinary Adventure star. If you get here early, try this holiday season. So they're kind of using Fantasyland Theater as a place for characters to meet and greet. They have Santa, they have Chip and Dale, there's Goofy and Pluto in front of a tree, and Clarabelle is like walking around. Oh my God, there's Geppetto. Oh my God, there's Kitra from Ordinary Adventure.
It's me. I like that this place is covered from the rain.
You took her breath away when she saw you.
I feel like we don't usually see him.
Oh my God, you scared me. Not in a bad way.
How are you celebrating Christmas?
Oh, there we go. Beautiful. I like that this is like covered from the rain. Did they do this last year? I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
It's nice. Also from Troubadour Tavern, I saw that they had a holiday cookie cold brew. This is a dark chocolate cold brew with a cookie butter topper and a sugar cookie right on top. And it is so good. That dark chocolate cold brew is just like a really nice iced mocha, but the star of the show is the cookie butter, and once you mix it all together, it is delicious. And the cookie itself is actually really good too, like smothered in that cold foam. So good, just what I needed this morning. It's not quite a 5, but this is something that I definitely get again.
Yeah, I was gonna say the cookie is missing in action because you've already
Well,
eaten
it like was deteriorating. It's wet out here. It was like getting soggy. I had to eat it before, you know, it was too late.
Obviously. Oh, train.
No, if we were in Japan, everybody would be waving at me. Here, nobody waves. I also had to get the Celebration Dinner Potato. This is a baked potato with pulled smoked turkey, whipped cream cheese, stuffing, cranberry sauce, gravy, and fried onions. And this sounds like the most perfect potato that I've ever seen. It looks amazing. It's nice and piping hot. Look at that. I feel like it has all my favorite Thanksgiving items. The only thing that is missing is the green bean casserole, and then it would be perfect. But at least it has the onions on there. We should just do this year for Thanksgiving. So we just celebrate Thanksgiving, the two of us. Yeah. Just make some baked potatoes and put all the stuff on top. That is genius.
Or just come to Disneyland.
Or yeah, or we could just come here and get this. That's right. And then we don't have to cook it. Oof. Mmm. Oh my God. This is exactly what it seems like. It just tastes like you're eating like mashed potatoes, but it's even better because it's a baked potato. I think next time if I were to get this, I'd ask for extra fried onions on top, because those are my favorite part. But this is absolutely delicious. I love that the cranberry gives it like a little bit of a sweet kick, but it's just doused in gravy and turkey and oh my gosh. 5 out of 5. Oh no, the hurricane's coming. Oh my God. This is the most perfect item that Disneyland has ever created.
The most perfect?
Like, don't you think? Like, they also have a Thanksgiving sandwich, a Jolly Holiday, that we love every year. I think this is even better.
Well, you know, some people might say that I'm a connoisseur of baked potatoes.
Okay.
And I also love a Thanksgiving dinner. I love myself stuffing. Stuffing and turkey.
Yeah, I feel like stuffing, like every year we just get a box of stuffing and eat that and nothing else.
I'm a stuffing connoisseur.
Yep.
By connoisseur, I mean that I like the stovetop stuffing.
Yeah, we don't like that fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Stuffing.
You don't want like to have cranberries and weird stuff in there. You just want the stovetop. This is exactly what Kitra said it was. It's Thanksgiving in a baked potato. I would totally get this again. I'd get
so
this like.
Should we make reservations for Thanksgiving Day and just come here and just like get a bunch of them and then take them home and eat them like at our house?
We'll run here, we'll rope drop, Troubadour Tavern. Do you think we'll have a line because of the celebration?
I saw
potato?
that they also had like a holiday beef potato. That one looks good too.
I'm not sure this is better than the Jolly Holiday Thanksmas sandwich, but it's up here. I would say that this is a new holiday classic here at Disney.
Yeah, I hope they bring it back every year.
5 out of 5 Peters, Ordinary Adventure Star. I'm actually going to say Ordinary Adventure Galaxy for this one. This is really good. We're kind of worried that with the rain, the Christmas parade is going to be canceled. It's Kitra's favorite parade.
I know. It's the one thing I look forward to every year. I wonder if they're going to do some sort of rainy day like Christmas cavalcade. That might be interesting to see.
Well, right now we're going to head over to Small World. They have the holiday edition going on, and that's not canceled because that's indoors for the most part. There is like an outdoor section.
And it's awesome.
Yeah.
I honestly love it, and I'm excited.
I know people like to hate on It's a Small World, but it's such a delightful ride, especially during the holidays. That said, at the very end of the ride, we got stopped for like 15 to 20 minutes in the ending tunnel, with just the song going.
I know, I was having such a good ride. I was kind of like the Grinch earlier, and it was really making me like in the holiday spirit. And then like we got to the end and we had to sit there and I got grinchy again.
Yeah. You know what's the funniest thing is we got stopped right next to the postcard saying how the weather is great at Disneyland. And I was like,
yeah, I noticed that. I was like, not today.
oh my God, I love your new costume. It's so good. Yeah.
Did Chip just do the Ordinary Adventure star?
Is that what he did?
I think he went like this, didn't he?
I don't know.
Okay, Chip and Dale as gingerbread men, like, iconic. So perfect. Oh, that just made my day. I was not expecting to see them. Ooh!
Oh my God, it's Clarabelle.
One thing that I love that they do for every holiday season is they change up their outfits. So I love the festive outfits that Minnie and Clarabelle are wearing. They almost look like ribbon that you'd put on a Christmas present. They're so bright and colorful. And I just love that they do that every single year. Like every single year it's different, so it feels special.
Jimmy, you're too excited
You guys know that I'm a big fan of the build your own ears, and they have some special ones for Christmas. Mickey gingerbread, which is awesome, and the little snowman guy.
Or you could get both on one ear.
Yeah, or you could just fill up the whole thing. I don't know which one I like more, honestly. I might get one of each.
I feel like these are really dangerous now that like there's like a billion characters you can put on there.
Here's my problem. I love it. I think it's great, but I always forget to bring my headband. So then I always end up buying a new headband every single time, and that's where it gets expensive. So if you buy these, make sure to like bring your headband with you so you don't have to buy a new one every time. Okay, what do we think of this combination? They have these peppermint Mickey ears, and then you put a gingerbread right in between it.
I like that.
It's like the best of both worlds. So I ended up just getting the 2 Mickey gingerbreads. What do we think?
They look amazing.
And of course I forgot my headband, so now I have at least like 4 headbands. So never gonna run out of headbands. I love them, they're so cute.
Next up, we decided to go to Jolly Holiday. This is one of our favorite places for seasonal desserts and food. And I got myself the Thanksmas sandwich. This has oven roasted turkey breast, stuffing, gravy, cranberry sauce, on a rustic bread served with house-made chips. We've had this before. This is a classic here at Disneyland during the holidays. I love myself a good Thanksgiving sandwich.
Yeah, we need to see if it actually is better than the potato.
Yeah, for science.
Science.
That's why we're here.
That's totally why we got it, and for no other reason.
Okay, let's dip it into the gravy. Taking a bite of this just transports me back to Thanksgiving Day as a kid, eating all the food. I think this is better than the potato, and the reason why, hear me out, is it has more stuffing. There's just more stuffing there. You see that?
Yeah, you get more bang for your buck with that.
There is more bang for your buck. This is already a Ordinary Adventure Star, Ordinary Adventure Galaxy even. Every Christmas, Thanksgiving season, you gotta come here and get this.
I'm really torn. I don't know which one is better. They're both slightly different, believe it or not. 'Cause the other one has that warm potato, and it had like a cream cheese, like sour cream on it, and it had those crispy onions. So it's like a slightly different flavor profile, but this one just hits so good. I feel like the best part of Thanksgiving for me growing up was the day after when you made the Thanksgiving sandwich. And this is what it reminds me of. But I mean, obviously it still gets a 5 out of 5, but I don't know which one's better. I almost want to go get the potato again just to like double check. I'm just kidding. We also got the white mocha peppermint tree shaped macaron. This is filled with a peppermint buttercream and a coffee bundt cake center. And this is the cutest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. Jolly Holiday has some of the best macarons you could find on Disney property, in my opinion. So I'm expecting this to be good. But the question is, how do I...
Yeah, Kitra wants to cut into it with a fork or something. That's gonna go all over the place. What you gotta do is you just gotta do it with your hand.
Well, the fact that there's like some sort of center in this has me intrigued. So not only is this the cutest thing that I've ever seen, but it actually tastes really good, but you need to be a fan of peppermint. If you don't like peppermint, don't get this. Personally, I love peppermint. It's just like a nice hint of flavor, but once you get to the coffee cake in the middle, it just elevates the dish. I don't think I've ever had like a macaron with cake in the middle.
Yeah, add some of that frosting. It tastes like almost like toothpaste. You got two little friends down here that want some of your food.
I know. I should just give them the rest of this because honestly, like the more I take bites of this, it's just like, it's a lot.
Don't feed the birds.
Yeah, don't feed the birds. That was just a joke. I'm not actually going to do that. Although I will say they're probably waiting for scraps of that Thanksgiving sandwich or like the Mickey gingerbread. And I'm sure many people probably drop stuff on the ground for them. Because I think Disneyland ducks have like the best life out of any animal like in the world. They're just like living the dream. They're eating popcorn all day. They're eating churros all day. Like, it's the best. I also got a peppermint cold brew, which I'm excited to wash it down with. So this is just a peppermint cold brew topped with vanilla foam and holiday sugar. It's not too strong on the peppermint taste. It tastes more like vanilla. I think a lot of the peppermint is like sprinkled on top. There is a little bit of peppermint syrup in there. You know what, we should put a peppermint count on the screen. How many times am I gonna say peppermint today? How many times am I gonna say gingerbread today? But yeah, this is maybe not the best thing to wash down the cake with because it's just like a lot. But on its own, I'd probably give it a 4 out of 5.
One of the things that Disneyland is famous for is the Mickey gingerbread cookies. They actually have a limit on how many you can buy because they sell out. They actually will sell out. You can buy them throughout the park.
We ran into our friend Courtney and she had like a whole like bucket full of them. She bought like 5.
Yeah, I love myself a good gingerbread cookie. And of course, like anything Mickey shaped, you gotta go for the head first.
No, don't eat me. It must be done, Mickey. It's the only way.
Of course, this is amazing. I think the key to this is they put not only the frosting on the front, but on the back.
Oh my god, I don't remember them doing that.
So,
Mickey's Holiday Cavalcade. Oh, we gotta go watch that.
Man, I was looking forward to the Christmas parade. Anyways, this is like extra sweet because of the frosting on the back and the front. You already know it. 5 out of 5 Peters, 5 out of 5 Kit Dress, Ordinary Adventure Star. Does this get the Galaxy?
Yes.
It gets the Galaxy. These are the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. As someone who uses their feet daily for walking, for theme parks, for emotional support at airport terminals, I feel qualified to say that. These are Bombas merino socks. Merino wool means temperature regulating, so they stay cool when it's hot, warm when it's cold, which is huge for me because my body thinks it's 4 seasons at the same time. They've got stay-up technology, so there's no saggy sock syndrome, seamless toe, cushioned footbed, Y-stitched heel, honeycomb arch support. Basically, if NASA made socks, this is what the astronauts would wear. And beyond comfort, the mission is amazing. For every item you buy, Bombas donates 1 clothing item to someone in shelters. Over 150 million items have been donated so far. That's like more socks than there are stars in the sky. Probably, don't Google that. So if you want the coziest socks on the planet and want to do actual good at the same time, it's win-win. Feel good, do good with Bombas. New customers get 20% off your first purchase. Just go to bombas.com/ordinary. Remember to use code ordinary at checkout. Your feet will thank you, and honestly, they deserve an apology. Thanks to Bombas. And now back to our adventure.
So I don't know if I've ever seen a rainy Christmas cavalcade before, but what I'm envisioning in my mind is all the characters from the parade. Normally with like a rainy day cavalcade, they'll have characters and they'll be like in the Main Street vehicles like waving at you, and they'll be in the bus waving at you. And I thought it would be so cool if they stuffed all the snowmen and the reindeers and like the gingerbread and the toy soldiers, and they were all, can you just imagine like the snowman in the bus like being like,
I don't even think the snowman would fit through the door.
I don't think we're gonna see the snowmen at all today, which is like so sad. It'll probably just be like princesses or something. If I were to design the cavalcade, that's what it would be. I would shove all the little fat snowmen in there and they'd just be like waving.
So our friend Courtney is #1 gingerbread girl.
Sometimes, I guess I am. I'm proud to be it.
I was inspired by her to get the ears. I saw her earlier and I was like, you know what, I gotta get them too.
I love it. We're gingerbread girls.
Yeah. People might recognize her because she went viral. You had a video.
Cookie, look away! Look away!
I was just terrorizing the parade performers, but
So she was the one that I was talking about that has like a bucket full of gingerbreads.
this
which is
yeah,
iconic.
this bucket fits the gingerbread so well, so I brought it back for this year, and I have 5 Mickey gingerbread right in here, ready at all times to take a little
But
bite.
did it get too heavy and then they all fell out?
It did at one point,
Okay,
so I recommend
so you gotta
like
be
4.
careful. Yeah, not 5, 4.
4 is
4 is
not
the
your-
limit.
She doesn't even share either. Like, all 5 of those are just for her.
I have one in my freezer at all times at home,
So you
all
put 'em-
year round.
So you put them in the freezer. Do you like microwave them?
Let them thaw.
Yeah, we still have one from last year, so we still have 2024's gingerbread.
You have one from last year?
You have to always be ready. Even like July,
How
I
long
have a
do they
craving.
last?
Like a year.
Anything lasts in the freezer.
It's like a wedding cake. It's
That's
good for
smart.
a year, you know? The 1 year limit. I'll restock this year.
Well, I love that. I love that whole setup.
Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately, they didn't pack all the snowmen into the vehicle. It was like mostly the regular characters.
There were some parade characters. There was like Santa Claus, there was the baker, there were some of the elves.
They did
some
have
of the
Christmas
toy
music,
makers.
though.
Yeah, it was a little bit underwhelming. Like, it was still good to see the characters and stuff, but I feel like it went by too quick. There's only 3 vehicles and they like zoomed by.
Well, you know what? We're on Main Street. We haven't checked out the Disney Christmas merch yet.
Yeah, let's go look at it.
Yeah.
So the first thing I noticed when we came in here is they have this plate holder with Chip and Dale holding up the plate. Talk about fancy when you're going to bring out the good dishes for Christmas or Thanksgiving.
Is that what they call that, a plate holder?
Or like a cake holder. Don't you like put food on top of it?
Yeah,
or?
you put like a cake or something. What does it say? Right here.
Pedestal plate. You can put whatever you want. I'm just saying, when you
Whenever you want to put something on a plate on a pedestal, you can use chip and
when you
dip.
want to break out the fancy china. You know what I'm saying? I love that they have this Tinkerbell tree topper. It actually lights up. It's like she's putting her pixie dust on top of your tree.
We already have the Death Star, so we don't need that.
I know. I'm trying to talk Peter into getting this, but he's like, we already have the Death Star. I'm like, you're right. What do we want, the Death Star or Tinkerbell?
Death Star or Star?
Yeah, I guess the Death Star. That's better.
What we love most is the sketchbook ornaments. These are kind of like Disney's version of Hallmark ornaments. They come out with new ones every year, and I found a couple I like here. So we got Lilo and Stitch, and they're with like a little snowman.
That's adorable.
And then I found Lotso, and he's in the back of a little construction toy, little like Tonka truck. And then I also found right down here, we got Ray and BB-8. Oh my God, they got a Zootopia ornament. You know what? This reminds me of the Zootopia ride at Shanghai Disneyland. I know it's like from the movie, but like at one point during the ride, you actually go in this little vehicle.
And look at that. It lights up and it plays music. Don't steal the gem, Abu. Don't do it. I feel like he's gonna steal it, isn't he? Look at his face. I love this series. They're like supposed to be little miniature popcorn buckets. And when you open them up, there's actually some popcorn inside. Some glowing popcorn.
Yeah, I think I need to get the R2-D2 one for a droid tree. I love this one of Chip and Dale, and they have a stocking full of nuts, and they're trying to drag it through the snow, or at least Chip is. Dale's just like riding along. What kind of tree would be big enough to hold this ornament?
Are you supposed to put it on a tree?
Is it for a tree for giants?
I think that's just like...
No, it's just like a light up thing. I think you press a button. Oh, I can't because there's a tab in there. I'm not going to pull up the tab. But just like lights up, you put it on like your shelf. Or you buy a giant tree and you put this on it. You know what'd be funny? Why don't they put this on the tree on Main Street? Because that tree is big enough for this.
We should buy one and then go hang it on the tree.
Apparently they're trying to make Merry Stitchmas a thing, And they have Stitch as one of the reindeer.
A little fun fact about me is I am a candle connoisseur. I love collecting Bath & Body Works candles and any just fun candles in general. I blame my grandma. She used to give them to me when I was a kid and I love them still. And we just found these 2 candles. Has nothing to do with Christmas, but they're so cute. Like, look at this one. It has all the different icons of Disneyland on there. And it smells so good. It smells like sugar, vanilla, whipped cream. And then look at this one. I almost thought this was a coffee mug, but it's a candle that looks like the teacups.
Disneyland Christmas treats shirt. It's pretty cool, but I actually feel like none of these treats actually exist. If they had that marshmallow, I'd buy it. Right? Like, it almost feels like this wasn't created with AI, but it feels like someone created this that has never been to Disneyland and hasn't tried any of the Christmas treats. Like, where's Gingerbread Mickey? What's going on?
So check out this sweatshirt. This actually wins. I think this is the best piece of merch that we're gonna find. I will say it has like the gingerbread guy, but I've never seen. Oh, that's kind of like the holiday cup.
Yeah.
But there's not like a mini gingerbread, is there?
I mean, there should be.
Tis the season. Best time of the year.
What do you think of this ugly Christmas sweater? I kind of like it, but then Mickey is kind of like almost like a rug on the middle.
But it's like it matches all this other stuff. Like there's this giant Mickey tote bag, and then the same Mickey is over here on this hat. You could get like a whole outfit, and one for your baby.
Here's a his, hers Christmas t-shirt set. Always on Donald's nice list is Daisy, and always on Daisy's naughty list is Donald.
They have a new shoulder pet for the season. It's Gus, but he's wearing like a Christmas scarf and a Christmas hat.
That's actually pretty awesome.
Oh no, hold on. I always want to wear these, but then I'm afraid they're gonna fall off.
So you thought Disneyland was the happiest place on earth, but no, it's the merriest place on earth. And this is actually embroidered on there. Every year at Disneyland, they have a bunch of fun neck lights that you put around your neck and they turn on. This year they're like gigantic.
They're huge.
They're actually like Mickey shaped.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to tell on camera, but these are outstanding.
And I think they have a bunch of different modes, so you can look at the twinkle.
Yeah, strobe warning. Look at it, you can see the Mickey inside there.
I actually really like these a lot.
I wish they sold these like not as a necklace, but like as actual lights you could hang at your house.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Even have the mini mix-its and their holiday best. What is that, a reindeer? A reindeer and a peppermint? I love how there's a whole peppermint collection. This Loungefly is gorgeous. It's so sparkly. And then if you want something a little bit more subtle, they have this baseball cap with just like a little Mickey peppermint on there.
Or if you want some PJs, they even got those.
They got you covered.
Or if you don't live in California and want a nice winter jacket, yeah, they're going big into peppermint this year. So much peppermint merch.
You know what I want to try to do this year that we've never done before, or at least I've never done? So every year they have these special candy canes that are like giant. And you have to like get here early and they sell out and you got to get in line.
Yeah, they make them right here on Main Street.
Yeah, they make them fresh. They're like limited edition. They only do them like certain days. There's a whole like calendar of when you could go find them. And we've never gotten them before because I never want to like get up early and come here. But I feel like this year I really want to try one. So maybe we could find a day and get up early and hopefully it'll be worth it. So we were walking down Main Street and we walked by Candy Palace and the smell of the delicious treats in here sucked me in. I don't know if you know this, but they pump out like fake smells onto Main Street.
Wait, it's fake? It's not real?
I think it's a combination of like real sugar and then they pump out a fake smell, but it gets me every time. So we had to come inside and look at all the like delicious little sweet treats. They're all so adorable. I love them all. But I feel like I want like something savory. There's so many sweet stuff on the foodie guide this year. It's hard to find like the savory items. So we should go find something savory and then maybe come back and get like a little sweet treat on the way out. Okay, so I know I just said that I wasn't gonna get anything, but I saw that they had penguin cake pops and I just had to. Look at that little face. I don't even know what flavor this is, but I had to get him because he's like cross-eyed. He's so cute. I don't even like cake pops, but you know what? When you're at Disneyland, sometimes you just gotta treat yourself. I really don't want to eat him. He's so cute. Oh my god. It's peppermint cake. So you know what this reminds me of? It tastes like peppermint bark, kind of. It's like mostly white chocolate, but there's like a little bit of dark chocolate on there, or like milk chocolate. I don't know. I was not expecting peppermint. This gets a 5 out of 5. This is freaking good. I should have got more than one. And when I was ringing up, I saw something that I couldn't refuse. This is what happens at Disneyland. It's like you end up spending so much money. They had Touchland hand sanitizer, but it's in the shape of Mickey. And it's wild watermelon, which is a scent that I love. But
it looks like that you might be able to clip that onto your...
Yeah, it has like a little keychain, so you can like clip it to your bag or your keys or whatever. So, I mean, I had to get it. Oh no! These are very delicate, so be careful when you get them. This is like $8. Half of it's on the ground.
It has begun to get dark here in Disneyland. We've made our way over to Frontierland, to Rancho, and this is where I got myself the pork arepa. This comes with a crispy corn arepa with refried beans, has pork, avocado salsa, cotija cheese, and spicy pickled red onions, served with some tortilla chips, which Kitra's already informed me are stale.
Yeah, I tried one and it's stale. Usually they're good, but I don't know.
Yeah, they are a little stale. But I like the tortilla chips here. They have this like lime flavor to them. And they're really good, even stale.
Yeah, they're not bad stale.
Let's try this arepa.
It smells so good.
I feel like I want to pick this up, but you can't pick it up.
No, you got to use a fork.
We're gonna have to use a fork. This thing is flavorful. The arepa itself is not that fresh, but aside from that, this is great. I feel like I'm definitely gonna get this 1 or 2 more times this season. I give it like a 4 out of 5 Peters. It's a little bit spicy, just a tiny bit. Like I'd probably on the spice rating like a 3 out of 10. But the guacamole or avocado, whatever it is, kind of like counteracts that a little bit. But yeah, highly recommend this.
Every time we come to this restaurant, it continues to surprise me. For whatever reason, we never used to come here, but we've been trying a lot of the seasonal items, and this is by far, I think, my favorite one that we've gotten. The meat is so good. It tastes like we're actually at a Mexican restaurant and we're not at a theme park. I want to like lick the plate clean. It's hitting the spot right now. On this rainy kind of cold day, this is perfect. So I also saw that they had a beef tamale on the menu. This is just corn with shredded beef and a red sauce wrapped in a corn husk. I'm a big fan of tamales, and I don't know if I've ever had one at Disneyland before. Maybe we have.
I don't think so.
It smells so good. And it looks good. It's a nice big portion. Look at that. If you've never had a tamale before, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a corn, kind of like a cornmeal, almost like a cornbread texture, with just some kind of meat and cheese or whatever stuffed inside. And this is legit. Like, this is good. My only complaint is I feel like there's not that much beef in it, or maybe I just haven't gotten to all the beef, but what is in there is delicious. Is this our new favorite restaurant at Disneyland?
Rancho used to be my favorite back in the day.
And then we just stopped coming here. I don't know why.
Well, they like made the serving size just smaller, and yeah.
I feel like all the seasonal items at least are freaking amazing. We just like met one of the head chefs that works here, Ronnie. Shout out Ronnie. He said to try the pozole, which is like a soup. We didn't get it this time, but he said it was, you know, like somebody's great grandpa's recipe who like works here. So that makes me intrigued to try it.
So we came to Disneyland today with a list of food that we wanted to try and things we wanted to do. And as I always say, sometimes when you go to Disneyland with a plan, Disneyland laughs in the face of your plans. And I think that's what happened today, especially with all the rain. Oh my God, look at the castle.
Oh, it's so beautiful. It gets dark so early now. For some reason I wasn't expecting all the lights to be on already. Wow, magical. Anyways, it started raining again and we're wet, so we might leave. But I had a good day.
Yeah, there's one last thing that we want to show you. But first I want to take some pictures of the castle.
Yeah. So I know the rain is kind of a bummer and it's not like what we envisioned our day to be, But I will say, living in Southern California, we don't really get seasons. So like, for some reason it being cold and rainy and kind of damp, it is like really like bringing out the Christmas spirit. I know it's only like the beginning of November, but like coming over here and looking at the castle, it really got me like emotional. And like, I'm kind of like loving the rain. Like it looks so pretty with the rain right now. Like the reflection and the little raindrops going into the pond around the castle. It's like we're having a season. It'll be 90 degrees next week, but you know.
For now, we're having a season.
Right now, we're having a season. All right, I'm getting wet.
If you ask me, there is no better place than walking down Main Street, USA at Disneyland during Christmas time. It is like a fairy tale. It is like a fantasy. It is so magical. But right now, there's so many people.
I know.
And it's raining.
It's still magical, okay? Everybody's bumping their umbrellas together. It's still magical.
I have a big umbrella. I didn't realize how big it was, and I have to like raise it up higher than everybody else so that like, you know, it's not hitting everybody. I just don't want to hit anybody. So that's
It's challenging.
Still magical. Oh, that guy. Same tactic, so it ended up hitting my umbrella. But Main Street USA, especially at night during Christmas time, the most magical.
Oh my gosh, and we're walking by the popcorn stands and they're pumping out the popcorn smellitizer, and it makes me want some popcorn, but I'm not gonna do it.
By the way, we didn't show the popcorn bucket, but there's this popcorn bucket with Mickey and Minnie, and they're in their like truck with the tree.
The Christmas tree, yeah.
Yeah, I think they like a few years ago they started having a Christmas tree farm, and it has like Chip and Dale on the tree in the back of the truck. It's such a great one.
I was so tempted. I didn't end up getting it though, but it is pretty good. So there's one final thing that we want to show you tonight that's in downtown Disney. It's actually pretty exciting. At least I'm excited about it. My glasses are fogging up. Let's go. So there's a store in downtown Disney called the Storyland Boutique, and they have basically transformed it into a mini Pop Mart. You can find a bunch of different like mystery boxes here, keychains. They're even selling some stuff that like I feel like we saw over in China or Japan. And this place is like poppin'. This is what I was after. They introduced these like for I think Star Wars Celebration, and I've been waiting to get my hands on them. I never thought I'd be able to get them in downtown Disney. And there are so many good mystery boxes here. Like look at these right next to it. It's like Star Wars characters holding balloons. I might have to get that one too. But these are almost like a Labubu. It's like a keychain. You could clip it to your bag. And it's all the different Ewoks.
Which one do you want?
I don't know. I mean, obviously I want Wicket. But I feel like there's two different Wickets. One he's making that face, one he's making that face. I would love to collect them all. I don't know, which one's your favorite? They're all so cute.
I think I like Wicket, or maybe, I don't know what this guy's name is, but he reminds me of Pixel.
Oh my god, is that one holding up like a baby or something? Holding something in his hand. The question is, do I just buy one box or two? I'll just buy one for now.
Buy two.
Just one.
Two.
Just one.
Two. I really love the balloon collection. I love that the balloons match up with the characters. So you have Boba Fett, and his balloon is of Han Solo and Carbonite. You got Darth Vader, and it's a Star Destroyer. You got an AT-AT Walker for one of them, and Grogu even has like the little frog, and the Sand Trooper has a little dewback.
They even sell the Mickey and Friends Cute Together series from Pop Mart. These are amazing. I have a few of them, and I just love that you could get them here now.
You have a few?
I have one on my bag. He's like drenched. He got soaked today.
Oh my god, he's so wet.
I know. I'm gonna have to like squeeze them and wring them out when we get home.
Another series I really like is the Pocket Plant series, as characters matched up with their perfect succulents. It's so good. I really like the Stitch series. They're even flocked. Look at this guy right here. Is that a butt check? I think it's a butt check.
Those all look like our dog Pixel.
Yeah.
Those are really cute. I'm not even the biggest Stitch fan, but those are really, really cute. This is gonna be a problem. The fact, for the longest time, I was like saying that they should open up a Pop Mart in downtown Disney and people would go crazy for it. This is like the first step. Maybe one day we'll get a Pop Mart.
I'm not sure if you know this, but I'm obsessed with Disney trash cans, and they have a mystery box set of Disney trash cans. Unfortunately, it's not like the trash cans from Disneyland. It's like unique, weird trash cans. I feel like I would totally get into this if it was a recreation of the ones that you see in the park. Oh my god, look at all the Disney cats.
So I ended up getting 2 Ewoks and 2 of the little Star Wars balloon guys. I was only gonna get 1 of each, but Peter made me get 2 of each, so.
No, I told you only to get 2 of these.
Well, then I felt like I had to get 2 of these too. Come on. Feels like a good one. I hope I don't get doubles. This is why I don't like buying more than 1, because then you get doubles. I don't know which one this is. Oh, we got the one with the carrying the stormtrooper helmet. That's good.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, he's so cute.
When he has the drum too.
Yeah.
He likes to play drums on the stormtrooper helmet.
Yeah. Wow, that's a good one. Mr. Ewok number 2, please don't be a duplicate. Please don't be a duplicate. Please. Please be Wicket. Please be Wicket. Please be Wicket. We want Wicket. We want Wicket. Let's go Wicket. I got the one holding the baby. Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll just have to go back and get another one for Wicket. Look at the little baby. All of these are adorable, so I'd be fine with any of them. But obviously I'm hoping for Wicket or... choices?
Yeah.
Yay! We got the Mandalorian little bobblehead, and then it comes with his ship.
Yeah.
Ship balloon. Grogu. Mando and Grogu. Man, I already want to go.
I don't know where they are, but sure. I got them. I want you to remember that. How am I going to eyeball it if I can't see? Oh, you gonna boot that? Alexa, stop.
You have no clue. So I texted her, and this is how that exchange went. Hey Kayla, I see you saw our announcement on Facebook. Thanks for being ready to step up for me, but we haven't started working out our wedding logistics yet. And I haven't picked my bridesmaid, much less my maid of honor. Once we have more details of the wedding worked out, we will let you know. Well, you don't have to choose a maid of honor anymore. I'm your maid of honor. I don't understand. I never asked you to be. You don't have to ask. That's what makes me such a good sister. I'm sorry, you're not my maid of honor. We'll see about that. Safe to say it wasn't a joke. Oh, I'm already so uncomfortable. Oh gosh. I showed these messages to Nate. He said he would deal with it. I have no idea what the extent of their conversation was, but Kayla never brought up being my maid of honor again. She just reared her ugly attitude in different ways. Oh my goodness. It's really strange to assume that she would be your maid of honor when she's not officially even your sister-in-law yet. Maybe she could have a bridesmaid, and she could be a bridesmaid, but maid of honor, no. That's reserved for besties and sisters, or mothers, or grandmas. Like, I don't. As of now, Nate and I have booked the venue, caterers, the florals, decorations, and the DJ. A couple of months ago, I invited mine and Nate's mothers, along with my sister Sam, who I asked to be my maid of honor. See? She did some dress shopping. Kayla found out from her mom and invited herself to tag along. Are you being for real right now? We're already, like, sticking our little fingers in the pie. I don't like fingers in my pie. So, I know you're thinking it. That's what you said. We started by looking for a dress for Sam. I wanted my bridesmaids in a pretty pastel yellow. Oh, so cute. Good choice. But Sam is going to be more golden. Kayla would not shut up about how yellow is such an ugly color. Since when? I love yellow. And I should go with pink or blue instead. Okay, she can do whatever she wants for her wedding. She even grabbed a bunch of pink and blue dresses to try on herself. I tried my best to ignore her while her mother entertained her bizarre ideas. Sam and my mother were making constant comments about how it's my wedding, and if Kayla isn't going to be helpful, she should just leave. Unfortunately, she didn't. And I'm too nice to kick her out in front of my mother-in-law, who I already have a strained relationship with. Oh, no, no, no. First of all, yellow is not an ugly color. I have seen, like, a beautiful pastel, like, butter yellow. Looks so good. I love me some yellow. This girl is just trying to project what she looks best in on you. And also, is she a bridesmaid at this point? Is she even a bridesmaid? If she's a bridesmaid, it would make sense because she's trying to wear the color that she likes wearing. I don't know. We'll find out. Our mothers were able to shop for their dresses with little interference from Kayla. But as soon as I start trying things on, she has all sorts of things to say. She would tell me that certain styles wouldn't look good once I had a baby bod. And even told me I should consider not wearing white since I'm obviously not a virgin. Oh, absolutely not. No. I told her she wasn't a virgin when she got married either. Oh! Yet she still wore an adorable white sundress to the courthouse. She grumbled about how that wasn't the same. But I was already halfway back to the changing room. I still don't know what happened while I was in there, but when I came out, Kayla and mother-in-law were gone, and Sam had a smug smile on her face. I never discussed any details of the wedding with Kayla if I can help it, but I've heard Nate sharing some of our plans with her. He told her we were planning a buffet-style meal because we have a lot of dietary restrictions in our family. Now it's the cheapest way to accommodate everybody. Literally a few $1,000 difference. She told him he deserved someone who wouldn't go cheap on his wedding, even though the buffet was his idea. He told her about our venue choices. He picked the reception venue. I picked the ceremony venue, which is in the same place my parents got married. My father passed away, and since he can't walk me down the aisle, I always wanted to get married in the same place he married my mom to sort of feel like he was there with us. Oh gosh, oh that's so sweet. She told Nate that my venue choice was tacky, and people would make fun of us. Who, you? When he mentioned he wanted a DJ, she made a comment about how she knew I wasn't classy enough to want a live band. Okay, no, she is just like... My patience is wearing thin. Each and every time she would make comments like this, Nate would tell her that they were his ideas, but not call her out for how she spoke about me. always has been this way. That's not an excuse. There's never an excuse. Hey, but she's also been this way because nobody calls her out. I think it's gotta be you. I think you need to do the calling out. I told him that's no excuse for her to be disrespectful and stick her nose into business that doesn't concern her. He hesitantly agreed. On Friday, I got an email from the venue for our ceremony, confirming our cancellation and asking if we needed to reschedule. Shortly after that, I got a voicemail from our caterer, explaining that my new wedding planner had just called, but the line had dropped and was wondering if I could pass along her phone number so they could finish going over changes to the menu. I immediately emailed the venue back, saying that no, we are not canceling or rescheduling. Please keep our original date on the books. Ooh. Oh no. I called the caterer, who explained that a woman had called and said she was my new wedding planner. She said that I wanted to make some changes to the contract, namely switching from a buffet style to plated meals. I told him this was not the case. I do not have a wedding planner, and please do not make any changes unless contacted by me or Nate directly with the information we have on file. The caterer suggested putting a password. I was just about to say that. Is it so crazy that you even have to do this? He said he wouldn't make any changes unless the person requesting them knew the password. I called both venues and all of our other vendors to put in place the same types of precautions. They all gave their sympathies for me having to deal with this. Yeah, this is like so unnecessary. I feel like she's done enough at this point, but like at the very least, you need to call her out. When Nate got home from work, I confronted him about it. I told him someone tried to cancel my venue and change our catering. I told him the only person it could be was Kayla. He tried to deny and said she wouldn't do it. But I reminded him of how she's undermined and insulted me during every step of this engagement. I told him I wanted her uninvited. I will not give someone who's already done so much to make this wedding stressful the opportunity to do something like show up in white. He fought me on this, but I basically told him I felt disrespected by him over how he's allowing Kayla to treat me. I feel like sometimes men do not understand the nuances and like how catty some women can be. Just because she's not that way toward you does not mean that she's not that way toward other people. And he should listen to you when you're telling him all this stuff. I feel like if you call her out, she's not going to listen. If he calls her out, she might. I'm his partner and the mother of his child. My feelings and comfort should be more important to him than his sister's childish antics. We met with her for lunch earlier today, and once we got dessert, he asked her if she was trying to make changes to our wedding plans. She said, and I quote, "Well, yeah, it's the maid of honor's job to make sure the bride is making the right decision." Before Nate could even say anything, I told her she's not my maid of honor, and even if she was, that would not give her the authority to undermine our decision and make changes to the wedding plans and budget behind our backs. She said she didn't see what the big deal was since her grandmother had offered us a pretty large chunk of change as a present to help pay for the wedding. No, I can't deny this is totally right. Is she trying to say like, oh, well, you wouldn't have this wedding if it weren't for my family? Like, what does that mean? I told her again the wedding budget is none of her business. She tried to argue, but I cut her off. Okay, so like, what's happening with your like future husband at this point? Because like, I'm not liking how he's again not doing anything. I told her that her behavior regarding our wedding thus far has been nothing but disrespectful and insulting. I told her trying to cancel my venue had crossed the line and she was no longer invited to the wedding. She seemed absolutely shocked by this. She looked at Nate, waiting for him to defend her, and then he did. Throw the little man away. He looked at me and said, "Why don't we give her one more chance?" How about you? I asked if he was kidding, and he said no. How many chances can you give someone? Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Oh my god. Kayla was only doing what she thought was best for us, and now that we've told her that wasn't okay, we should give her a chance to correct her behavior. I didn't even respond. I just got up and left. I went and got in my car and drove home, thinking to myself if he wanted to side with his sister, then he could rely on her to get home. I ignored him trying to get a hold of me. I almost feel like she's trying to get rid of you. Part of me thinks that like she just genuinely doesn't like you and does not want you to marry her brother. Who in their right mind would do this? Unless they hate you. Once at home, I packed a small bag and left for Sam's house. I told her everything and she told me I could stay as long as I needed to. And now she's at work for the night and that's where I am. Trying to process what just happened. Trying to figure out when I became second place in broken knee. He came with me to ask me where I am, telling me he didn't think it was that big of a deal, and apologizing and asking me to come home and talk. But you told him that it was a big deal.
I don't know why every time brownies are made, there's CJ hair in it somehow. I never experienced the hair. I'm not looking at shit.
I beg your finest pardon, but it should be a big deal for him that someone is literally bullying his future wife and mother.
Are you not cleaning up containing when it isn't good enough?
I'm too upset, and I feel like I'll do or say something I will regret. Let's call off the wedding altogether. I just told all my vendors that we aren't canceling the wedding. But right now, I kind of want to. I don't know if it's my hormones making me feel crazy or if I'm valid in how hurt I'm feeling. I just don't know what to do or what to think. So, am I the a-hole for not wanting to give her a second chance? Or is my fiance right that she deserves a chance to prove herself before she's uninvited from the wedding altogether? As much as I already know what's going to happen, I don't like how he seems to sort of be undermining you and, like, not affirming you. This is also about his support of you. You're not only giving the sister-in-law a chance, you're also giving your fiance another chance. So, you could, but be warned that you might be disappointed. And when that happens, you need to seriously think about whether or not you want this person in your life, and if you want to go through with this wedding altogether. But let's see what the comments say. You are in the right, and I think a wedding cancellation, or at least a delay, is in order. I mean, yeah, you could delay and just, like, stand on business and just, like, put your foot down. At the end of the day, marriages are a contract, right? They're an emotional contract. You kind of have to think about from the perspective of, is this a good deal that you're signing? And if it's not a good deal, and they're not willing to give you what you want, like, it sounds kind of like trivializing it, but it's not. It is a contract, and it is the most important decision that you will make in your life. Because marry the wrong person, it will make your life a living hell. So you need to be willing to walk away from any contract to get all the terms you want. You know, speaking as someone who has done a few deals in her day, I have no problem walking away. Yeah, no, surrender. I don't necessarily do it because it's like, this person is blah, 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 blah. No, I'll do it, but I need to feel fully comfortable with what the contract says. I need to feel fully comfortable with what the marriage is. And that's just the way it has to be. And, like, more often than not, they do come back and give you what you want. It's a negotiation, you know what I'm saying? His sister tried to change the venue that was meaningful for you because it was a reminder of your father. To cancel that over anything else is not just over the line, but it's cruel. You gave him many chances to get her in line. You failed. One thing I would recommend if you go forward with him is that when meeting with her, let him take the lead. Even if you don't agree with what he's saying, it will be a biggest indicator of his mindset and ensures that he doesn't can't blame you for the boundaries he's placing. OP responds, thank you. He just keeps saying, I just don't know her well enough to know that all her comments and jokes are harmless. I mean, that's kind of subjective, isn't it? Like, if you find them hurtful, then that's not really up to him to decide. But this wasn't just one comment. She actually tried to cancel my venue. I honestly couldn't care less about the catering. That one was weird, but my venue was special. It was too far. So lots of people are like, why are you marrying into his mess? You need to step away from the wedding. This is not a good idea. Some people are like, oh, this house isn't real. I mean, you would be surprised how, coming from someone who's done a lot of these stories, it's not that uncommon. Like, it's really not that uncommon. I feel like the root of this is she wants to get rid of you. You do have an update. There were lots and lots of comments asking for an update, but I wanted to wait until after I had talked to Nate. I spent last night at Sam's house and mostly ignored Nate's texts and calls. Taylor texted me once telling me not to let my hormones make me irrational. Okay, so what's her excuse then? I just blocked her, but someone advised to unblock and silence her notifications, so if she escalates, I could maybe use it in court for my custody case. I did unblock her earlier today, and I'm glad I did, but we'll get there. Yeah, everybody's saying, you know, like, cancel the wedding and stuff like that. Like, please also keep in mind that, like, she's pregnant. This is a difficult decision. Like, she's basically deciding to be a single mother, and, like, that's hard. That's a really hard path to take. It's easy for us to just sort of read it and be like, yeah, obviously, why are you marrying this guy? This has to be safe, blah, blah, blah. Understand that she is pregnant. She doesn't want to be a single mother, or she'd rather not. I replied to Nate at one point telling him that I was safe and at Sam's house, and I would be home tomorrow, today, after work, to talk about everything. I expressed again that I was feeling really hurt about not being heard or backed up by him, and I needed time to decide what I wanted to do. He asked what I meant by that, if I meant canceling the wedding altogether. I told him that is exactly what I into California. I told the lawyer exactly why I'm leaving Nate and how I'm terrified over how his sister would influence him with our baby. I don't trust him not to be influenced by Kayla and to have our baby's best interest in mind. So I want to fight for sole custody and supervised visitation. I told her, if possible, I want to include something that restricts Kayla from having any contact with my child. I'm already mentally preparing to have to fight Nick in court because I know he will not agree to any of this. My lawyer told me that while my concerns are valid, it may be difficult for a judge to put a contract restriction in a custody order based on the family drama alone. She advised me to document everything that Kayla has done and anything moving forward so we can present it to the judge if and when we end up in court. Oh my goodness, it's so sad that it's come to this point. If there wasn't ever a sign to stop being contrarian to your partner, stop being this person that doesn't listen to them when they tell you that something is wrong. I can tell you firsthand, a partner that does not validate your feelings is not a partner that you want to spend your life with. If their first response to you being hurt by another person is to somehow make it your fault and you're crazy and your hormones and all these things, if that's their first response and it's not to protect you, that person hates you. She gave me a list of things to think about, like if I want Nate to get any custody at all or just visitation, how I want to handle things like medical care or education for my child, if I want to put communication restrictions like only talking over text. Lots of things I would have never thought of and never thought I would have to think of. We were supposed to do all of this together. She told me to take a few days to gather my thoughts and decide on what I want. I scheduled an in-person meeting for this Friday to go over everything. Hopefully I will have my mind straight by then. But if anyone has any advice on when it comes to what to put on these custody papers, I'm all ears. I'm not someone who has ever dealt with something like this. But if anyone has any advice, either OP sees this or maybe there's someone else who's feeling to do something like this, it would be helpful. After the phone call with my lawyer, I checked some more comments and took a much-needed nap. When I woke up, I had a text from Nate asking what time I would be off work so he could have dinner ready for me when I get home. I told him I would be there around 5, but if Kayla is there, I will be turning around and leaving without a word. Ooh. I then asked him if he read the post I sent him. He said I did, but I would rather talk to you than read you bash me and my sister on the internet with a bunch of strangers. I wouldn't necessarily say that was bashing. If he took it as bashing, then... Don't worry, I told Kayla she's not welcome. This pissed me off beyond belief. Clearly he either didn't read the post or still didn't realize how truly in the wrong they are. Either way, I lost all motivation to try and work things out. I'm just done. I texted him, don't worry about dinner. All I will be doing is gathering some more things and dropping off my lawyer's contact info. There's nothing more for us to discuss. He asked what I meant. What lawyer? And told me he'd been waiting to talk about this. All I said was, fine. Sam wished me luck before I left and assured me I was welcome back once we were done talking. I told her I would absolutely be back and thanked her for everything so far. When I got home, Nate had dinner ready just like he said. I ignored him and went straight to our room to pack up some of my clothes and toiletries. He tried asking me if I really wasn't going to talk to him. Yeah. But I ignored him for the time being. Just seeing his face made my anger flare up and I wanted to be smart about our decisions. After a while, he gave up and went to eat in the dining room. When I was finished, I went and sat with him at the table but didn't touch any of the food. I started a voice memo on my phone before I said go ahead. Oh, goody, yes. Good. He looked at me all confused, opinion of our wedding even matter? He starts to tell me that because Kayla didn't get to have a real wedding when she got married, she was just a little too excited about ours. That's just an excuse behavior. She could get excited and like want to help, but she doesn't get to decide things as if it's her wedding. I told him she has all the right in the world to be excited, but that does not give her any right to insult me or change our choices regarding what we want for our wedding. She'll have plenty of opportunities to have a real wedding. If she could stop for 2 seconds and take her nose out of our wedding business, she could go out and find a man or woman to marry herself. I asked him what's next. She gets to name our baby when she's lost her own. Ooh. The look on his face made my stomach feel hollow. He told me, I quote, actually, Kayla, that for what we can name our daughter. Okay. Side note, I mentioned in a comment previously that we were willing to be surprised about the gender of our baby. No. So we knew and he literally just told you in this conversation? No. We were discussing baby names and had settled on the top 3 for each gender. We agreed to keep them to ourselves until the baby was born. I asked if he said daughter, and he looked like a deer caught in my headlights. He backtracked, but I pressed the issue. I asked him flat out if he knows the gender of our baby. He hesitated, but ultimately he confessed, remembering that I had filled out an information release at my first OB visit. So he called the office and asked them for the results of our gender scan, claiming we changed our minds, and he was going to do a reveal for me. Oh, no. He literally does not care about your boundaries, dude. Like, he does not care. I feel absolutely sick and violated. I asked him what the he was thinking. He said Kayla was feeling left out since Sam was planning my baby shower.
Not including her, and she couldn't wait to find out. No. Absolutely not. I demanded he tell me everything. What else has he gone and done behind my back? Did he give her the idea to pretend to be our wedding planner? Was he the one that had her cancel my venue and change our catering? He tried to tell me no, of course not. She did that on her own, but I could just tell that he was lying. No. That's why he's excusing her behavior. Because it's also his behavior! Ah! He absolutely put her up to all of this. At that point, I didn't even care why he did. It's clear that none of our decisions will ever actually be ours. He will always do whatever the hell he wants and get Kayla to back him up. I don't even want to think about how many of our decisions in the past were completely undermined and changed by these two. I asked him if Kayla came to him and told him everything I'm telling him. That she doesn't feel supported by her partner. That her partner went behind her back to learn the gender of their baby without her. That her partner was retroactively changing every decision that they had agreed upon. That her partner was letting their sibling bullying her relentlessly. What would he say to her? He didn't have a response, and honestly, if he did, I didn't want to hear it anymore. I knew the answer. I told him that as the woman who's supposed to be his wife, me and the baby I'm carrying should be his top priority, not his twin sister. I said him going behind my back like this for something as important as the gender of our baby is absolutely unforgivable. There is nothing he can say or do to fix this. I told him I will no longer be marrying him. Oh, thank God. But it's up to him if he wants to cancel all the vendors. I said, you're more than welcome to use it all to marry Kayla. Oh my goodness! Seeing as she's the one you obviously care the most about. Ooh. He tried to backtrack and apologize and explain, but every time I cut him off and told him I had heard enough and my mind was made up. There is no going back now. If he wants to have the slimmest chance to get me back and have a real relationship with our baby, he will need to attend some serious therapy and do work on himself and his relationship with Kayla. I told him no woman in her right mind would ever marry him while he was this enmeshed with her. I told him that any contact we have moving forward will be through my lawyer. I want nothing to do with his family. And if I get what I want, they will have nothing to do with my daughter. I can't believe that's how you found out. Dude. Oh my God. Because I'll be damned if I let him subject her to this treatment. I put my lawyer's name and phone number on the table and walked out. He didn't try to follow me. So now, on top of dealing with my lawyer for the custody case, do I have to file a complaint with my OB office? Are they allowed to just give this information without my express consent? Or did me stupidly putting him on the information release form I signed give them the blanket consent to share any and all information with him? I don't know if you can do anything there, honestly. God, I didn't think that this could get any worse, but I guess that's on me for being naive. You're not naive, dude. This is a very messy situation and it's not normal. I'm glad I recorded the conversation and got him to admit to doing all of this. Oh my God, I forgot you were recording that whole time. Ooh. I don't know if or how it will help my custody case, but I sent it to my lawyer with a note that we can discuss more on Friday. Even if it doesn't help with your custody case, if you ever feel a little weird about the conversation and just like,
oh, maybe I could, forgive him and stuff like that.
Listen to it. I'm back at Sam's place. She was already at work when I got back, but I texted her to wake me up when she gets home. I need my sister. I called my mom and told her everything that's happened. She cried for me for a while and asked me if I needed her to do anything. I asked her if she'd be willing to go to the house with Sam and get the rest of my stuff because I don't want to see Nate right now. Just picturing his face is making me feel sick. She said she's more than willing. Kayla did text me again. I'm assuming Nate talked to her after I left. Okay, so she's involved yet again. It was a very long and cruel message that I don't want to repeat. Good, she can marry her own brother. It's what she wants, isn't it? But to summarize, she called me delusional and a control freak who can't let Nate make any decisions for himself and insulted my venue choice once again. And then says she hopes my baby is stillborn because I don't deserve to be a mother. So much for second chances. Honestly, after reading it, I thought the message would hurt, but it just gave me a really good laugh. It honestly should, because that is just like pathetic. You're trying to say something to hurt me, but all it really does is make you look like a horrible person. I took a screenshot and sent it to my lawyer. And that's where we're at. The wedding is off. Yay! I will call all the vendors tomorrow and see if we can get any deposits back. If not, I'll let them know how to contact Nate and Kayla to see if they would like to keep things as planned. Let them throw a party for all I care. But I will be canceling my venue regardless of my refund. Neither of them are gonna step foot in that sacred place if I can help it. I didn't realize how much I was letting this weigh on me until now. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders, even though a new one is settling very quickly. Writing everything out like this is truly freaking helpful for me to process how I'm feeling, what I need to do. Thank you again for everyone and for all your advice and for showing me I'm not crazy. You're not, baby girl. Your feelings are valid. So are you the a-hole for wanting to uninvite your sister-in-law from your wedding? No. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. Let's binge some wedding drama that belongs on TV. They all wore white. This was posted in the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit, which officially has 74,000 members at the time of this recording. The tea is hot today, my friends. It's been 2 years. Maybe I am healed enough to share this. I sincerely hope so. Me and my husband got married in 2022 in September and had a Lord of the Rings theme, which everyone thought was lame, but it has always been my dream. Since I was young, I've been obsessed with Elvish from Lord of the Rings culture and wanted an Elvish wedding. I mean, I'm sorry, have you seen the elves from Lord of the Rings? Are you all like blonde and gorgeous too? My then fiance was just happy to marry me, and his only request was for his own outfit and most of the food, but the ceremony and details were up to me. He does, however, have lots of female relatives who were very interested in the wedding planning. His mother especially, as he's an only child and she was never married. Why do I feel like this is not going to end well? So she basically wants to plan a wedding that she never had. Got it. Let's see if my prediction is correct. I was excited to have help, but our first meeting, they were not thrilled about the theme. His mom suggested the theme to be Bridgerton. So this isn't even just like, we don't like theme weddings. It's like, no, we don't like your theme. We'll go with a different theme that we like for the wedding that isn't ours. Their whole group had thrown some wine watch parties watching the show. My sisters were there and they even got excited about Bridgerton and tried to convince me against my nerdy dream wedding. Tried to convince you. I think that people mean well for the most part, but it's funny how people like push you in certain directions to have your wedding in a way that they would like. I think if the bride and the groom ask your opinion, then you could give your opinion. But if nobody asked, I like Bridgerton as much as the next woman, and that Duke is so handsome, but I said the theme was decided. Stick to your guns, babes. So his mother said that if we didn't do Bridgerton, they were all leaving. Good. I stood my ground while my mom and sisters tried to calm things down. It ended with his mother and family members leaving. Oh no, don't leave. My sisters had my back and my mom was proud of me for standing up for myself. Yeah, it's one thing if they're like, oh, like I didn't realize you wanted to do a theme wedding. Are we like spitballing here? Maybe there's like some other things that you might like doing. Like, here's an idea. It's not that kind of environment. We're not ideating someone's wedding that isn't yours. It is not up for discussion. I planned the wedding without his side of the family, though they left lots of voicemails calling me stubborn or begging me to let her have this. Oh, you are delulu. You are drinking the Delulu lemonade. I got the feeling they were just backing her up out of loyalty as the messages had an apologetic tone to them. It's not her wedding. Go and have like a Bridgerton theme party, but don't bring that into someone else's wedding. I didn't tell my husband a thing because he's the type to get overwhelmed and get rid of the problem, which in this case would have meant uninviting a large chunk of his guests. Instead, I sent out the invitation with the dress code colors, forest green and dark gray. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. I asked his close cousin if she was interested in being a bridesmaid. She said she couldn't and asked if it was too late to do the theme his mother wanted. Oh my God, actually me now. What is wrong with people? Are people okay? Are you okay? This is so delusional. I said I would rather marry him at the courthouse than have any other wedding than the one I dreamed of for years. He had told me I could do my Lord of the Rings theme as his yes was stronger than 1,000 no's. The harassment got worse, and then as the date grew closer, radio silence. Keep in mind, my side of the family was a great help. My bridesmaids were all in their capilettes and dresses, and I had my custom elf ears touched up by a friend. This is so great. I bet the photos are gonna be epic. Since my friends all like the same nerdy stuff I do, the theme was exciting for them. The day comes and I'm ready to walk down the aisle after my makeup, and I was dressed in my perfect sparkly white dress and silver cape with my hair in jewels. Oh, I bet you look stunning. Like, I'm sorry, elvish women are just like, I walked in and straight away my eyes were on my husband. It wasn't until the reception that it occurred to me that a large percentage of women at my wedding were wearing white dresses. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. I forgot to breathe there for a second. They were wedding dress adjacent, and the shock caused me to drop my bouquet. My mom confronted his mom about it, and the response his mom gave was that the dress was gray, like the invite stated. It was white. They all gave the same story, and though most people besides them were wearing forest green, easier to find, a few were wearing the correct gray, which is easily distinguishable from white. My sister said she would go to the dollar store and get grape juice and a super soaker to get all the white dresses, and my mom suggested we kick them out, but I decided not to do either. I mean, honestly, in doing this, all they did was make themselves look really, really... Like, before it was like, okay, this can just be like some, tiff that we had, whatever. But like, your husband is now gonna be like, what was that? I'm sorry, but in this scenario, there is no excuse to show up in droves, all wearing white, to someone else's wedding. You look like a butthead. It did cause a major scene, as not only were there 8 women in bridal white, but they all seemed so uncomfortable with it that they stuck out like sore thumbs. What the hell did your mother-in-law do? Is she like holding them hostage or something? Like, why are they all guilt-tripped? See, this is the thing. This type of woman probably gets her way all the time. Maybe she's super nice, or, maybe she kind of holds money over people's heads. Everybody's always trying to appease her. Either that, or she's holding their husbands hostage.
Both.
Because why would you agree to this? Watching them squirm as multiple people approached to ask if they were playing a special role in the wedding, as my dress is white but with lots of silver and looked less like a wedding gown than theirs did. It was so satisfying. They'd all obviously gotten a dress that looked as close to the ones from Bridgerton as possible and were matching well, so it looked like there was some element of the wedding that people hadn't been clued in on. Yeah, I didn't get the cunt memo either. Most of their partners had given me tight, uncomfortable smiles, and my wedding party was pissed, while the guests were genuinely trying to figure out what the white dresses were for, especially as the night went on and people helped themselves to the open bar. The white dresses are a canvas. Get out your Sharpies! In the following 2 months, I received an apology card along with a very expensive item off my registry from everyone who wore a white dress, so that's a bonus. I just fail to understand why they would do something that they know is wrong just to make your mother-in-law happy. For what? Because you wanted to dress up like you're the cast of Bridgerton? Throw your own party for that. Don't commandeer someone's wedding because you want to dress up in a Bridgerton dress. I still use the juicer his aunt who wore feathers gave me. I wish I could have gotten a Ninja Creamy though. Ugh, those look really good. You know, I was seeing one of those on TikTok and that protein ice cream looks really good. Maybe you could kind of be like, well, I'm not talking to you until you get me a Ninja Creamy. Guilt is a powerful thing, my friends. Even his mom apologized, which I found out was my husband's doing. He threatened to cut off anybody who didn't make it right with me.
I am the one who knocks.
I told him he didn't have to, and he said I'm the one getting married. So I deserve the wedding, and they can throw whatever wedding they want when they're getting married. And if the time comes, they would be mad if I wore a wedding dress to their day. That's crazy to me. I hope you're healed from that, because like, wow. Definitely made for a good story. I kind of wish you would have told your husband sooner. He should have shut that down. I'm glad he did when he finally found out. Like, yeah, he could have done that, but you know, it would have been like, it's not that bad. Maybe he's also kind of like under your mother-in-law's thumb, and you know, maybe it would not have turned out in the same way. They fully embarrassed themselves. Like, they look like the villain right now. This is not just some simple argument that got out of hand. If there's one thing that I do not tolerate, it is malicious intent. It is really hard to discern whether something was done maliciously, right? Like, everybody kind of thinks, well, you know, like, I'm not the villain in this story. Everybody like tries to justify why they behave the way they do. But this is pretty clear that there was malicious intent behind this. How else are you gonna explain that? I actually like that they embarrassed themselves by trying to upstage the bride. This is what I'm saying. You look mean and stupid. If there was anyone that was gonna be on your side after this argument, they are not on your side anymore. Yes, I'm glad they weren't uninvited. Once everyone saw them for who they really are, a controlling narcissist and her weak followers, OP wouldn't have to ever explain any in-law craziness. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a villain in this story, and it's pretty obvious who it is.
It's not you, it's me.
I love that the bride nixed any dress staining shenanigans. Their self-imposed discomfort was the best revenge. You definitely could have done some staining. It's one thing to like spill a glass of wine on one of them accidentally. It's another to have 8 people show up all wearing white, and then what are you gonna do? Have a food fight? Like, no, you're not. Hold your head high, my dear. Delicious. Let's move on. They switched the brides. This is a story my aunt has told me many times growing up. However, I didn't really fully believe her until I met the people who the story was about, and they told me the rest of it. All names have, of course, been changed. Thank you very much. I'm not trying to get food on this lovely day. So, buckle in, ladies and gents, because this is a doozy. About a good 40 years ago, at least, in the early 80s, when my Aunt Nora was living in the Middle East, she was invited to a wedding by her co-worker and longtime friend, who was getting married to a man her father had picked for her. At the time, especially in that area, arranged marriages were a common practice, where 2 families would combine their wealth by having their children marry, therefore increasing their social stature in the community. My aunt's friend Jasmine, 21 at the time, who was getting married, had invited my aunt to take place in the events of the week leading up to the wedding. While spending the week with Jasmine, my Aunt Nora noticed that the bride was not very excited to be getting married.
Yay, can't wait to marry someone I don't even know.
Said no one ever. Well, maybe some people. You know, if it's a cultural thing, they might be okay with it. And sometimes it works out. At the beginning, it's like, who is this person that I'm spending the rest of my life with? Furthermore, every time the groom, Ali, 22 years old, would come to see his bride, he would seem very distant and preoccupied with something else. Or someone else. He would always be wandering off or disappearing for hours when they were supposed to be spending time together or choosing things for their wedding. Turns out Ali, the groom, was actually in love with Jasmine's younger sister, Nessie, 19 years old. I'm always right.
It's exhausting being right all the time, but like, what can you do?
They had been in a secret relationship for a bit over 6 months. When Ali went to his father asking to marry a daughter of that family, his father automatically thought he meant the oldest sister, as was tradition, and arranged the marriage to the wrong sister. Ooh. I feel like we could have been a little more specific. Who will be getting married? When Ali found out his father had arranged the marriage, he was beyond happy, but soon found out it was to the wrong sister. When he met her 2 weeks before the wedding had been arranged. When he went to speak to his father about the mistake that had occurred, his father told him what is done, and he will marry the woman they had picked out for him or forfeit his wealth, title, and would be shunned from the family. Yeah, I guess maybe like the assets probably go to the oldest sister, but like, do they get assets? I don't know, because she's a woman, right? So would she get assets? Since he wasn't left with much of a choice, he was forced to go on with the wedding to the wrong sister. 2 nights before the wedding, all the bridesmaids and the bride were all taken to a hotel near where the wedding venue was. They were 5 altogether: the bride, her sister, their 2 cousins, and my aunt. That night, they put together a plan that would save Jasmine and let Nessie marry the man she loved. Ooh! It's having a little powwow. We're gonna move in the shadows. Let's do it. In their tradition, it's known that 48 hours before the wedding, the bride and groom are taken to different houses or hotels to be apart. The only time that they would see each other again is at the wedding, when the bride's veil was lifted. Before that, the bride's face would be completely covered. Ooh! I love this. This sounds like it should be in Bollywood, honestly. Since Jasmine and Nessie looked almost exactly alike, being sisters, they decided to switch places. That night, my Aunt Nora also bought her and Jasmine plane tickets to take them to Greece. So the day of the wedding finally arrives. And as traditionally known, in front of the hotel stand a fleet of cars to accompany the bride to her wedding. In these vehicles, there's usually the groom's side in the closer cars and the bridesmaids in separate cars. By now, the bridesmaids had managed to make Nessie look almost identical to her older sister, put her in the dress, and sent her to the wedding, while Nora and Jasmine switched their fancy dresses into plainer clothing, covered their faces, and got into a cab on the way to the airport. Woo! This is some diabolical sh**. According to Jasmine's cousins, no one noticed at the beginning that the brides were switched. The only person who knew was Ali, and only when he lifted the veil and realized he'd actually married his true love. Oh, this is lovely. Dare I say it almost sounds too good to be true? By the time that the veil was lifted, Jasmine and Aunt Nora were both on their way to Greece, where Jasmine lives to this day, happily married to the woman of her dreams. Oh, plot twist! My Aunt Nora visits her every couple of years when she can and is the godmother to her 2 beautiful children. As for Ali and Nessie, they live happily ever after in Italy, where they don't have to follow their family's traditions anymore and they can just live their lives. But like, what happened when the dad found out? From what I understood, the families were furious when they realized they'd been fooled and that the brides had been switched. But by then, all the couples were happy and no one really cared what they thought, since both their daughters no longer lived in the area and could no longer be controlled by tradition. This sounds like a really fabulous movie. You should write this. OP says, I wish. However, it's not my story to write. My aunt is writing a book about the story after waiting 40 years and getting the okay from the sisters. That was one hell of a story. All right, I got one more for you. Story time with Charlotte is not over yet. Mother of the bride tries to seduce the groom, but it backfires in her face. Hi, Charlotte. Huge fan. Love the new Reddit page and love reading the never-ending tea that my fellow potatoes have to offer. Now on to the tea that I am here to share. About a year ago, my 25 male best friend, 26 female, let's call her Kara, got married to her fiance, 26 male. Let's call him John. For a bit of background, Kara was an only child and grew up facing a lot of judgment from her mother. Her mother, Karen, was very vain and described herself as the best of the best. Karen would constantly compare herself to Kara and would judge her on her appearance, grades, achievements, etc. Kara, being the absolute queen she was, didn't let mother's constant judgment put her down in any way. She knew her goals and worked very hard in order to achieve them. Whenever Kara had a setback, her dad always was there to comfort and support her, while her mother scoffed and rolled her eyes. The mother of the bride sounds like an evil stepmother, but no, she's your mother. This behavior led Kara to slowly distance herself from her mother over the years, so that she wouldn't have to be bombarded with her mother's judgment. When we graduated and went to college, they rarely spoke unless it was during the holidays. Fast forward a couple of years and the pandemic hit. With social distancing regulations, my friend couldn't have been happier. Anybody miss social distancing? I still social distance. Stay the f away from me. Zoom out. If I can smell you, you're too close. Eventually, after restrictions loosened, me, Kara, and a few others went to a nice restaurant to chat and catch up. As dinner ended, the waiter informed us that the bill had been covered by someone else. We were all shocked and confused as to who paid our bill. Turns out it was my friend's coworker, John, who was there with his friends that night, and he noticed her. She collaborated with him on a project for the company and got to know him quite a bit. We thanked John for his kind gesture, and Kara actually exchanged numbers with him. Soon they began talking more and more frequently. They began dating almost a month after that dinner and really connected with each other. Like, this is like honestly very old Hollywood. It's only happened to me like a couple times in my life, but like when a guy or a group of guys send over a round of drinks from like across the bar, the waitress is like,
these are from those guys over there.
And you like look over and they're like, and then sometimes they're cute. That's classy. I'm sorry, but like you got my attention. It has worked on me. If you see her out, send over a nice little martini or something. Or just like, no, you know what you do? You check to see what she's drinking, okay? Because maybe she's not drinking. You don't want to send over something that she doesn't like. You go and you ask the server and you're like, bestie,
what is that lady over there at the end of the bar drinking?
They say, tell you. And then they come back to you and they tell you. And then you send over another round. And not only for her friends too. Classy.
Do I look like I'm made of money?
They began dating almost a month after that dinner and really connected with each other. They had shared common interests, rom-coms and animals. Ooh, a boy that likes rom-coms. Ooh, marry him immediately. And they grew closer and closer each day. When Kara introduced John to her family, everyone loved him, including her mother, which seemed quite odd considering she judged anyone or anything that came her way. Karen seemed to be really interested in John and would interact with him whenever she got the chance. Ooh, cringe. Again, real fishy. Fortunately, Kara told John about Karen's constant judgment. There's nothing worse in this world than a jealous woman. Like, I'm telling you right now, jealous women will put your life in danger because they want a guy that you like, or, you know, they need male validation. They secretly have it out for you. They will literally try and it in your heart. Quoting Louis C.K., that is not my joke. But to have your mother be the jealous woman, that is like hell on earth. Kara and John would eventually get engaged. And when she broke the news to her mother, again, Karen was surprisingly thrilled.
Ooh, goody. Can't wait to ruin my daughter's life.
My friend invited me to be the man of honor, to which I gladly accepted. Throughout the wedding planning, Karen was very critical of Kara and the wedding as if it was her own. To Karen, it was either the color scheme was tacky, the seating chart was messed up, and the roles in the wedding were all wrong. Nothing ever seemed to be up to her standards. Even when Kara was trying on wedding dresses, her mom had something to say about each one. Kara at this point was barely tolerating Karen and was just so fed up. Karen commented on one dress, saying the dress would look better on her than Kara because it was meant for a much more appealing woman. Oh my God. You're not as appealing as you think, Karen. You sound kind of unappealing, honestly. You sound kind of yucky. Oh, hell no. I was fed up with her to the point that I asked her if anything appealing would ever come out of her mouth because me and everyone else were done listening to her bullcrap. She backed off finally after she received many death stares and side eyes from the wedding party. Even the people at the dress shop were side-eyeing Karen. My friend found a dress that looked absolutely amazing on her, and she knew it was the one. Karen protested, complaining about the dress, to which Kara just told her to shut up. See, with those kinds of people, it's like,
don't you want me to be honest? Like, I'm just being honest.
You don't like anything. Fast forward to the wedding, everything's in place, and people begin to file in for the ceremony. Note that the color scheme for the wedding was ocean blue and turquoise. Karen shows up in a tight race car red dress. Okay, I think that you could probably wear red to a wedding if you wanted to, unless there's like some sort of subtext there. Is like, it's an obvious, right? Like if you don't really like know the bride and the groom or whatever, and like, or you know, you're friends with them, it's like, nobody's gonna read into it, but I would read into that, especially because it's tight.
That's what she said.
Nobody notices, and for a while she disappears. 15 minutes before the ceremony, people are wondering where the groom is, when all of a sudden someone very loudly yells for help. Me, Kara's in-laws, Kara's dad rush over to where the noise is coming from. It was from behind a locked door. We get it unlocked and see Karen topless. How are you not embarrassed? She was trying to kiss John. He had called for help because Karen was chasing him around and trying to seduce him. I was shocked and gagged. The in-laws were disgusted and Kara's father was furious. Karen rushed to get reclothed while Kara's father was screaming at her, asking what in the hell was happening. I helped John back to the ceremony, and the in-laws called for security to get Karen removed. Well, long story short, she was removed while Kara's father yelled at Karen, calling her a cheater and saying that they were getting divorced. I mean, I probably would have divorced her before this point, to be honest, but like, okay, it's fine. Like, in general, the Karen in this story is like pretty sucky. Was she really beautiful or something? Like, honestly, yeah, maybe she's a beautiful woman or she was a beautiful woman, but like, who would want to be married to someone like this? The ceremony had finally begun, the groom had a smile on his face, and Kara's father had calmed down. The ceremony went well and the reception was a blast. We partied, we ate, and we had the time of our lives. After the wedding, John and Kara's father explained to Kara what happened before the ceremony. By the time they were telling her, Karen had already moved in with a relative of hers. The venue had sent the father the security camera footage of poor John being chased by the topless banshee. Not a banshee, another banshee, oh my god. Ban the banshees. Kara was livid. She called her mom and screamed at her for the constant judgment over the course of her life, calling her shameless and cruel. After that, Kara's father filed for divorce, kept the house while Karen a few personal items. Even with Karen's protests, there really wasn't much she could get due to the security cam footage. I honestly have a really funny image in my head. Like a beautiful but also aging woman running around, flopping about, dressed kind of like around her buttocks, chasing after a man that never wanted her. Ever since then, Kara cut her mother off and John have lived happily in wedding bliss. They invited me and a few other people to celebrate a year of happiness and the downfall of a witch. She does sound like a witch. That's just like can't handle the fact that she's getting a little older. Like that's really what this is about. Mother was probably really gorgeous when she was young and she's really feeling almost like she needs to overcompensate for the fact that like she feels that getting older means that that's, you know, her worth kind of receding along with her hairline. But this is the thing about putting all of your worth into how you look. As soon as you start to lose that, you're gonna go nuts. Case in point. I'll tell you who does something like this. An insanely insecure mother who's jealous of her own daughter because this daughter is probably way more gorgeous than her, period. You should be proud that you made something like that. You know, she's got your genes. Beauty fades, but cunts are forever. Ding dong, the witch is dead and the video is over. I know, so sad. See you in the next one. Subscribe! Mother-in-law has lost her mind. As they do. This is not my story, but I am involved and I've been given permission by my friend and her husband to post this story in its entirety with real names! Ooh, the tea is hot today. I've known my best friend Kara, 30 female, and her new husband Mark, 32 male, since I was 18. I'm 31. Kara and Mark saved my life once upon a time, but that's a story for another day. Oh man. Is it Kara or Kara? I knew a girl named Kara, so we're gonna go with Kara. Kara and Mark got married in May and just got back from their honeymoon in the Maldives. Ooh, expensive. Oh, so you got money, I see. Backstory on everyone. Kara did not come from money, but worked her ass off to get to where she is. She is the chief of medicine at a hospital nearby and makes 6 figures a year. She's also the queen of petty. I'll allow it. Mark comes from money. His mother is the source of all this drama. He also makes 6 figures a year. He works in finance. Mark has 3 older brothers, all are married, and none have a relationship with Victoria, the mother-in-law. And she has never met the grandkids. Context! We love a little context. Now on to the story. Mark proposed to Kara in 2023, and our friend group was ecstatic. Kara and Mark are perfect for each other. Both have money, but don't flaunt it. Neither want to have children of their own, their life, but they do love children. Mark proposed with a beautiful 4-carat diamond on Christmas. Kara started planning almost immediately. They paid for their entire wedding on their own, so no one could make any input they didn't like, but did openly listen to suggestions. They chose a beautiful location on the other coast. Kara originally wanted a destination wedding, but opted for something local so my daughter and I could attend. Well, that's thoughtful. That's nice of her. Changing the whole damn wedding for you, honey. She chose me for her maid of honor, and our closest friends, Amber and Savannah, were her other bridesmaids. My daughter was her flower girl. Victoria has always disliked Kara. No one knows why, because Kara is lovely until you piss her off. But Kara was always on her best behavior with the family. Mario, Mark's dad, loves her. What I think it is that Kara also doesn't want kids and isn't Catholic. Ooh, yeah. I could see how that could be an issue for some people. But to be frank, it's not Victoria's choice. Victoria and Mario are traditional Italian Catholic from the country. Sorry, kicked you. Both were born in Italy, and still hold the traditional values, but Mario just wants his son to be happy. Wow, his name's Mario and he's Italian. Real original! Kara went to Kleinfield for wedding dress shopping. One dress for the ceremony, form-fitting, and one for the reception, flowing and girly. I was there via video chat because I couldn't jump on a plane and go. Everything was great until enter Victoria. Kara thought that integrating Victoria into dress shopping would help release some of the tension between them. Victoria wanted Kara to try on this god-awful turtleneck long sleeve poofy cupcake dress that just, no. Turtleneck and poofy do not go together, I'm sorry. Like, I like a turtleneck, but it has to be form-fitting. I'm no fashionista, but I know Kara and what works on her body. She tried to appease Victoria. Kara showed us this dress, and she looked at me on the camera and raised her brows. I shook my head and said, you don't want my opinion. Kara said she did, and that's why I'm here. Victoria, she's not here. She's too busy being a single mom living off the government to be a real friend and attend. I like how this is also written into the script. Silence from everyone, and also us. A moment of silence. Me. Take that god-awful dress off. I chose to ignore Victoria's comment, even though I wanted to rip her pinched little head off through the phone. It's not true, and I could tell Kara was starting to get annoyed. Now, Kara does not stand up for herself in the moment. She will wait and address it later. She moves. Kara tried on a bunch of other dresses, all pretty but not what she was looking for. I knew about a dress that Kara had been dreaming about since Mark proposed. What Kara didn't know was that the dress was there. Amber was controlling the phone I was attending on, and I told her to give the phone to the attendant. I told the attendant about the dress and confirmed it was there. I was handed back to Amber, and the attendant went on the hunt. Kara got to try on her dream dress. Obviously, she loved it and said yes to it for the ceremony. See, that's a good friend. Even though you couldn't be there, you knew exactly what she wanted, and if it weren't for you, she wouldn't have found it. That's more than I can say for Victoria, who was there in person, and let's just say she was a Victoria, that dress is a little s**ty, isn't it? Well, you're a little s**ty. How dare she insult the dream dress? Kara is starting to get red. Victoria, Mark shouldn't be marrying someone who wants to show off their body like a stripper. Ugh. Does she want you to dress up like a nun? Me. Kara, Victoria, shut the f*** up. Silence. You could hear a fly fart. Oh, do flies fart? Yes, they do! Anything with a digestive system farts. That was kind of unnecessary, but I also appreciate that information. Kara, Victoria, I invited you to try to help our relationship. This isn't your wedding. This isn't the dress you're going to wear. This isn't about you. I love this dress. I feel amazing in it. Shut up or get out. That's on period. Silence. Victoria calling Mark. You won't believe what. Mark, shut up, Mom. I'm on a conference call with Savannah. I heard everything. Hangs up. Oh. Whoa! Epic. And this is how you lose a relationship with your children. 1 week later, Kara and I are sitting in her living room going over some things when Victoria walks in. Victoria, oh, you're here. Me. I am. I was invited. Were you? What? The sassiness. I'm here for it. Kara's holding onto my arm so I don't get up and slap the bejesus out of Victoria. I'm known as the guard dog in my friend group. Ooh, love a guard dog. Victoria went upstairs and grabbed a couple of things of Mark's and started to walk out, but Kara asked what she was doing. Victoria with a shit-eating grin. I'm taking this in case Mark considers my offer. What offer? Kara and I look confused, but let Victoria leave and we call Mark. Mark, hey babe, what's going on? Kara, your mom just walked in and grabbed some stuff in case you consider her offer. Mark, I'm not. She's bad crazy. Wait, is she like trying to pay you off to not marry you or something? Is she trying to give him money? Me, what was the offer? Mark, sigh. If I marry Kara, she's cutting me out of her will. Okay, so it is money related. Not a bribe, but blackmail.
Thank you, Cleveland.
Kara starts crying. You'll be fine. You don't need her money. I wouldn't take it if I were you anyway. It comes with strings. Mark, baby, I'm not leaving you. She can sit and rotate. I'm leaving work and heading home. We're going away for a weekend to de-stress. Mark took Kara to a spa on the other coast, 5-star accommodations, and they talked. I don't know all the details about how to handle Victoria going forward. Fast forward to the wedding, May 2024. Kara, myself, bridesmaids, and my daughter are all getting our hair done. The wedding planner, wonderful woman, but scary, came up to us to tell us there was an issue downstairs. Is the issue named Victoria? I went to handle it. Kara did not need to deal with this crap. Victoria was trying to get into the bridal suite to get ready. Not happening. The mother of the groom doesn't get ready with the bride. She huffed and left. Way too easy. Now I'm nervous. Oh, she moving in the shadows too. Bet your bottom dollar. One thing I should mention, I have a seizure disorder, but I take medication that prevents me from having them. Victoria knows nothing about my health. We're getting ready to do the procession. Everything looks great. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something shiny and white. I ignore it for a second, but you know, curiosity killed the cat. Victoria is in a wedding dress. God, another one, eh? I'm just so tired. Me too, me too. Listen, if you're not subscribed, if I haven't hit 2 million or 10 million subscribers at this point, subscribe. Let it be known. You do not wear white to a wedding, and you most certainly do not wear a wedding dress to someone else's wedding, unless you are the bride. A big, poofy ball gown. Oh, hell no, not today, not to my best friend. Kara and Mark had security to prevent things like this, so Victoria wasn't allowed in. Haha. The ceremony was beautiful, and after pictures, I go with Kara to get her changed into her reception dress. I let her know about Victoria, and she gives me the look. What was the look? Was it like this? The look is something that we as a friend group have. When we go to the bar, the look is what they give me when I need to activate guard dog mode. I understand the assignment. I'm not supposed to drink on my meds, so I don't. So when I'm walking around with a super colorful, stain including cocktail, my friends are looking at me weird. I give them the look. And they nod. God, you know you're a good friend group when, like, you can have an entire conversation without speaking. They understand the assignment too. Kara and Mark are enjoying the night, and I made my way to Victoria. People are giving her looks, but she's acting obvious to them, and her husband is hiding from her. I thought she wasn't allowed in. Why is she at the reception, bestie? Oh, I know why. I wave to her, and I make my way over to start a conversation. I had a seizure. That's good. And started convulsing and grabbed onto Victoria on the way down. Drank all over her dress, and we go tumbling into the damp and muddy flower bed. To Victoria, it looked like I was really having a seizure. Amber and Savannah rush over, concerned. Kara and Mark are unaware of what's happening. I'm tended to, and Amber helps me up. I have a few scrapes from where I landed, but I could care less. Victoria has mud on her ass and cocktail on her front. Guess that pretty white dress was ruined. Oh well. Oopsie. It was simply an accident. Victoria starts screaming, and Kara and Mark are aware of what's happening. Mark looks annoyed, and Kara is trying not to smile and failing. Victoria, look what this did to me. Look what you did. Mark, you shouldn't have worn white. Mina, you know you can't drink with your meds. Are you okay? Do you want to go get checked out? Kara, Mina, do you need help getting to a chair? Amber, can you help her? Me, feigning faint. I could use help, thank you. I'm so sorry about this. I thought one drink would be okay. That's perfectly fine, bestie. It's a health problem. Can't help it. Victoria, how dare you? You ruined my dress. You're going to have to pay for that. I mean, not if it was an accident. Mario, Victoria, stop. Mario! Victoria, stop. She has a medical condition. Let it go. Take that ridiculous dress off. You aren't the bride, and you've caused nothing but problems. Divorce! Divorce her! I know you're Italian and Catholic, but fuck it. Can you just say that you've married Satan by accident and the Pope won't have a problem with it? I don't know my grandkids because of you. Get your shit together or I'm done. Good for you, Mario. I think that maybe this is cause for divorce. I'm just saying, she's not gonna change. I rested after my episode for a while before rejoining the party. Victoria never came back, and the whole scene is on film, video, and photo. Kara and I laughed about them the other day. I must say, I thought I was rather convincing. And the Oscar goes to... Fast forward to 3 days ago, Mario is divorcing Victoria. Yay! And going to New York to see his grandkids. Yay! Victoria is still complaining that I ruined her dress. Mark and Kara are happy. Amber is now engaged, and Savannah is still single like me. Yay! I'm happy for all my friends, and I have been dying to share this story. Well, I've been dying to hear it, darling. Thank you for sharing. Great success. I need a bulldog like you in my friend group. No, we have a bulldog. We do have a bulldog. She moves in the shadows, but she's still a bulldog. Very well written also. That was very, very fun to read. Thank you so much for sharing. Female Mechanic 92. Mina, we love you here. But wait, we have an update. I have been given permission to tell all from the friends who didn't want to be involved in the post. It's too sweet a tea to be omitted. As we all know, Kara and Mark got married. What I didn't put in is that Amber and Savannah also had words with Victoria, but they didn't want their conversations recorded here. Their minds have changed because Victoria really lost the plot and began attacking them through text. She's done it to me too, but I'm not worried about it. Amber has informed me and showed me the messages from Victoria after the wedding. Victoria, how dare you let that bitch ruin my dress? I ordered it from Kleinfield and paid a fortune. These are the consequences of your actions. What did you think was gonna happen? Amber, you mean the wedding dress you wore to a wedding where you were not the bride? I didn't let Mina do anything. She had a seizure. Calm down. Victoria, she owes me money for the dress. Note how she doesn't actually deny the audacity to wear such a dress. Oh, duly noted. Exhibit A. a lack of denial. Amber, good luck trying to get her to pay for it. She'll fight you first. She's been dying for a reason to punch that pinched face of yours. A pinched face, eh? Like, is it like... What's a pinched face? Is that like... Victoria, she wouldn't hit me, would she? Victoria, I would punch you. Like, I'd hit you. I'm kidding. I do not encourage violence! Most of the time. Amber, if she didn't have a seizure, she would have knocked your butt out like she was in an MMA ring trying to win $1 million. Victoria stopped messaging her after that, but Amber is right. I just needed the green light to punch that woman. Savannah also told me about her messages with Victoria, and then I'll share my phone call with her. And the messages sent to Kara and Mark while they were on their honeymoon, which were ignored. Victoria, hello, Savannah. I don't know if my number is saved in your phone like those other awful girls. Oh, it's trying to get somebody on your side, I see. But this is Victoria. Mina and Amber's attitudes toward me have been awful. If you could please tell Mina she owes me $7,800 for my dress, I would appreciate it. You spent $7,800 on a dress, on a white ball gown to wear to someone else's wedding? That sounds like a you problem, Victoria. Exhibit B, a you problem. Savannah, that's gonna be a hard pass. Mina ain't paying for shit. She had a seizure. Back off. The number for Victoria has been blocked. Victoria to me was not nice. Victoria, you and I need to talk. Me. Who is this? Her number is saved in my phone. I just wanted to have fun. Nice. Who's this? Oh, Victoria. Sorry, who? Victoria. Doesn't ring a bell. Victoria, is this Mina? Me. This is she. Who's this? This is Victoria, Mark's mother. You know, the woman you fell into at the wedding. Oh, you mean when I had a seizure? I'm so sorry about that. You didn't get hurt, did you? I got some scrapes and bruises from it, but my doctor said I'm all good. Great. Look, you owe me money for that dress. Do I? Why? Huffing. Yes, you do. I paid $7,800 for that dress. I expect to be reimbursed. Why, were you gonna wear it again, Victoria? Me. Where on earth did you pay that much for such a tacky dress? Nice. Kleinfield, the wedding dress shop. Was it a wedding dress? Well, because that would be weird. You wearing a wedding dress? You didn't get married. Why would you have bought a wedding dress? Because she's a cunt. Victoria, I wanted to look perfect for my baby's special day. You're insane. Victoria, if you ever see this, I'll send you $7,800 for therapy. No, I won't. But it's a nice thought. It's the thought that counts, right? And a gown from Saks couldn't do that? Silence. Because I'm sure you are well aware wearing white, let alone a full-blown wedding dress to someone else's wedding, even if you don't like them, don't deny it. We all know you hate Kara, but no one understands why it is tacky and rude. You're lucky no one accidentally spilled something on you. Did you? Oh God, no. I had a seizure. That's a serious medical condition. No one can fake a seizure. Missed call from Victoria ×5. I turn off my phone. Kara and Mark got bombarded by calls and texts from Victoria, but all went unanswered. Are you gonna do anything about how I was treated? How dare that little spill her drink on me? Why aren't you answering? Hello? Mark, my baby, please respond. Ain't no baby anymore. Tell your father not to go through with this divorce. Mark, please. Mark, I need you right now, and you're not answering because of that whore you married. She only married you for the money. I'm sure of it. Missed calls ×42. To Kara, how dare you take my baby, you f***ing whore. You better not hurt him. I think you hurt him enough for the both of you. For a lifetime. I hope your plane crashes and my baby survives. I knew I should have set him up with that good Catholic girl in our hometown. You mean a good Catholic girl like you? Answer the phone. Missed calls ×20. She has absolutely lost it. I hope she gets help, but I will be here in case Mark or Kara need a buffer for her crazy. This was very valued context. I am so pleased to hear all of this. Sorrows, prayers for Victoria. I pray she finds solace in God. What did the Bible say? Was it something like, love thy neighbor? My future mother-in-law ruined my wedding dress by attempting to try it on. It's beyond repair. Can I take her to court? You can take her to this court. Excuse me. I'm located in Virginia. I purchased a wedding gown that cost me over $11,000, then paid substantially more in alterations. Over the weekend, my future mother-in-law decided to attempt to put on my dress and failed horribly.
Why would you do that?
Absolutely not. Long story short, it's beyond repair and completely ruined. I also have a reason to believe that she caused deliberate damage to the dress because of certain areas that were torn. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. I mean, I don't know your mother-in-law, but like, why even try it on in the first place? My fiance doesn't believe that we're able to take her to court and recoup the money because it's just a... What did he say? It's just a dress? It's not just a dress, it's your wedding dress! Divorce. The wedding's off. I've decided. He thinks the cost of the dress doesn't meet some financial threshold to sue her. Yes it does. Small claims. You can sue someone over much less than that. I want to know if that's true and if it would be feasible to file a police report on her because of the more deliberate damage. I know it's just a dress, but this goes beyond the dress. It's not just a dress. It's not. And the fact that your fiance doesn't see how serious this is a problem.
I'll knock some sense into him.
Your fiance is incorrect. You can absolutely sue her for the value of the dress plus the alterations. If you can document that the dress is beyond repair. However, this is not taking into consideration the relationships aspect of the issue. So you really want to take it there and get some more practical advice on how it's going to affect your relationship with your future husband. You don't have a future husband, babe. I'm dead serious. Sue them all. Update to mother-in-law that ruined my dress. The wedding is off. Yes! Yes! Oh, this has healed me. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's awful. It's awful. But, like, the whole situation is awful. You know? Hey, everyone. First of all, thank you for all your sweet comments and support. I'm sorry that I haven't kept everyone in the loop, but the last several weeks have truly been trying, to say the least. First things first, the wedding is off. We are still together and remain engaged, but things are very, very strained between us. Hey, sorry. I don't mean to celebrate, but like they should be, because that's honestly kind of unacceptable. Even though it's his mom, like he's trying to just like minimize the situation and not recognize how serious this is, and that's not okay. The only thing that has really stopped me from leaving the relationship is that I love him from the bottom of my heart and I can see how much this is hurting him. I really want to work past this if we can. We're both committing to seeing a couples therapist. After my mother-in-law ruined my dress, my fiance confronted her by telephone and demanded that she help cover the damages to the dress. Okay, fair. That's like, he should have, like, yeah. She refused because she said it was an accident and said she really was just trying to help. Help with what? How does that help? Who's that helping? She tried to spin this as her helping me, and I quote,
giving me a standard to aspire to.
Let's see if like a judge agrees. And she's also admitted that she just wants to feel as young and beautiful as me. Okay, so then buy a different dress. The worst part is he believed her bullshit. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Let's see if a judge believes that, because I don't. Quiet. That is such like a weird excuse, you know? There is no excuse for trying on someone else's wedding dress, like there really isn't. Unless she's not there to try it on and you have the same body type and there needs to be some alterations. Like, how did she even get access to that dress? I don't get it. Why was that even available for her to try on? At this point, after she refused to pay, I started pitching a fit until fiance said that we shouldn't jump to conclusions on the damages until we visited a seamstress. Fine by me. We went together and the assessment was that it was completely trashed. It is beyond repair. The beading in some parts is destroyed. The sheer back of the dress was torn to shreds from her disgusting fake nails. How does one tear it to shreds? Like, I don't get it. Unless it was deliberate. Did she go and, like, play some football in it? Like, how does it get this bad? I don't get it. When you're trying on a dress at a dress shop, you try it on, and if it doesn't fit, you take it off. How does it go from, like, you know, the zipper doesn't go up, okay, I'm just gonna take it off now, to completely destroyed? How? Because if this happened at a dress shop, you would be paying for that dress. Hearing how badly my dress was mutilated crushed me, but my fiance's reaction at the seamstress enraged me. He kept minimizing the damage, hell no, pointing out how certain things absolutely could have been an accident, and he lied out of his butt to the seamstress to tell her that the dress had an accident when his mother attempted to relive her model days. Oh, God. Do it in a different dress, babe. Like, honestly, hell no. I corrected course and said no, that she tried to put it on without my permission, knowing damn well she didn't fit into it, and deliberately destroyed parts of it in the process. The real fun started when we got home and I told him that if she didn't pay, then I wanted to sue her for damages to the dress. He told me some BS about how the cost of the dress didn't meet the threshold for a lawsuit. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
I took my butt to the internet, posted on the legal advice subreddit, and Googled the threshold for small claims in court in Virginia before printing all the responses I got and forcing him to read them. He conceded that she owed us something and called her with me sitting there. Oh my God. This is insane. Like, even if it was an accident, you need to pay something. You need to pay for repairs. You need to find a way to rectify the situation. It's an accident, okay? That's understandable. You apologize and you try to do something to make the situation better, especially for something that's like a wedding dress that's irreplaceable. You know, you don't just wash your hands. If you mess up, you gotta suffer the consequences of your actions, and that includes paying for things that you ruin. As I sat there, I shit you not, he argued with her for all of 5 minutes before she broke down sobbing, accused him of not loving her, called me trash for turning him against her, and how could money be more important than her love for him? He soothed her. Oh God, don't we love a narcissistic mother? Like, why don't they ever apologize? He soothed her and told her that he understood, but I'm being super emotional over the dress and that it would help blow it over. Wow, why with you sitting there, babe? Oh, divorce. Right, you're not married yet. Wedding's off. He can marry his mother. She started blabbing and sobbing. He said that he'd talk to me. After they hung up, he had the nerve to turn to me and say that all he wanted was peace and to please just let him pay for the dress and let this go. I lost it. I screamed at him. I cried harder than I've probably ever cried because I honestly feel like he took her side over mine. I told him that it wasn't about the dress, and if he genuinely believed that this was over an overpriced dress at this point, then we need to cancel the wedding and his mommy could have a nice vacation to Colombia without me. We argued and, like he's been doing, told me that he saw my point. I told him that I didn't want her at the wedding. Shockingly, he agreed. I sat next to him the next day when he called her and told her that because of what happened, we couldn't have her at the wedding. I felt proud when he hung up on her after she screamed and sobbed and how he can't do this. I began to consider that maybe I was wrong about how he refused to stand up to his mother. That is, until I was on our shared iPad. Oh no, tell me. Oh, wait. So he's telling you one thing to make you feel better. Please tell me